The information has to be as credible as the person who's giving it. So for now, if you see someone like Osama or Tero giving you any information, you cannot believe it because you know he's not a credible man. You take it with a whole bucket, a whole bag of salt. You're like, hey, before I first have to take all this salt, before I believe you. On my path to believing you, I have to take a whole bag of salt. That's how much pain I have to go through before I believe you. So when I saw that attack on Boniface, I was like, So either Boniface is onto something here. Kuna place Boniface amedunga ndipos because sasa kawa wamecoordinate wamuue. Kumaanisha kuna place amewadunga. Now I have to go back to Boniface's timeline and look and see Boniface, where did you hit the nipples? Anyway, what do I know? It's been 19 minutes of me just talking to myself. Frank K.E., what's happening, bro? Yeah. You have to go back to that point and ask, hey, where did he touch them? Because even in wrestling, when a guy will be hit and then his hand starts, he's been hit on his hand or maybe on his shoulder, and he starts holding his shoulder. What does the enemy do when he sees you holding your shoulder? Oh, so there's a weakness there. So then Ric Flair would come and take that same shoulder and he would torment you with his shoulder. He would do nothing else. The whole fight now would become about your shoulder. And beat you on the shoulder, bro, till the whole fight inaisha tu kwa shoulder yako. And then he would stand and say, woo! A win is a win. Whether you've won by the shoulder, ulichukua kiti ukagonga msee, whatever you do, a win is a win. Serial creator, what's up? As many people here as possible to join me this morning. Can you hear me, serial creator? Or anybody else for that matter? Can anyone hear me out there in the world of the internet? One person, only one. Anybody? Nobody? Shit. Oh, enjoy.
Good morning, everyone. On this issue of threat, I 100% support. So we have a lot of snitches among us, which we don't have the money. As Generation Z, we don't have the money, but we have the people. So the government will use the money to buy some of us. That's why if we don't push, we will find ourselves being hunted down because of sellouts. Thank you.
Thank you, Kibe. Let me go next. Smile Hapa. I agree with the sentiment. In Kenya, the only true thing has only become the weather. Kila kitu ni Kiswahili in Kenya. Everybody is lying. The gazettes are lying. Everybody is lying. Until even you cannot believe your own shadow. Sometimes even we fail even to believe in ourselves. That is why the government is really harassing us and killing us. What should we do as a nation? What should we do as a people? There's no revolution which is made of water. A revolution is always made of blood. Some of us will have to be sacrificed. Some of us have to sacrifice a lot of things. Some of us will be betrayed. If you read the book Betrayal in the City, you know what I mean. So, watu wasikae nyumbani, tuamke, let us not sleep. Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Smile. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, Kibe. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, like me, I would just want to ask, like, the first thing I would want to ask, like, yesterday, I was wondering, like, okay, I'm not in Kenya, but I was watching through TikTok live. Some guy was at Kware. I was asking myself, Rao, alienda kufanya nini Kware? Naona. So me, when I just looked at the crowd and how the crowd was charged, like Gen Z youth could not listen to him. People are just like shouting, no dialogue. So me, kuna venye nimeona saizi hata wa politician, they have realized that there is a paradigm shift. Like no youth is giving a fuck about them. Like youth now, people know what they want. Hata jana akienda huko Kware, like it was just like a normal thing. Unajua ile kitambo Rao angeingia kama kamkunji hivi, yani people would be on their knees, but yesterday it was just a normal thing. People were just continuing with their activities, etc. So that is one thing that is really making me happy about this movement. Another thing, just this morning, I've just seen a story that has been run by Star. I don't know if you've seen it. Like, there's a guy that has been apprehended yesterday, or I don't know, 14th. That this guy just, a serial killer, Kibe, just calls a random boda guy at 3 a.m. Like he want to go and dispose a body, and this boda guy goes to report this guy at some police station called Zilla or something. Like, I was just reading the story from Stan. I'm just saying, like, who kind of who is this serial killer who just calls a random boda guy that I want you to help me dispose this body. So to me, the story looks too suspicious. It's either the government is trying to to divert people's attention and just come up with some theories regarding this Kware massacre and everything. Though they're saying it's still under investigation, but the stories now they've started running through these mainstream media. It's just shocking. It's just shocking. Mtu mwenye anaua, mtu mwenye anachinja watu, anawezaje pigia mtu andudhi, nataka unisaidie kudispose hii body. Either these people are accomplices ama gava inatufedha. The last thing that I want to mention, jana nimesikia nilikuwa kwa space ya Eric. Man, Wanjiga alikuwa anasema, I was just really shocked.
Hello guys, thank
I
you
was
so much.
asking myself, why are we even paying this debt? Unaona, Ruto juzi amesema hivi anaunda task. Waziri alisema hii task force haina hata forensic auditor. Then I was just asking myself, unajua kuna vitu kuna venye unaweza pangwa na mtu uone huyu jamaa ananipanga. We've been paying this debt. Ruto nao anasema they want to do audit of the public debt. Now, what have we been paying? Why have we been paying this? Even to a common man, ukichukua loan kwa sako ama kwa bank, there's something they give you like an amortization schedule. Like inakwambia Kibe, you should be paying maybe 10,000 every month, etc. Now, what have we been paying? If the government hata hawajui debt yetu ni nini, tunalipa nini, unaona? Then ya mwisho nimepitia hivi kwenye watu wanataka bonds. Sometime back I was in campus police. And these are things that I used to see. People used to, people used to chat each other on WhatsApp and just come up with stories about me. Like I was like, huyu ni mimi. Like these are just like you are saying, coordinated attacks. And what I love with Bonnie is Bonnie has been through this. Unaona, even these guys like they even don't know how to Photoshop things like hata wewe unaona tu this is bullshit. So what I would just say like let's just keep on with this fight. Sisi tulikuwa na demo huku na ilienda vizuri sana. Let's just keep on na venye tu unasema hawa ma politicians hatuwataki. Unaona, hii kitu acha tu tuiran venye naenda, hatuwataki tu wakae tu kando. Akina youth leader huko Kinoburu wanasema tusikize elders nini. Hawa tu ndio wametuingiza kwa hii shimo. Rao hii hizo pressure anapiga, utapata tu anatafutia watu wa ODM cabinet slots. Unaona, tumemzoea na hizo pressure zake. Atapiga Ruto, atafinya Ruto, alafu apewe cabinet slots hapo, wasalimiani nini. Sisi hatutaki hizo story. Na Ruto bado tunamwangalia akirecycle tu watu hivi, bado tunarudi street. So thanks Kibe, acha nikuwe kwa listening hapa chini.
Thank you, Keo, man. That was nice. I had a question.
Go ahead.
Sijui uliona hizo bodies zilikuwa retrieved over the weekend.
Nilizicheki.
What was your first thought when you saw bodies all being retrieved from the same place? What was your first thought?
Okay, mimi kitu ya kwanza ilinikuja kwa mind ni kwanza nilifikiria hizi story zenye ukam za human trafficking, hizi human organ trafficking. But that was the first, like nilikuwa na three theories: human organ trafficking, ama hawa watu walikuwa abducted, maybe maybe waliuliwa, though sasa wanakuwa disposed hapo, ama kitu ya tatu mimi nilikuwa nimefikiria ni hizi ma deal gone wrong. So I didn't know that there were many bodies, unaona. But sasa venye nilikuwa naona hizo venye zina liftiwa hapo, man, ilinishock. And what shocked me the most is there is a police station, adjacent to that place. There is a police station. Kware hiyo era najua. Nikiwa Kenya nilikuwa nakaa hapo Taska. So najua hiyo area. So mi bado. Acha tuone venye lakini hakunanga kitu gava huwa ina investigate wana kama na report. Hakuna. Kama yule jamaa bado anaparindulate huko court. Huyu jamaa alikuwa ananyonga mtu ndio akufe, ndio azika. Anaitwa nani? Huyu jamaa wa church huko Mackenzie, unaona. So sijui, but venye gava ina na history yangu wanasema mara ni female, mara ni male, mara juu hata mainstream media wanatutupa vibaya sana, unaona. Numbers wana report, si numbers ziko kwa ground. Hebu ukipata time, kuna majamu hapo TikTok live au majamu kana the exact number of watu wamekuwa retrieved, unaona, from that quarry. So sijui, but it's really a big thing. And let's see what these agencies are going to come up with. But mimi naona, because some people are still missing, so it might be that some people who are abducted found their way into that quarry.
All right. Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to know your thoughts about that, because I've not really made up my mind about what I think. You know what I mean? Sija decide nimeona nini bado.
But Kibe, acha ni kuulize, sorry for taking time. Unaona hapo nyuma there is this this girl, 20-year-old girl that was, that was killed hapo nyuma. Hapo hiyo time kulikuwa na femicide attack. Unaona, na tulikuwa tunaambiwa she was killed like alichinjwa. So pia nilikuwa nafikiria story kama hiyo. Unajua ni kitu tumesikiza, ni kitu imekuwa reported Kenya, like it's something we've heard of. So like yani my mind is just clouded. Unaona, you're just thinking about a lot of things like what
So
was happening?
wait, so now with all that, all those speculations that we have, are they, do you think it's healthy to have that much speculation as a country?
It's not healthy. Yani kuna information overload. Unaona?
Ndio hiyo, we have too much of, because sasa imagine now the whole country has to process bodies dumped at a dump site,
and you don't know who to trust.
And because if whoever comes up with the information today, you will not believe them.
Kabisa. So acha nikuulize, Madhani kameti alidirectiwa huko na Ruto. Okay, mimi sijui man but mimi
Hapana, hiyo nayo tusema tu ukweli, hiyo ni story. Tuache hizo dramatica. That woman needs to be asked the real questions. What do you mean what do you mean uli direct wadi na ndoto? Hiyo ndoto mbona hajai kudirect wewe ukachukua do mahali?
Unaona, so ni vipindi tu unaona. So then kuna story pia nilisoma mahali eti kuna politician unaweza pata watu walienda kuchukua bodies kwa mboga. Hizo ni story tu. Kwani nani anaweza kuwa na hiyo biashara, unamletea bodi anachinja, anarap kwa bag, wanaenda kutupa. But kitu ya kwanza ni madhe wa ndoto. Unaona madhe wa ndoto huyu, kuna story
lazima ulizwe vizuri, maswali vizuri. Wewe hizi ndoto zako zilianza saa ngapi? Uliona nani? Ulikuwa umekunywa nini? And then also we must think at this time when there's a lot of unrest, ujue kuna akili kubwa kuliko yako itaingia kucheza hiki.
Zinacheza
nikaa zamani wazai wetu walienda kufight wakiwa na bow and arrow, wakapata wazungu wako na gun. So there are some bigger brains that are playing the game already, and we must be very careful not to fall into the trap of these bigger brains. You know, people who have done this propaganda game many years, they have a lot of experience. Wanajua vile wanaweza cheza hii game watu wakasirike ama watu wafurahie ama watu wachome.
So saizi Kibe kuna 3 things zisha come up na zinasemwa na cover. Sawa, there's this woman with I'll call it, that's just a story, this woman with a dream. There is this guy that was apprehended. Hii story nimekwambia imekuwa run na Star. Unaona, huyu mtu wa bodaboda na sijui huyu jamaa alikuwa anataka kwenda kudispose body juice. So kama ni serial kill, anajua saizi it is in the public that bodies are being dumped there. How would this guy again call a random bodaboda guy, at around 3 a.m. that he want to like I have something to to deliver somewhere. Then this guy asked him, what is it? He just tells this guy with a lot of courage that I want to dispose a body. Wewe Andrew, how true can this be? Like, you just tell a random guy, I want to dispose a body. Like, are you not even afraid that this guy can report you to the authorities? That is one thing. The last thing is the government is now saying that some of the bags were containing dog carcasses. Now when they want to retrieve bodies huko, wanasema those are human bodies. So unaona, the government will come up with stories. Na hii kitu, if people are not careful, itaenda tu kama ile ya Sakaola. Itaenda tu disappear tu hivyo, na unaona.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for indulging me. Appreciate that.
Okay. Thanks, man. I'll drop the listening queue.
All right, thank you, man. Tom Boyer, what's up?
Hello, asante sana Kibe kwa hii nafasi. I want to address the issue of extrajudicial killing and generally what is happening in Kenya. You see, when you are going to a ring, a boxing ring, you are there, two of you, there are high expectations of your fans. The only alternative you have is to fight and nothing else, not to run away. You are in a confined area. You are supposed to use all the possible tactics you have so that you win. It's like you are cornered, you only have one option. And when that is the situation, you must use all tactics, brainwork, propaganda, and any other thing. I'm giving an example whereby the government is cornered. It has to face the bull by its horn. At the end of the day, what do you expect? Wakenya wanasema kwamba wamechoka na wewe, lazima uanguke. As we are speaking to Ruto, then Ruto and his government, he has to use all the tactics. At this time, you can see, for example, DCI wanasema ati maybe ni cult. They are giving 3 options. They are not sure what it is. Yet, all our lives depends on the Kenyan government, and it has an intelligence that is being paid. For a fact, I can say that hawawezi sema ati hawajui kitu. There is something that is happening, and because Kenyans are protesting, it can be a diversionary tactic. Let us bring a situation like Shakahola so that let people focus on killings. Number 2, hatuwezi sema ati sasa because they are women, now it doesn't matter. It is not related to Maandamano because it is women. Hapana. Wakati, when people are going out to demonstrate, why are we going out to demonstrate? It's about our life, our economic life. At the end of the day, economy affects both gender. And that's why we are seeing many women outside demonstrating. So hata kama ni wanawake 100 wameuawa, we can still say it is in relation to the demonstration. So in my opinion, this thing is about the war. And the war is, Ruto must go. I'm sure it is just about that, nothing else. Hakuna venye tunaweza sema ati this revelation of the killings in Kware inatokea tu hii wakati tu yenye sasa maandamano inaendelea. Mbona haikuwa hapo nyuma? Also, are there people wenye wanalia kwamba wamepoteza watu wao? It is true. Watu wanatafutwa hawapatikani. Then where will we claim these people are? To me, it is all about this fight. Another thing, propaganda yenye inatoka hapo ati maybe kuna watu wana champion or there are people funding demonstrations, ama walete screenshots za WhatsApp, siji kuna mtu analipwa nini. To me, that doesn't matter. The question is, are public funds being stolen by any way, corruption and anything? If the answer is yes, then it doesn't matter whether kuna mtu amechat mtu mahali, whether amelipwa nini. Aya, are educated Kenyans suffering without jobs? Yes. Are Kenyans being told kwamba tumewatafutia kazi nchi za nje, kwamba hakuna kazi Kenya? And is it something that should bother us? If the answer is yes, then it doesn't matter whether mtu analipwa. Kenyans are out there. Mi nashanga, if we can say that, for example, 20 people are put in a corner na wanalipwa ati ndio wa champion protest. Can you compare the gains of those 20 people with millions of Kenya that are out on the streets? Did they sit somewhere and tell them, you know what? This is what we have to do. Lazima tutoke to protest. Can a few people communicate with the whole 20 people to tell them, this is what we want to do? People are out there because of their frustrations, real feelings. Watu wamekasirika. So me, I can say, whether mtu amelipwa ama hajalipwa, this fight is going to continue. Protest will continue. Even those people who are, when you wanna claim ati wamekuwa funded, they can exit the scene And I can tell you this thing will continue regardless. So the tactics that I was talking about in a battlefield, hizo zote propaganda, let us expect them. They are going to be many. And the Kenyans who are protesting because they demand good governance, a corruption-free government, we must also keep devising our tactics. Wacha the opponent atafute zake, sisi pia tutafute zetu. The main aim, nani anatoka kwa hii boxing ring with a win. That is my opinion. Asante sana Kibe.
Wewe hapo mwishowe umeua. You've killed it, my guy. Who is going to leave this boxing ring with a win? That's it. Tuli zingine mob tuachane nazo. Usimeze propaganda mbaya, my friend. Utoke bila win. Meza good propaganda. That's a good one. Yeah. Who's going to walk away with a win?
Yes.
Yeah. Simple. It's a simple mathematics. Do not get emotional. Know that there's a win. There's a win for the president. There's a win for Raila. There's a win for Gen Z. You know, let me give you a story. So I was born in a family of 3 girls. I'm the only boy. Okay. So during the holidays, I never used to like staying around. I would like to go to my cousin's place because my cousins, they were boys. So there was a lot of activity there. We would play and everything. And there was one who was older than me. There was one who was my age. The one who was slightly younger. So I was within the range of my people. So I learned how to do all these things when I was a boy because they lived in shags. So for me, it was very easy to live in Nairobi and to live in shags because I wanted to be where the boys were, and I wanted boys who I could relate with, and these were my cousins. But the first times when I went there, so they used to be fed in this big thing called a sinia. That big thing like the ones Walalos use, big ass thing. So all the food was put there, and all the kids would sit and eat from the same place. So the first time, my cousin Kimani would give me the bone, the meat with the bone. And for me, because of where I come from, when you're given the bone, it was a privilege. Because the bone was, the one where I had the best, tastiest meat. So the father would take the bone and give it to you. But now in shags, the bone is a different story. The bone is the person who is stupid because everybody else is going to eat the loose meat. So you are left holding the bone and you've eaten no meat at all. Because in shags, that bone is, they take out all the meat. So after some time, you guys have not eaten meat for 3 days, and I'm looking at this guy, he keeps giving me the bone. And my cousin is laughing, and I asked him, hey bro, why are you laughing? You're the stupid one. How do you take the bone? The bone is for fools. I'm like, what do you mean? He says, the bone is for fools, my guy. Eat the meat first. The bone comes last. Oh! Gen Z, nikabaki nimeshika mfupa. Thank you, Tom Boya. Thank you for your thoughts. I appreciate that. Peter Mukangu, are you there?
Yes, I wanted just to emphasize something small on that. There is always a play whereby the government is trying to play with the minds of the citizens. We can refer to the killings. The killings, when we look at the killings there, we see that there is a certain cover-up that is being done by the government, whereby the government is saying a different thing, and a different thing with the people who are on the ground. The people who are on the ground who are removing those people in those bags, they are saying a different thing, and the government is emphasizing on a different thing. And then you can never tell me that the National Intelligence Service does not have the intelligence on the killings that are happening. Because we are paying the National Intelligence Service. The taxpayers of the people is the one that is paying the National Intelligence Service in the country. And when they want to divert our mind, we move from protesting against the bad governance what they are doing. They are trying to manipulate us. They are trying to shift our mentality. They are trying to shift our action from protesting to focus on the killings that they are doing. That's what the government is doing. But we are not going to relent. We are going to against the bad governance that is in this country. That's all.
You know, Peter, that's a very good point. If you focus just on whatever it is that you want, all this other shit stops becoming an issue. Like the propaganda, it stops becoming an issue. If you just focus on, no, this is what we want, my guy. Like now, yesterday when Raila went to Kware and he tried giving his speech, the kawaida speech of, hey, we should. The guys are like, hey, we don't want dialogue. What's this? What are you doing here talking to us? We don't want that. Bro, these guys don't need our 50 bobs anymore, bro. They don't need our 200 bob. Hey. And that was a shift that happened in the cities. The shift happened even in the village with a border coming in, because the border liberated people. They were like, hey, now I can move from one place to another and I can make money. And then the internet came. I can move from one place to another and I can make money on my phone. It doesn't matter which place I am in. I am liberated. So when you tell a guy, I'm going to give you 50 bob, he's like, 50 bob for what? For me to betray my whole following for 50 bob? Are you crazy? We do not want any negotiation. No dialogue. And Raila is left there like, shit. Because Raila is an opportunist. I mean, that's what a politician is. These are opportunists. Wakisikia pahali kuna msiba wanakimbia hapo. Oh, tumekuja kuomboleza na nyinyi. Because they know, place kuna msiba kuna kamera. These guys have perfected the art of politicking at funeral and churches. At funerals and churches. Oh, tumekuja kuomboleza mwenda zake alikuwa amejaribu sana nini. Na ndio maana tunaambia serikali, unashanga, kuja serikali imeingia wapi? We were ombolezing here for a minute. God damn it. Samuel, are you there?
Yes, Kibe. Who should we believe?
Go ahead, what's up?
Who should we believe? The question posed by you, Kibe, this morning after. Should we believe in Kibe? Should we really believe in the government? Should we believe in the Gen Z? Who should we believe? The way the question imekuwa framed is so perfect that inafanya mpaka everyone anaweza kusema, well, maybe you shouldn't even believe in whatever yourself unataka kufanya. It's a question ya kusema you question yourself. The government always protects its interests. It's not like a software umeunda. Iko na its own mechanism ya kujiprotect. That's what you should expect. And what you believe is about a public narrative. See, whatever you believe, inarudiwa mara mingi sana. Inarudiwa several times, inarudiwa in different means, different ways. Inakuwa rudiwa until that narrative inakuwa reality. For instance, should we believe the doctors during the pandemic? Tunge believe madaktari. Should we believe the IBC during any elections so far to say jua? What's the record ya kwamba this particular election, actually that one was the good one, okay? Hizi zingine maybe there's every institute tuko nayo is questionable. Belief is out the door. Trust is out the door. The reputation hakuna. The only way to play the same game, beat the same game, to beat the system with its own game, need to change the narrative. Kibe, these spaces is a narrative changing environment whereby to emphasize on a daily basis. Same way this emphasis inakuwa more on spaces, the more inakuwa reflected on the ground. The more the space, the more action inakuwa on the ground. Now think of it. If there's no these spaces hapa, how do we really even communicate na watu wengine na kuendelesha this thing? itakuwa hard, itakuwa impossible, itakuwa challenge. The narrative but bado inafaa kuendelea. Getting a win where we can get. Fight the system, I would say, in my opinion, is having independent journalism in Kenya. I'm tired kusikia we have to quote the same mainstream media. Oh, tulisikia ikisemwa hapa. Because ilisemwa hapo, so what? Do you even really trust the mainstream media yetu? Huh? Each election, each side inasema nani ameiba. It's the same game. Kwamba you just let them play. This is like being drunk in a club. As long as uko drunk na music iko on, as long as there's music on, the music ikisimama hivi utajua umelewa, ni saa ngapi, utachangamka uimbe. They have to keep you drunk. Whatever information you receive, whatever information saizi, be it bad, be it good, the government, be it this killing, be it deterioration, anything. Kwao ni information yenye ina persuade watu kuangalia something else. Even a little bit of it, even just 1 hour of it, the system in a gain more. Little distractions hapa na pale. Focus on one thing, una hit one target at a time. One target at a time ni kuangalia the narrative yenye itakuwa kuendelea past this. Because past this government, itakuwa very rude ya kusema any individual haelewi how its government works now. After all this is happening, how can you not know how the government should be working? Huh? This is an opportunity ya kusema tunakuwa na our own media, inakuwa rated. It's like having a space inaongelewa 24/7. Wacha kufikia vipindi katikati. Our own publishing. Right now, I'd be reading that magazine saizi yenye tungekuwa tuna quote kwa hii space. Nani ameandika saizi? Have you actually read his column? Now that in an institute, because few years, do you think KBC itakuja iseme 1 year later anniversary of what happened? There will be to another story yenye politician waliwalipa na ads zenye wanarun. Nobody will be talking about what happened out of Kenya Parliament 5 months from now, I'm a year from now, tukicommemorate this thing. So if to me, looking for a win is looking where to build that trust. You win by building that trust. So who do we believe? Unachukua any institute, for instance, we've been saying Ruto must go. There's no way. Everyone is pumped up. Everybody needs to understand. The reason everybody is so angry is because they love the country. The worst thing, Ruto still believes in the president. In no one's mind believes that Ruto is the president, actually. Every time they see the guy walking around, like, this guy really believes in president. Does he even really believe I'll win the previous election? Huh? Does he even really believe in the president size? Nothing registers to him. Now, whatever, because the system in a protect presidency, as we say, we have to take from the media itself. Wachana na media kabisa. If they want to talk, if you want dialogue, how about come to our independent media, where you'll be grilled enough? What is the media you want to let go of? They don't bring stuff around. They
But Samuel, I want us to go back to Ruto.
Yes.
Okay, so you said something there, and I want to add this. Do you think Ruto sits and thinks about himself like a bad guy?
No.
Because just hold on before you answer. So there's a time I tweeted and I think I tagged him and I asked him, did you ever think that one day you'd go from, the villain, no, from the oppressed to the oppressor? Because nobody ever sees it. Nobody ever sees themselves becoming the oppressor. So right now, Ruto is somewhere in State House, in his head, thinking that he is right and everybody else is wrong.
Kibe,
what do you think?
You should understand. Ruto thinks he's effective. Everyone has been saying Ruto as a young leader. Huyo kijana atakuja mahali. He was building his confidence kwamba the more corruption unakuwa kwa system, the more unaonekana you're effective of getting things done without following any rules zenye ziko hapo. You get away with all of it. Even go up to ISA and still get away from it. I'm effective. Now, ukiwa effective that way, not only unapenda na leaders wako hapo. The man is effective that even leaders wako wengine. Also, if you want to make something if the problem we have has to go international, elections ndo zinafanyanga other inafanya kuwa international, which we haven't got there yet. But if we want to be that effective, the route of effective people want to back around Kibe. They are on a party's shoulders. You're doing the right thing. Every single time, even when he fails, he's still doing the right thing. Why? Amesaidia system more than amesaidia. He believes kwamba the system is the principal core ya wananchi. That wananchi wanna build the system. If the system imekuwa build for the wananchi, not the other way around. The guy has to believe kwamba this is a coronation. There is no way you can you can be smiling on a daily basis. On the other side, you are talking you're doing exact opposite. And with the same belief system in Yakonai, the clergy says, do we even should we believe the clergy fear? So this is going too far. If we really have kusema Ruto has to change, ni kufanya our calling going international. Like I've been saying earlier, when you put elections, when you talk about elections, it brings international people around. Unaona? So is it international wanaanza kusema, okay, now this is about elections. This is about every nation inaangalia hapa hivi around. Now, by looking so, the friends wenye wamekuwa kiback kujua kwamba Ruto's been struggling for a long time. His friends on the overseas wenye wanaleta business in this country, they're the ones backing him kwambiaje. If our interests ziko bado in place, na bado we can see through this interest, regardless wewe upo ama upo, tunaweza kutrust ukiwa kwa this difficult time. If Ruto comes out fully in this stuff, we will see foreign investment is there on and it only can only on one direction. This is more of oppression. The guy believes that the more oppressed people, the more government works. So it's a vice, it's a delusional belief. The guy, remember Kibe, he's never worked. For instance, jamaa hajaikuwa na payslip. Doesn't understand how hajui biashara inafanyika namna gani. Hata ile kuku unasema namna gani. Amekuwa into government for all these years. So he believes kwamba the solution to every problem a Kenyan has, the government has to be the solution to that. And that's where the problem is. Kwamba serikali inakuwa into everything mpaka inafika mahali bro unafikiria about kichwa inakuuma, you think serikali ya make you believe kwamba it has that. The narrative has been portrayed kwa media since we grow up manze, ni every time unasikia tu politicians wanajibizana all around scandals all around every day wao wana dictate watu unasikia, watu unataka kusikia, when unasikia na unasikia saa ngapi. So if we can change the way sisi tunakuwa fed information, then tunaondoka from the system itself. The system imetu condition. Even right now, imekuwa condition kuambia you can't even fight. Already people imekuwa condition. Inakuwa separated. It's gone to ahead with so much information that Kibe, unakuwa afraid of being afraid. It can't get to that because the conditioning has got worse. It's more of indoctrination kwanza. Ukienda shule. Kitambo unaona shule unafunzwa about Kano. Unafunzwa about, mbona tusifunzwa about idea juzi ama whatever or anything else or anything regardless to anything else. Iko saizi. What I can go deep in this, but Ruto believes, in his belief, is an effective leader and anaweza fanya kitu regardless. He kuingia parliament doesn't seem to bother him at all. Doesn't seem to bother him at all. Watu kukufa, it's like, so watu wanakufa, it's like unexpected mjue. Didn't you not know kwamba system will protect itself? Did you know kwamba watu watakufa? Ama nyinyi mlikuwa mnafikiria wataenda aje? It's like you guys don't know how these things work. Amujue tunadila mabandits huku nje. The narrative imechangiwa. They call the government wants you believe one thing. And if you don't believe it, then maybe you're the problem. Now, the narrative has to change, Kibe. And it has to change in an individual. If we want to get a win, ni kujiondoa from the system itself. This every time nimesikia hivi kwa kitu, I'm like, mbona ingekuwa kwa different? It's like the way information flow works, the way the government decides. All this time tumesikia the president speak. Have you even heard tumesikia press secretary ameita reporters to scare what's going on? He's a representative, he's a spokesman of the president, analipwa kuongea about the president. We never get to hear this part. We never get to hear how they. So it's very understandable kwamba constitution kwake is just it's a laying ground. As long as the puppets in the west wako happy na wanakubati in the back,
you're good to go. You can run your country to the ground as long as you can international backing. He's been running around saying democracy. Has he said democracy of late? He wants to save democracy. He's been saying democracy. He's fighting for climate change and democracy. It's like, are you crazy? Watu wanaumia mtaa na huyu jamaa is a raving lunatic, manze. The guy anamka asubuhi, he believes one thing. The next thing is a different thing. Ana adapt na vile sisi tuna adapt. System inamsaidia kwa. He's a very effective man. Kwa Kenya anafanya. Na Kenya anafanya is just very bad. So we have to be very effective as well Kenya tunafanya to get that ambition. So it's that clear. There's no other way around about it. You either go through the bush, not around the bush. History ya kuzunguka, we want what are we bonging? Tunabonga nini? History tumebonga, tumeshinanga tukibonga. Every dialogue, every time, every simple dialogue inakuwa changed because whatever they come out of there is a narrative. Oh, okay. Juu walikutana, we expect ni kama something ya maana ilifanyika. Nothing. Wanaenda wanakupanga wewe ukiwa huko. Hatuwezi ruhusiwa kupangwa and then unapangwa kwa narrative. Yani already before uambiwe umeanza kumake you believe kwamba whatever is happening, whatever, it's not. And deep speculation ya things inafanya watu wanakuwa. For instance, mwana hapa mkuru kwa Ruben, wajamaa wanaokotwa kama nani. Manze, watu wanakufa. The opportune time like this, a lot of things can happen. Agitators. No. If you want to get your name on the news, ama unataka kuwa relevant, you'd use opportunity like this. Most people wenye wako na pesa ama wanaweza fund anything ya kufanya very serious stuff, they will get on board. And these killings, I think we should wait. I just believe there's just more of this. It's just imepatikana on a different circumstance. I just believe there's more, and there's more of it. People can't just be disappearing like that, man. Just out of nowhere, it's just gone. It's like ujamata Zaymora kwa space, amepotelea wapi? What's going on? No. And then tuko na different actors around wenye wanataka pia kuplay hero. Kuna mafala wanachukua tu this opportunity ya kusema aje pia wataangaisha mayouth, wataangaisha watu. Grudges za tene mtu analipa saizi. Ule jamani nilikuwa na shida naye 3 months ago, 4 months ago. Saizi ni time nzuri ya mimi kuemendea. This kind of nonsense. That's unapata kama hakuna mass the way to co-organize. Inakuwa even hard to protect our own interests. You have a good interest, you have a good a narrative, you just have to put away out there to protect this interest is abducted and other things. So Kibe, you can tell everybody is akoyoning kupata something, wants to be part of a solution. Part of a solution, it doesn't come easy. And you get to win as you get it. Not the whole chunk. Unaenda ukichukua whatever you get. And you protect it because the next time, ikienda, there is no coming back again. And as we can say, lazima tusimame hapa daima. There is no, if hii mlango ilifunguka, you open this door. So if you shut it, will be the worst. You open this door and we are getting through it. So everybody has to focus on kuendelea mbele. Not thinking about shutting the door and thinking about tutafikiria nini. So hiyo narrative unaambiwa saizi, I can't even go with the church itself and every school. Mbona kila shule iko na church ndani? It's like, why can't just watu wasome kwa chuo na church ikuwe tu hapo? They control everything. Government ina control church. Church ina control people. Wewe unakuwa controliwa na mwanasiasa. Siasa ina control TV. TV ina control vile mna believe. Mnaekewa movie ya narrative. Next, tuko fucked up hata tujui ni wapi na tunaanzia. Now everybody is waking up. Anaanza kushindwa. Mimi nilikuwa nimelala the whole damn time. Huko umelala, huko umeambiwa vitu ziko sawa na uko na fighter anaitwa Ruto. Ruto is doing the job for you, manze. So you guys, this guy is out of his fucking mind and it pisses me off every time nikimsikia kibonga. Nikimsikia akizunguka, nikimsikia hata bro nakuwa agitated vibaya sana. Vibaya sana. So wacha tuendelee tu na hii form tajua ni aje. Thanks Kibe.
Samuel. Hey. Hapo sawa. Hapo sawa. Sometimes it's good to just shut up and listen. Mko na wisdom ingine watagoan. Thank you, Samuel, for that wonderful submission, man. Appreciate it. Wajiro,
Kife,
what's up?
good morning, good morning, good morning. So I'll try to be as concise as possible. I grew up going to a particular school in Nairobi. It's a military school. It's called Utawala Academy. I don't know if you have other people here who went to that school. Utawala Academy is in Utawala. It's within the base of the GSU. Then there's AP. Then there's anti-riot. So we had all these officers teaching us in class. I've interacted a lot with them, and also my 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 mother has been a police officer, I think now 37 years. She's retiring very soon. So I've had a close relationship with the police. I've lived in police camps all my life. So the proximity is quite there. But there's one thing I'd want to point us to, just two particular issues. In 1989, I think should be 89, I wasn't even born then. My father was involved with issues around like bringing Moi down, and he was politically aligned at that time. He was a police officer, but he was politically aligned. And the end to it was they came to our house. That time they used to do a lot of the special branch was very careful to look for people who listened to Karl Marx. So, and the books, the Karl Marx at the time, they were also being printed heavily printed. So they came to our house, and I remember my sister was on my mom's back. My mom had that. She got word, because she was a police officer as well. She got word that those guys are coming home. So she had my sister, who was about a couple of months old, akamchukua, akamweka kwa mgongo. Then she put all those books inside the baby, whatever you call the blanket. So the guys came and ransacked the house, and they didn't find anything. So what happened after is my dad went to exile, and he was in exile for a couple of years until this pastor, whatever we call Mamlaka Hill today. The pastor went to Moi and requested for people to come back from exile, and Moi accepted, and that's how my dad came back to the country, and he's been here for a while. We move on to the early 2000s, and again, it was a very interesting political time, because for a long time, when Moi came in, if you have any person who's a child of a police officer, who's a police officer, they'll tell you he brought in a lot of people from Rift Valley into police work, into DCI, because they were quite loyal. They were very, very loyal people. In fact, my mom reminds me that by that time, because she had served for a while, they used to go to Rift Valley and just get, there was no recruiting that side. It was just getting people into trucks, taking them to the training ground, guys getting their paperwork done now in India serikali. There was nothing like masomo. So most of the senior guys you find from Rift Valley, I'm sorry to say, because I know them personally, I've lived with them, they're not learned. They're not, whatever you call learned here is on-job training. So they not even good in kuongea. That's why we had issues like siege, people just being picked up from the woodworks and being brought to serve us. Now, I go to Utawala Academy, and in Utawala Academy, something was very interesting about that school is it was a very well respected government school by government officers. So I went to school with a lot of prominent people, a lot of prominent people's children. And it was a very pompous school in terms of watoto wa watu wametoka kwa, let's say, Mado in that sense. Because my mom happened to take me there because she was a police officer, and there was a sort of priority given to children of police officers to go to police officer schools. There's another one called, I think, Kutumishi Boys. There are a couple of schools that police officers are given priority, but I happened to be in the same class as children of prominent ministers, the Karisa Maidas, the Samuel Pogishos, the Mudi Awori had a grandchild, Musalia Mudavadi had a grandchild, a lot of politicians. And so for me, I've had, and then growing up now to where I am now, some of these people have remained my close friends, or rather people I know their whereabouts, either they're in Kenya, they're Canada, or wherever. And something that is very clear to me in all this, when I can look back in retrospect, is the game of politics is loyalty. The game of politics is loyalty. Some of the people who went to class with, I probably did better than them. I went to the University of Nairobi, I finished, I've worked all over. But you'll always find the trajectory of even a child's politicians versus yours, even when you had the same let's say, level of education and everything, will never be the same. Why? Because there's a lot of loyalty. So what happens when their parents go back into government and they're working, the rest of us will wait for our calling letters, they'll be taken abroad. This is the same government that sold us that, for example, education is not important, we kuwa hustler, we fanya mama mboga work, whatever, but their kids, if you look closely, their kids are abroad getting their PhDs, getting their degrees, they have apartments all over the world, they have cars they're driving, they have stipends. While us, on the other hand, after you finish the University of Nairobi, you have to fight for yourself there on and see, okay, what else do I do with myself? So on the point of loyalty, it's something we have to investigate carefully. Back in the day, my dad was somewhat involved also with the YK92 when he came back. And the YK92 was very well funded by Moi. And they used to do a lot of work with the special branch for extrajudicial killings. So whatever you see today, however much we try to make it seem like Ruto is a good guy, there's something Justice Majanja, the late Justice Majanja, who died last week, he said, history on its own will judge you. History on its own. We don't even need to know your current credibility. We don't need to know what you are up to. But truthfully, history on its own will judge you. And the thing I think where we have failed, and personally, I would say where I have failed in all this is this. We have not dug into history. You're told what someone, it's like when Kibe, you've owned businesses and you've employed people. You always want to know, where have you worked before? In fact, you might go a step further and try to know, let me speak to employer privately so that I understand what you are doing. But we don't investigate with our leaders. So and these people, they've been molded. You can imagine someone like Ruto was in UON, he was involved in student politics. He was given at UN level. He was being given money by government to kill people, to silence people, to send people to exile. So this is a game he understands. He's played this game now for over 30 something years. Yes,
Wajiro, you have to land the plane. We've been with you the whole time, but you have to land the plane. We have a lot of people waiting. Oh yeah. So
correct.
To take another minute to land this plane.
Yes. I'm very sorry. So for me, I think my biggest takeout out of being in this environment and having this level of exposure is loyalty. The guys he has let go, in my opinion, there's nothing they've lost because they've been with him. I'm sure one way or another, they still try to talk to him and understand what is his thought process. How can we support you? We had Adendwale yesterday saying, we're still behind you. So even if they're out of government, they're still really in government. And my last and most important point is, I think there's nothing as dangerous as someone who wants something very badly. This guy has wanted it since he was in campus, and finally he's on the throne. And how dare you tell him that he cannot, he cannot stay in it. He's only been there he's been smelling this presidency for 30 years almost. So I think the strategy for the Gen Z and everybody who's going to be in the streets, or those of us that are talking about these things in the social media, we have to look at him from the lens of, this is somebody who has wanted this for so long. He has sold his loyalty to all sorts of people to arrive at where he is. So it's not gonna be an easy battle for him to lose. So we have to think very strategically, if you ask me. Thank you so much, Kibe.
Very interesting. You make some very good points. That he's been at this thing for so long. He's made so many promises and sacrifices and had to sell his soul to so many people to get there. So Wanjiro, do you think that he considers himself a good person?
Whatever you call good here is relative. And because good to who? To his loyalists. Of course, he's a great guy. So when we say good, we need to have a sort of like, good is relative for this guy, man. He's good to
but to him, you see, like now, you heard him yesterday saying, you see some of these problems that I'm going through are like when a woman is giving birth to a child. And women, how giving birth to a child is, and when the baby comes, everything is okay. So to him, this is like he's being persecuted, He's going through trials and tribulations. And at the end of it all, he's going to come out still the winner. This is what now religion tells him. What do you think?
maybe two things. Let's start with the woman comment. In my opinion, anyone who brings women into the conversation to look for pity, I think it's an emotional tactic, because the women, first of all, they are the greatest congregants in the church. Second of all, women are the ones I am a woman myself, but we are the most easily dissuaded in terms of political stuff. That's why you find even women who join government, they don't do much. So for him, even using the women as symbolic too, it's like it's an emotional tag for me, so I don't take it seriously. The other thing is, very simply, there's a documentary I watched about the Nazis, and finally, when Israel started looking for the Nazis as far as Argentina, when there was a tribunal that was set up, and I think it was done in Israel or somewhere, and these guys were given a chance to speak, because these are Nazi criminals, and they were told, okay, now give us your final words before maybe we do your sentencing, or just defend yourself. And they went into all these rabbit holes of, you could tell they were extremely upset and angry. And in their hearts, as you've said, in their hearts, they believed they did the right thing. Why? Because they were loyalists. They supported Hitler. They believed that his cause was just, they needed to take over Germany, and the Israelis were coming over, taking businesses. And in a sense, it caused a bit of economic inequality with the Germans at the time. So for them, the cause was true. In their hearts, they believe the cause is true. But the reality of it, they murdered masses of people. So whatever we call good, it depends on who is holding the long yardstick at you and telling you this is good and this is bad. And according to, I think, Ruto's ideologies, he believes he's a good man, because he has fought his way. As we just said before, he's fought his way to get to where he is. So, I mean, if he had done something wrong, in his opinion, I don't think he was tried alitolewa kama Minister of Agriculture. He would have been discarded. So he means everything has led him to this very moment. So clearly he has been doing something right according to himself. So according to him, I'd want to believe he thinks he's a good man, because there's an ideology he's been following faithfully since he was a student leader, and finally he has arrived. I mean, for anyone who does that, in his head, he knows he's right. But I mean, when you look at the Constitution, then that's a whole other argument.
Interesting thoughts. Samuel, you wanted to jump in, but you have to take only a minute.
Okay, this is gonna take a minute. I wanna echo just what Masiki just said. This is Ruto. When you say about Ruto, this is the system. He's the embodied of the system. He's what the system represents. He feels he's loyal to the system. He will do anything to defend the system that got him there. The system that we see, that the public eye was given into a lot, we were sold about this guy a long time ago. Even that's why we ended up choosing him over Raila. So the system itself built up a guy. He's been there for 30 years, different departments. He's been working across the board. Every time you turn on the TV, he's been given he's everywhere you want to see this guy. Okay, if you're the government, so it's the system versus the citizens. So Ruto represents the system. So taking down Ruto is taking down the system itself. So it's not a matter of Ruto. It's how will he fall? Because he's gonna fall. It's just the matter of how are we gonna fall Ruto. If Ruto falls, the system falls with him. That's what everybody's talking about. It, it, it it's a dog whistle saying Ruto must go. It's the system has to go. It's that what it means. It's the system has to go. The system that enable somebody like Ruto to be there, enable a person, individual like this. Even if we take Ruto, another person takes the position. So it's the system still remains the same. So even if it's Kibe must go, regardless Ruto goes away, Kibe comes back in, it will be Kibe must go because he represents the system that is perpetuating all these evils we see in our country. Thank you so much.
Jose Ireri, are you there?
Yeah, thanks for having me. What a time to be alive, Back then, if you'd asked me, there'd be this hustler guy who'd come and unite us all. I'd be like, aye, the hustler guy. No, not yet. But lately, I've been hearing this murmurs of like Ubuntu Esizwe, like the spirit of unity, the march of our lives. That was the footing they used like for Occupy everywhere and things like that. So I'm like, where have I heard this before? And I looked back and I'm like, okay, so laughter, maybe like a well-timed joke by a comedian. They come in, they make us laugh all at the same time. And I'm like, okay, so then I'm like, chuma ka kilo za gomba tutabamba isa big pin na k-rap twahanda hizi traki za bamba mamazi mabeshte wanati mababi acha ijulikane kwamba sausi is moto ogopa ya bamba. So I'm like, music unites us all. And I'm like, ay, bado, it's a generational thing. Then, and I read this somewhere, nothing unites a people more than a common enemy. Why? Because it hits as our basic human instinct, which is survival. And according to evolution, they say that to survive you have to adapt, which is brought about by change, or maybe like what is change? Maybe a crisis, an enemy, so that you can survive as a human race. So I read this quote and it says, history is not the past, but a map of the past, drawn from a particular point of view to be useful to the modern traveler. So I'm like, okay, I wore my tinfoil hat and I went into books. And of course, books being like internet, like or Wikipedia now. So I came across this theory. It's
Wait, Jose Ireri, we lost you at the theory, bro. Samuel, can you hear him?
No, I lost him.
Jose, we lost you at theory. We were following the story kabisa. I came across this theory. Sasa nani akona akili kaa hii aendeleze hiyo story? Who has a brain this advanced that we can continue with that story? Frank, I don't think you have a brain that advanced. I don't know why you're rushing here. You and me are on the same level.
Okay, my concern is about presidents. Hello, are you getting me,
Wait,
Kibe?
Kyoko. Wait, Kyoko. Hold up. We don't want to hear about your concern yet. We want to hear Jose was taking us somewhere. Somebody look for Jose. Tell Jose ready to come back. I don't want to hear Kyoko's concerns.
Why do you want to hear my concern, Amang?
Why should I hear your concerns? What do you have that is very important that we need to hear it instead of hearing
It's
from
about
Jose Ireri?
okay, after you.
Kyoko, go ahead. I want to hear your concerns. What is your
Okay.
concern about the presidency?
Okay, to me Ruto ana capability zote za kugovern. Sasa hizi ukiangalia venye government yake inawaka, mtu kwanza kwake haezi ambia mtoto yake aje kunini kuirritate watu na comments huku social media. Ukiangalia cabinet secretary hawezi function buda.
Hapana Kioko, hapana. Wacha tungoje Jose Ireri akama. Kioko, ngoja tuliza jo.
So Ruto must go.
Hawezi ambia dota yake aache kucomment.
Hawezi lead familia yake, hawezi mwambia aache kucomment.
Hapana. Hapo pia umeenda sana. Auoni ni kama umeenda sana jo. So achana hiyo story bro. Yaani umeenda kwa comments za dota yake. Hapo ndio sasa country iko. Our internal debt. Odious debt. Unajua odious debt inamaanisha nini? Ama huko tu kwa comments. Dota yake anasema vitu zinatu irritate. I don't want to be
Mawaziri hawezi fanya
irritated
kazi.
Nanya Kioko, thank you for coming bro. Umenichekesha. Daughters are irritating us out here. Mzalendo, what's up? Itagi. Nika zile inzi, zile unakula nyama choma, zile inzi ukam. Wait, can you talk to these inzis? Mzalendo, are you there? Or do we move on to other people? Senior.
I can hear you, Kibe.
Yeah,
I
go
can
ahead.
hear you,
Go ahead.
Kibe. Good morning.
Yeah, what's up?
Kibe, propaganda Mondays. Who should we believe? Kibe, we should not believe in anyone. It is time everyone to believe in themselves, because even your closest brother can betray you. It reminds me of a set book that I acted on, Kifo Kisimani. So in this war, don't believe in anyone. Believe in yourself. If your hashtag is Ruto must go, believe in it and walk the talk. If your hashtag is Baba must go, believe in it and walk the talk. Kibe, we are not supposed to believe even the clergy, because the clergy is even reading for us Bible verses that is favoring the political class. Yesterday I told my pastor, nilimwambia pastor, tuache hii maneno ya kuambia washirika that we pray for the peace of the nation. Nikamwambia pasi, leo tuambie hawa watu ya kwamba kuna Bible verse inasema ya kwamba you installed kings and I was not aware. So nikamwambia pasi, leo angalau tuambie watu kwamba kuna Hosea 8:4 inasema ya kwamba mulijipeana wafalme na mimi siku kuemo. So nikamwambia pasi, leo watu waombe ya kwamba kama huyu mfalme yuko pale na sio Mungu alimuweka, si amtoe. Na nikamwambia hata Daniel 2:21 inasema I am the one who installs kings and removes them. So nikamwambia tuache kila wakati pray for the peace of the nation, pray for the peace of the nation. Let us also tell people ya kwamba kuna Bible verses ambazo zinasema God does not support evil kings. Let us not even believe in the opposition. Mtu kama Raila leo anasema dialogue, kesha anasema hakuna dialogue. I don't believe in Baba anymore, even if I have voted for him 4 times. I don't believe in the old man again. These are people who should just quit the politics and go home. So the bottom line is believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Mimi najiamini mimi. Kesho niko kwa barabara na ni mimi nitaenda. Yule nitapatana naye huko, we join hands together, but I'm not believing in anyone. Even you, Kibe, I'm not believing in you. I believe in myself. Thank you.
That's the way it's supposed to be, my nigga. Just like that. That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah, believe in what you believe in. All right, thank you, Mzalendo. Appreciate that. Oh, man. Frank K.E.
Yeah, good morning Kibe.
What's up?
What's up? Yeah, maze uko poa lakini.
Chilling, my guy.
Yeah. First maze nilikuwa maze sijabambika vile maze. So the thing is maze kuna maboys bado hawajui kwa nini tunaenda maandamano. Kuna wase bado hawajarada. Kuna wase bado wanauliza kwa nini tunaenda maandamano. Like yesterday nilipata msee nikamwambia Tuesday tuko ground. Alafu ananiambia wewe enda. Wewe utaenda tu maze utapigwa risasi utakuja kokota kware. I was like, msana bunga nini? Kwani mse si Mkenya, mimi nakaa Uganda, msana ka Kenya maniaje? Yaani kuna wase bado hawajui anything by the way. So nilikuwa nashindwa kwani mse si Mkenya, ananiambia nini? Anyway, tuachane nayo. So another thing is Kibe nilikuwa nakuuliza kazi ya Mudavadi ni gani? Hebu niambie alafu niendelee. Hello Kibe?
Chief advisor.
Chief wakina nani sasa?
Si tu Ruto.
Okay. Sasa kama huyu jamaa ni CS na pia alikuwa anasimamia manini wengine ma CS wote. Ma CS wengine hawayuko, washatimuliwa wote. Huyu msee anafanya nini hapo? Huyu msee inafaa yeye ndiye angeanziwa kwanza, ndio hao wengine wote watoke. Huwezi toa wasee wawili watatu alafu na chamse mwingine hapo. Huyu msee hatafai kuwa hapo. Huyu msee anafaa ongetolewa wote. Another thing, jana Ruto sijui
Frank, there's something wrong with your mic. I don't know whether ni headphones or ni Bluetooth. But disconnect the Bluetooth or remove the headphones and then come back. Okay, because every time we talk, kuna feedback ingine wataguan. Aileti changwe. So as we wait for Frank to come back, Frank.
Yeah?
Yeah, bado your feedback iko. Uvivu ni adui mkubwa wa ujenzi wa taifa, kwani hicho kiini sasa kisababisha chonja. Ewe ndugu yangu we, amka kumekucha, kamata jembe na panga, twende shamba. Hey! Mimi mzee. Brian Interior, what's up?
Yes, Kibe, how are you, bro?
I'm easy, bro.
Today I want us to talk about solutions, yeah? First, how do MPs get money that they buy choppers like the one we see Baraza with? CDF should be kept away from members of parliament because these MPs are using this CDF to steal money from us. For example, Kibe, CDF, they issue bursaries like 80 million, and you'll find that 80 million, only 30% will go to the students. The
Brian, aren't you doing
Yes.
exactly what you said you are not going to do? You said today I want us to talk about solutions.
Yes,
I was
I'm talking
ready.
about solutions.
I was ready with my pen and paper. Then you went into the problem, and I'm like, Allah, we are back at the problem.
I'm giving you
Talk
the
about problem.
solution.
Go
Okay.
straight to the solution. Yeah.
Solution number one, we disband the CDF and we have a national education authority where all these money that are meant for education can be in one place and students can apply for them directly. Two, we need to merge Kura, Kera, and Kenha to form national and county roads authority. The corruption is always through all this duplication of road work. We find counties doing the same road that Kenya is doing and Kura is doing. That is corruption. Another thing, we reduce the number of counties to 8. Then we reduce the number of MPs to 150, and affirmative action can be achieved through through an amendment to the election act to have some MPs, some constituencies have women to represent them on rotational basis. Senate should be done away with because we have a lot of limitation of legislating work, so we don't need Senate. By the way, why should you have Senate? Then public service should be something that is voluntary, Kibe, because how do we have billionaires running to go to the public service and not in the private sector? So we should have a public service where all MP salaries are capped at 500,000 Kenya shillings. This will at least demoralize some criminals from running for this political seat, and we have very honest people. Regular lifestyle of public servants is mandatory because theft is happening in public servant on daily basis. We should have these people be checked on daily basis so that we know an earn salary ya 50,000 haizi kuwa millionaire overnight. That means aliiba hiyo million yenye ako nayo na salary yake ni 150,000, inafaa ichukuliwe gava iweke place inafaa ifanye kazi. Then we also need to have cabinet to be appointed from parliament. Why am I talking about this, Kibe? We need to reduce cost of operation. If we have MPs as cabinet secretaries, we'll be paying them allowances to be CSS, and we reduce the number of CSS to be 18 or 15 if possible. This will at least reduce the cost of operation in government. Then, Kibe, there are reports that we youth needs to look at. The TJRC report, yeah? I've taken some time to go through them. These reports have solutions to what we are going through. The Ndungu Land report. If we go through these reports and we implement them, at least we'll have a solution for our country. Then youths also. I want to tell you that political parties are very important. We need to stop this issue of political parties, briefcase political parties, and have a political parties that represent our ideas and agenda. If we say we don't need a political party, how will we channel our idea? We'll end up voting for some thugs during election and end up having people who don't represent our wishes. We need to have a political party that we can push our agenda in there, and we can get elected to those top political positions so that we push our issues from the party. Then, Kibe, I want to talk about police reforms. Sorry, but I believe police reforms is very true. Police reforms, you find that police officer earn 38K, Kibe. And this guy, amepigwa transfer match, anawa na familia watoto watano. How do you expect this guy to go and survive with his family? This guy will automatically be collecting bribe from each and every person he meets, because lifestyle yake haizi manage na salary yake. Reforms means we start with their mental well-being, to their pay, to their housing. It is very important that we look at that. Thank you, Kibe.
And you know, when you mentioned how is he supposed to survive? Now, me, unfortunately, I went to the other side of the story and I said, when we are inducting them into Kiganjo and into the, into all these services, or, whatever they'll be, we must tell them that you have to learn to live within your means. Hiyo ni conversation ingine lazima tukuwe nayo. We must have that conversation, because if we don't, then what we're doing is we're lying to each other, thinking that we can force one person to do something for another. No, nobody can do that for you. Right now, the thing that the Gen Z have given us is an opportunity to have a say for better governance. That's why even now, place kuna corruption, unapata Gen Z wanaweza kama waseme, hey, tumekata hii corruption hapa. So people now have a voice. Hold on, Brad. I mean, are you getting what I'm saying?
I'm getting you, Kibe. I really understand you.
Thank you, Brian. Anything else?
I'm good. Let me listen, please.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Let's keep it moving. Go to Mogire Senior. What's up? Mogire Senior. If Mogire Senior is not there, Senior Chief, are you there?
Morning, Kibe.
Morning. What's up?
Can you hear me? I think the first mistake we did was to get people to office who never believed in this constitution. Ruto voted no. Meaning he never believed in this constitution, and he swore to defend it. So there's no way you can defend something that you don't like, or you don't love, or you never supported in the first place. So he just here for the show. This guy has never taken any political. He doesn't believe in taking political responsibility. Remember the time Mother Karua resigned because she was given a ministry, but she had no power. Her voice was never taken seriously by the government of the day. So she resigned. These CSAs, if they could speak the truth, they would tell you the person who was running their ministries was Ruto. They couldn't even get anybody employed to those ministries. So they're just there. They're like flower girls. This guy believes he is the only person who can fix Kenya, and fixing Kenya meaning he is fixing himself. He's just there for himself. So when we say that we are draining the swamp, we are saying we are going back to the 1963 from the land reforms, from all these reports that have been concluded. We need to understand, why do we have people who are homeless in Kenya and yet we have land? Why is Del Monte still doing in Kenya 100 years later? Who is this person? And it is a shame, because personally I come from Murang'a County, where we don't have land, but most of the land is with this guy called Del Monte, or the company that's called Del Monte. Their reasons as they are renewed in funny circumstances, where we have people.
Senior Chief, we lost you, bro. Did the Del Monte guys get you or what? Right, as you wait for Senior Chief to come back, Samuel, you seem to have many points today. What's going on? Samuel.
Yes, Kibe. Kibe, you see, who checks the government? You know, we have oversights about every single thing in our institution these days. We just never get to browse about to join in happen. Now, my solution, because this conversation is about solutions, it's not about problems that we already know we have. It's about solutions that the problems that have been there for a long time have to go. Now, my solution, it's on a two-part system. The first part system, it's more of like a federal government. Having another form of government that checks the government that's already there. We want to see the funds that are given to you, that actually that was given to this department, how it was accounted for. Now, if it's not accounted for, the government sees over your duty, and we don't need to have about substituting any other different individual, because there's already a government that's already there. You know, check the government that's in place. The other is limiting the government, having Ruto, having the administration that's there, having separation of powers, having him to have less power. That atahitaji, he cannot he cannot coexist by himself. Unaona, atahitaji kuwa na watu wengine around, whereby the president has less powers. Anataka kwenda kuomba loan, itabidi ametembea around, si kuamka one day na kuenda na tuambie loan yake ni gani. Structuring of a government. I used to love the 8 provinces that we have. For instance, tukuwe na 8 provinces with 8 governors and 2 senators from each individual provinces. Okay, legislatures wanatoka there. We have individual places running, governing by themselves. Zote ziko intertwined with the national government. Individualism. Wewe kama unataka kuibia watu, ibia watu wa kwenu uone what happens. Hautahama place ingine. So my thinking is either having a government that oversee the current government, or having a new system of government and having less people in the government, having less individuals, structuring the government ya kwamba the president akona less powers, kwamba ezi amka one day ambie mtu sichane mali fulani. It's like, pia sisi tuko na akili ya kufikiria in this particular region. You can decide what you want, but you can give your own opinion about stuff. Not unilaterally power yenye anaamka, he can declare whatever he wants. So limiting his power, limiting his, ukilimit the power of the president, kwamba president anahitaji kufanya so much stuff, then you literally limiting the executive branch imekuwa ikifanya. Remember, with the executive branch in place, regardless on how much powers imekuwa restricted since the previous constitution, it's been still so much, the capabilities in and the parliament becomes the rubber stamp. So everyone, each place on a point, there's a problem. Seeing that we have to solve that problem is having a government that oversees the government that needs to be. If you're working in the government, you're working in the state government, right? So wewe kama ufanyi kazi yako, instead of sisi kufanya all this crap, there's a government in place kusema this guy afanyi kazi yake and he's gone, and there's no need ya kusema kwanza kuwork, because the measures zenye ziko in that government, if you're not performing your duty, be it the president, be it the judiciary itself, be it local government. See, the local government ulikuwa unafikiri ni independent. It's not independent as we say it to be. Ni kama kokota pesa kwa kanisa iende kwa the top kabla kurudi back. What? If watu wa Kiambu wameamua kujijengea kwao, they have put their place in place. They've decided they rate your land. They've decided to put place biashara. Their town is good. Mbona hao wasikuwa na different tax rate na wewe mwingine? If unaona that's a good place to go, you go. But the government is in every personal life. The way unaishi, the way unanua mkate, the way unalala. You talk about tuko free Kenya. Anza kupata pesa ndio utajua uko free na wakati. Hakuna freedom hapa. So this separation of powers, ya kusema kwamba the president doesn't need all these powers himself. This too much power hii yenye sasa ina protect at the same time. Unaona? Too much power individual ana own kwa mtu mwenye ako, unaambia mtu mwenye ako tao anafuata the same rule yenye mjamaa mwenye ako Ocha anafuata. They're two separate individuals. Mimi si expect to enda Ocha ni buy mkate the same price, but it's like, why? Why is this? Hakuna mjamaa anafanya. It's like hatuna individual. Ikami kwenda Mombasa, Sharks kwetu ni Kwale. You go to that place, unataka ikae ocha the way it is, even though ina grow na tourism na other stuff, na hata kama ni back. But can you imagine you pay a bigger price? Bro, we're not even independent. Unaona? The people wanakwambia, the more people wako in position of power, wanna come from places zenye ziko very poor, very undeveloped. And the separation of powers inafanya kufanya. If and every parliament, if una represent this town, you live in that boundary ya hiyo town, ya hiyo constituency. Wewe unaambia wewe ni MP wa Kibera na ukai Kibera, sasa unasema nini? Ati mimi wa Kibera na siki Kibera. Una represent Kibera gani? Uko na wajamaa kwa issues on the ground. Unaona? So the state inakuwa it with its own power. So we can keep going on, but understanding is either we branch it out to devote to the whole administrative state na institute a new and a broad way ya separation of powers with a constitution-based system. Sisi ni democratic, we're not a republic. Unaona? So there is no individual basis, lakini mimi naangalia wakati kulikonga na provinces tulikuwa less people in the government. Unaona? Hakuna haja kurudisha mshahara chini, unavuta kazi position iko na individual moja. Hawa watu wote ni wanini lakini jo? Do you know how many do you know each administration can get into power? How many members do you know how many members inaweka into positions zenye ziko allowed kuweka in administrative positions? So many in local and the national government. Sasa tunaangalia hao company inaraniwa na wakale tu. This is the country we are living on today. Ya kwamba regardless una fight the system, kama u break it down na ama una oversight the entire system itself. Tunataka mtu a check the judiciary. Tunataka mjamaa a check the legislature themselves. When MP, ujue kuna oversight of a government of its own. If you could just a body inakuwa funded wakati mtu mwingine anaingia into administration inatolewa. You either have a government, a federal government for instance nimesema. You have a federal government yenye ina oversee watu wenye elected members of parliament. Only mwenye ako elected wanakuwa oversight. Ndio sisi tunauliza this government, ninyi mnafanya kazi gani kwamba, and that's when inaingia hapa. Tuna check this individual. Atulifanya shida sijui 19. Mtu mwenye amefanya corruption bit 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Tutakupata tu. We will get you. And hizi vitu zitaenda. Hizi kesi tuta dig back up. Ulifanya kwa kazi kwa serikali, you left a footprint in this government. Imagine unaenda saizi bado umeshikwa saizi unaingia stenje. Si ndio? Kitambo ulikuwa unaekewa print, unapigwa hapo hivyo mkono, unaekwa nini, unasema jina hata si yako. Paperwork. Alafu kesho unasema sijaifungwa jela, sijaifanyiwa nini. Masanse wanakuanga on our side. The problem pia wao wamewekwa ni kwamba ni institution yenye imewekwa. Sasa hizi Karawa akienda training, aende basic training, akirudi hivi is a different individual na mwenye alienda. Because it's the ideology imewekwa kwamba pale. So if you are changing the whole system to change. Polisi, imagine polisi anatoka aitwanga pass out. Huyu jamaa ni Mmeru, anapelekwa Somali. Seriously, si Somali, anapelekwa Mandera ama anapelekwa North. Hajui watu wa kwao. Police has to be local. Not national, local police. Shosho hajui kuongea Kiswahili, anaongea Kikuyu alafu namletea hapa Mjaka. Sasa bro atamsaidiaje pale? Unaona? Watasaidiana aje? Anakaa local ndo inafanya wakidi wanataka kuwa hapo. Masanse. So each institution inaanza kukua branch. Powers zinakuwa separated. Isikuwe president anaamka siku moja anaambia one county ama anaambia one province unahitaji kufanya this unilaterally without powers. The county itself iko on its own way ya think about it, inakuwa na coordination with the county government, with the national government. Now with the politics with it, hawezi kuwa with a movement without individuals when you want to represent the movement. Each and every person mwenye anaenda riot akona belief just like the mwenye ako kando yake. Each and everyone, they know what they want, they know how they want to get it, and na wote wanajipa, each and everyone has persuaded themselves kwamba there's nothing is gonna happen kama Ruto atoki pale. Yani any possibility you think about right now, changes in the government, changes in the what, each and everybody believes kwamba until Ruto anaenda, then those changes zitakuwa enacted. Without him going, it's just tuna drag with fantasy, tuna drag with tunakaa tu hapo tunangoja tuone nini itasemwa, tuna drag with these fallacies tukijiambia maybe this is a state propagated way ya sisi kubelieve. Tunawekwa into the game sasa, tunaingia tunawekwa into the machine system, so wanaanza kutulearn sasa, wana learn with the things they throw around us, wana throw this around. Let's see what the movement will react with this particular thing. Let's throw something around. Okay, are they well balanced with these issues? Believe me, saizi within few months, few weeks, watarudisha mambo ya LGBTQ just in this part. They throw everything around corner what sticks, and whatever sticks, they work with it. Because objective yetu ni kusema we are running leaderless, we are running fearless. Let's say this party is X party, yenye haina an unknown party, yenye haina individuals hapa. Yeah? But everybody akisema mnenda rally, anybody akisema mnenda pale, everyone anajitokeza, anajiambia kwamba it's whatever I believe, it's more than individual. Mimi, if I create a forum ya kusema we need to decide leaders, for instance on a individual network kama hii ya Kibe opens up Tuesday, how do we select leaders hapa hivi? So Kibe sets up this program na kusema ideas zake doesn't really matter, ina matter wenye wanachagua ni aje na the portfolio individual. You have to kukua na spokes individual, you have kukua na watu that wata defend what's good, wata defend what's bad, yenye watakuwa wakisema we condone this thing. Nobody saizi ojamaa wana infiltrate individuals. Nobody stands up and say because I'm the leader I just can't stand watching this stuff going on. We can't even fund. Tuna fund with individuals, lakini hataki kuwaita leader. We are afraid kukua put into contempt. Tunakuwa afraid kwamba tunakuwa unaona that fear, the captive wana capitalize on that. They keep saying, and the division inaanza wakisema this is a Gen Z movement. So wakati watu wali attack parliament, wali occupy parliament, if I should say, the government the next day and the following day and the current days imekuwa ikisema hawa watoto wetu hawa Gen Z, unajua hawa wanajua nini, tunawasikia, lakini wale wengine identity politics tushajicategorize. It's not about kitambo, ilikuwa about kabila gani, gender ikakuja, social class construct yenye tuko nayo ni kusema okay, this is a middle class, this is what, that's gone. Sasa hizi ni kwamba wewe ulizaliwa era gani. This is Gen Z. Wanasiasa wanasema Gen Z wako sawa. Anyone mwenye yuko Gen Z wanaona ni kama wao wana support these kids wenye wamebleki, hawajui rada yao ni gani. So wanaangalia Gen Z like kids wenye wamechoka tu, they just ranting about. It's like summer wave. Wameamua tu kuenda tuko kurant nothing about nothing. So why should we feel intimidated about young kids? So we should separate these kids from anyone else mwenye anajaribu kusupport them. So anyone supports this ndiye anaonekana kama wewe uko na problem. How come you are, so if Gen Z hawataunda structure or anyone will create a structure ya kusema being a movement you need to disclose how utakuwa una put your point across. So let's find a way ya solution isikuwe about anything else, because the problem you have, mnataka Ruto akitoka ndio problem ikuwe, si ndio? Now if Ruto doesn't go, it doesn't, hata saizi whatever happens bado still Ruto has to go. You see, the ultimate goal ni do whatever it is, vuta whatever buda, unaweza vunja hata serikali yote, but kama pia wewe uendi, that's where people wako na problem. Now going, what does that mean? That's the biggest win everyone is expecting kusema we got a win because Ruto alienda. Okay. So is that then ndo mtachagua leader after Ruto ameenda? Is that what you're saying? Ruto akienda ndo mtasema huyu ndo leader wetu sasa? I don't understand about planning. Yeah, all this. That's when I say tukuwe na narrative yenye ita change. Having in media, every time I get frustrated, everyone akisema nilisikia kwa KTN, nilisikia kwa NTV, nilisikia kwa Citizen. It's like who told you ukisikia kwa Citizen ni ukweli? How can we have our own individual? You separate every individual. Pole pole. Ikifika time ni rahisi kusema tuko na leader wetu because we have a platform. Twitter ina reinforce the reason to have the narrative. The spaces in a reinforce that so much that anyone anasema nika kusikiza radio. Twitter ni kama express nika kusikiza radio. Now, the way radio ina work is the biggest thing in inakuanga. Having an individual, this is independent. I don't believe Kibe analipwa na serikali kutuhost hapa or anyone else amekuwa attracted for this matter. Whoever mwako hapa, wewe ni shida yako. Okay? Now whatever we have sasa hivi, ni ku create this narrative inakuwa permanent. Isikuwe kesho tunarudi pale with a solution tulisema jana tuko nayo. Kesho tuna chicken now. A solution has to be solid as the movement it is. Sasa hizi watu wanaona movement is solid. But wanaanza kuangalia the planning and the structural understanding of this is not as solid as the movement it is. Everything ikiwa at par, uko na engine iko sawa, lakini body imechapa bro. Sasa hata Afrika bro, hata ukiangalia vile itaenda sasa, bro, unaona hii speed na vile inakaa, so unafaa ukae iko streamlined manze. Everything has to be in place. So if we are learning through the process, I can say ni kama mtu learn through the job, but we have to catch up quick. Kama we are learning through the job na kusema at the end of the day tutapata job and expecting our answer has to be based on what Ruto does. That you are captured by the narrative in your system iko. System ina narrate kwamba if we get Ruto out, as long as we stick Ruto in, these people haven't won anything. And to them ni kwamba we need a staff guy mwenye anaweza simamia this system tuko nayo. Individuals tuko pale, wajamaa wanataka ku move on into the next thing, but tuko drive kusema who's supposed to lead, who's supposed to be on a committee. Doesn't have to be individual. What do you think leadership ni about one individual? That's what wanasema party. It's an organized structure. Iko na positions different in the party. Kuna mtu waku set up riots, kuna watu waku raise funds, kuna watu waku check up bookings na vitu kadhaa, wakufuatilia membership. These are all the people. Mtu anafuatilia membership sasa tena huyu hataki kumweka sasa kwa movement. Kusaidia ma youth bado hawajui kupata. Unafikiri ni kubaya mpaka hata kupata ID ni ngori. Ma youth wanasema hata kuna mtu tu manzi angekuwa kwa organization amenicall amenisaidia kupata ID. Just kuanzia tu hapo. Hiyo ni part of the organization itself. Hiyo ni leadership. Kusema besides tuchukue candidate, unajua ni vizuri kusema okay, we don't have a candidate, that makes sense because whatever tunaendelea it's about election. If Ruto goes, it's kama mnamtoa into election. Unless mnataka kumtoa kama Trump ama mnacheza nini zenu huko. Hamtaanza hizi form manze. Sasa hizi ni kusema kama mnamtoa niyo dignity yake yenye ameshinda akijipatch around. He understands the law. Wacha tumuonyeshe law ni nini kwa election. Tuna pack his bags and back for na anaenda Sugoi aenda achimbe whatever anachimba huko. Na anything else inafuatiliwa na that. We can't say tunangoja that happens to decide what. That's the most cynical thing to ever to think about in this movement. The movement in a catch on. And then tunakosa leadership ya catch on with the movement itself. The movement drives. This is like a network. Umefungua a network. Now you have a network. You have service. You have data. Alafu unashindwa kudrive. Unashindwa kumarket something you already have. We already have the government to understand kwamba we not nothing to play about. Just the leadership. What kind of message is this man tunajaribu kuchapiana hapa? Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not be naive. Tensions zilikuwa high zikianza. Anything was tolerated. Now, not anything will be tolerated. Fooling around na kuthrow words around. We don't care about Charlene Ruto. She can say all she wants. I'm sure she frustrates a lot of people being in that class. But our problem is sisi ourselves. If we put ourselves together, we stop talking about others. Wanaanza kubonga about sisi. Sasa hizi wao wana dictate what the narrative is. We can't dictate because the only dictate tunakuanga nayo ni kwenda kwa street. Is there anything else inafanywa besides kwenda kwa street? Nothing tusiende. But when that call comes, can it that be effective every time iko na different symbol? And that's what the leadership comes with from the party. The party inakuwa na leadership. The party will decide what the narrative, what the candidate will be at that particular time. Individuals na positions za party zinafaa zikisaidia kurun this. That's what we need, the structural foundation. Yeah, Gen Z. Let's say it's a Gen Z party. Okay? It's a Gen Z party. So before tuanze kusema tunataka vet people wenye watakuwa into leadership the government, how about we tuanze vet people watakuwa in the leadership of the movement itself? Before tukuwe na tuanze kuvet anyone else. We vote our individuals when you want to lead this movement. You stop what you're doing. You don't care when mvuvi, wewe ni mkulima. This is the movement itakuwa funded na ku make sure kwamba tumefika mwisho. This is not a part-time job. If you're given a position of this, nikakuwa kumepewa position in a government. We drive this to the end. But kusema tunataka kuanza kucheck positions in the government, how it works, how it functions, how it should be working, na yetu iko unchecked. Unaogopa bro, saizi nikaa kusema tumeitwa match kucheza na, na Chelsea na hatuna team, lakini tuko na players wanajua kucheza. What does that even mean? Mko na players wanajua kucheza lakini hamna team. Mnamaanisha nini? What kind of message is this? You have movement in it. Bro, we've been joking around. The time ya kujoke around ni kwamba the other side inaona this is a joke. Kwanza you're proving it to be a joke. Okay? You're insisting that it's a joke. You're saying whatever happens, sisi tuna deal na only vitu personal, vitu zina to hurt feelings. We don't want to deal with the reality ya ku stand upon a podium, ya kusema this is our belief, this is what we stand for, and this is the guy we stand for now. Okay, this is the guy that will lead. And if yourself una ego yako inakuwa too much from the position what the party says, you step down and you fall back in line and you let the movement go. That's what you have. Kama hakuna hiyo structure ya position kwamba mimi nimelead hii kitu, we will be having people when you lead the previous maandamano ya kwanza wangekuwa kwa position tujue mambo yao ni yao, wangekuwa wametoka, wengine wamelead ingine, everyone trying to prove kwamba aje. There is a reason why we have to be in this movement, and the reason ni kwamba we have a single say, we have a single persuasion, and we have a single system ya coordination. Unasikia mtu anaandamana a different place, anaandamana a different thing ya mtu anaandamana tao, a complete different stuff. Anaelewa nini anaandamana, but still where is that calling ya kusema this guy amebeba that particular movement, kusema okay, it's not bendera ya Ruto must go, it's not bendera ya liberation, bendera ya that unity ya the party ya movement imeunda, ya kusema kwamba we are strong regardless what happens, whether Ruto anataka kuenda asiende. This is a formidable organization. Unaona, imekuwa created in a movement ya individuals wamesema we are tired of this
Bro,
and our
maliza
objective hivyo
so
inafaa
that we
kuwa,
can
so ni
also
hivyo
nini.
itakuwa. Thanks sana hizo jo.
Yeah, thanks Kibe. I've seen your headline today, and I'm very very happy about it, because I have two propagandas to pass around as well. And one propaganda, the first one is one that people will not like very much. There was an outage on the 25th, an internet outage, you know, and it was, you know, impacting the whole of East Africa. Kenya was the most impacted. Yeah, and there was a whole conversation around it, and how certain companies colluded with the government, you know, to shut down the internet, you know. And while that was a story that really drives emotion and in the moment, and some of these things you need to know the right time to speak about them, that wasn't really the case. So if you are, I happen to be a little bit familiar with the fiber infrastructure, the national backbone infrastructure for the fiber, and I can tell you without fear of contradiction, Kenya, there is a way. First, we need to understand there is a way the information is. There is a way in which traffic moves from Kenya to the to the rest of the world. Let me say that. So the whole country is being served by a limited number of subsea cables. So these subsea cables, they are being owned by international companies, of course, because that infrastructure is very, very heavy. It's very capital intensive. So there is a few people who can actually do that. So akina Google, you know, the big wigs. So Kenya is being served by Seacom, Easy. The Google has a couple of cables as well. There's a cable running through Djibouti. There are cables coming into through the coast. So what happens is that when the cable comes, it goes into the landing station. Then from that landing station is where now the whole ISPs, the service providers, Ikue Safaricom, Ikue Airtel, Ikue which one, they all buy bandwidth basically from those people. Safaricom does not have their own private way to the internet, like their own private cable. These are all rented from third parties. So what happened on the 25th is these landing stations, these are where the government took control, okay? Because there are not so many, you know, less than 8, you know. So in taking control, then they decided to disconnect. The internet did not go out at once, if you noticed. It started going down, then it was there, then it wasn't, then it was there, you know. So they first disconnected the first cables. So you find most of these Safaricom being a company that carries probably a lot of traffic, given the fact that it has the majority of the customers. You'd find that the impact on Safaricom is a lot, you know. If you looked at the communications around the time, of course, Safaricom did the first communication, and then, you know, Airtel did the following communication. Then the people were already up in arms, you know. So people never really saw the Airtel communication. So why are we saying this? You saw even Ugandan traffic transit through Kenya. Rwanda traffic transit through Kenya. So at the time when these guys were making this decision to turn off the internet, it was just as easy as disconnecting cables from the interconnect in those places. And this is something that can happen again, you know, so that you will see again, oh, the internet is out, the people are colluding again. No, it's just the government doing its own thing. Then people are wondering, yeah, but you know, YouTube was working for some people. The YouTube was working, and then it wasn't. It was working. Yeah. So in any serious telecommunication network, when you have a lot of customers and you have, like I told you before, those internet links, the outbound links, the ones, the fiber cable, there are only so many, and that bandwidth is bought. So you don't ideally want always your traffic to traversing to Google servers over there if you can have them locally. So they do something called caching across the lineage. Both Airtel, all the major telcos do it. So the cache, they store the most requested content. So that's why you would find that if you are searching a content that was pretty new, then you'd find YouTube is just loading. But then if you searched content that was like the common songs, you'd find YouTube was working. So that is still going to happen because these people, there is no smart way they have to filter Kenyan traffic from going through, from not going through the internet link. And that's why VPNs weren't working, you know. It can't work when the physical connection is not there. So that will still happen if Ruto decides that he wants to really shut down the internet. But I think there was a little bit of backlash as well, as you can imagine, because it also interfered with our neighbors, you know. Mtu alienda akatoa hadi ya Uganda, you know. So that one aside, there is also this claim that we have a bloated representation, and to an extent it's true. But people should not forget about where we came from in terms of representation. I hear there are people talking about us going to 8 provinces, but we came out of 8 provinces because of a reason. The fact that people who are in office are not performing is not a reason for us to return to where we were before. Hiyo story ya kitambo. My governor, good governor Nyong'o, bought software for 60 million in the last financial year. I don't know what he was doing with that software and the amount of maintenance it needed to amount to that. But those are not because that the constitution or what is bad. It's just because that accountability has not been there, and we are injecting the accountability now. But we should also be cognizant of the constitution and protect it from people who might want to ride on this wave to illegally, tamper with the constitution. Nasikia story that toa easy. Some people are not really thinking critically about why those officers are there. I agree on when it comes to parliamentary representation, we can do away with some seats, and that's a consensus we can build upon. We can build for ourselves, But in terms of institution, the institutions that the constitution put in place, especially to check, this government has a lot of check and balances, and if anything is telling you otherwise, just look at the controller of budget and the auditor general. Those 2 women are very, very, very independent. So these people who are occupying independent offices and acting as if their hands are tied, these people, we should ask them questions. They should act with the powers that are needed in that office. And if they find it hard to work in those offices, they should uphold Chapter 6 and just say, we cannot. I cannot be untruthful. I cannot work under purport to work independently when all my orders are coming from somewhere. It's just integrity, basically. It's not. It doesn't mean that we need to change much. Thank you.
Interesting thoughts. Interesting thoughts from everybody. There's something that the guy who was here earlier said. And I said this at the beginning of this conversation. And maybe Gen Z didn't hear me. I said, Gen Z have to consider that right now they are building a parallel government. It's not just one thing, it is everything. It's not just one thing. They have the power to do it. They have to be everywhere. Everywhere, bro, in the mashinani, in the big offices, everywhere. That's how this thing works. Because without Gen Z, there's nothing. Ukweli wa mambo, without Gen Z, his story makes sense. Gen Z are the ones who are the strength of our country. If Gen Z were to decide, if Gen Z decide we're going left, we're all going left. It doesn't matter what Raila people think. It doesn't matter what Ruto's people think. It doesn't matter what our Nyanyes think. If Gen Z decide we're going left, we are going left. That's why it's a very important movement. And it has to have the right people sitting there saying we're going left. But isikuwa ni movement inachukuliwa na mtu anaenda anasema we're going left, mukishafikisha pale anaenda anawaacha anawaambia nyinyi endeni. You saw what Sifuna did to you. He said, hey, come slowly. I belong to a party. I don't belong to this Gen Z. Well, what are you telling me? I am a member of ODM, and when Raila tells me jump, I say how high. Not you, Gen Z. Sure, what do you want to say? Thank you, Yaroslav. Appreciate that. Wonderful submission. Na leo mko na akili ama mimi ndio niko down?
Mr. Kibe,
What's up?
good morning.
Easy, bro. Go ahead.
So I have a very unpopular opinion. Sijui kama watu watanisikiza ama mtanidrop, but what I'm going to say is my personal reflection kwa hii mambo yote and what I think about it. So I'm not attacking anyone. I'm not intending to provoke anyone. I'm just giving my thoughts. So for me naona the Gen Z movement imeanza ku lose direction and mahali imefikia saa hii mi naona Ruto doesn't have to go. He doesn't actually have to go because ukiangalia government vile na work there is like iko na arms kadhaa. Kuna judiciary, kuna legislature na sasa the executive. So hizo arms zote zimefail in one way or the other because when you look at how things are going, Ruto is not the root cause of everything. Like of course I'm a tech part lakini is not the whole point. Ukiangalia vitu zenye zinafanyika kwa counties, there's a lot of corruption, a lot of nepotism kwa employment, like things are not working out, pesa zinapotea, and Ruto doesn't have as a president, he doesn't have the absolute power ku directly control Kenya na happen kwa counties. So the constitution that doesn't give him that kind of power. So tuko na senators, they have failed also ku monitor, ku control, like ku raise alarm Kenya na happen kwa counties. Governors like there's a lot of looting kwa government yenye Ruto yeye mwenyewe hana powers ku directly influence. Angalia do zenye zilipotea Uasin Gishu wakati Manda alikuwa governor. People lost billions of money that president by then Uhuru wasn't even aware about. Sahi mi ni mse natoka Nyamira County. Nyamira County imepata like in the previous financial year kuna do zilipotea more than 4 billion zenye governor ako directly answerable, na mtu mwenye anafaa ku raise alarm ya what's happening in the county ni the senator. So my point is that Ruto has done his part. Tulimwambia yeye yenye issue tulikuwa na yeye ni ya financial bill. That's where the movement started. Financial bill, of course, yeye like hakuwa anataka itoke because yeye ndo amesupport all this while, but sasa vile tulikataa akasema okay, you don't want it now, nimeachana nayo. Tuka raise alarm juu ya cabinet yake. Ruto had to make a very hard decision ya kufire even his closest friends. So he dissolved the cabinet. So saa hii yenye issue tuko nayo sasa, maybe okay, tulisema nani huyu the inspector general of police atoke because of the killings and everything that has been going on. So that guy resigned. So Ruto has done his part. He's trying to do his part. Sasa Kenya tunafaa tumwambie what he should do next. Au watu wenye the cabinet yenye imetoka na hizo pesa zenye zote wamepoteza. So at least we should have a direction. Kama saa hizi Tuesday we are going to occupy Nairobi ama the entire country, but we do not have a clear purpose. Kenya tunafaa kuoccupy, tunapigania nini? What is it that we are going to fight for? Because hatuwezi sema Ruto must go. Ruto is not everything. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of malls in the government zenye wanaiba more than Ruto has ever stolen. So tukisema Ruto has to go, okay, what if tuseme sasa Ruto aseme okay, nimeresign, will the country change to will it make any big difference? Because the people who are there, the people who are in the counties, the people who are in the constituencies, the people who are in these big offices, they are the guys leading corruption in this country. So Ruto akisema may resign, then what next? Do we have someone in place mwenye sahi atachukua and change the entire thing vile inafaa ikue? So I don't think that Ruto is the biggest problem we have. The biggest problem we have is people in these offices all over. So kama tumefight cabinet, the executive imetoka, and Ruto is ready to make changes, we should stop at there. And then now we come to the counties. Ama we follow the CSs wenye wametoka warudishe doo zenye wameiba. Ama we go to the MPs. So Ruto can't do everything. Sahi Ruto haezi sema sasa we ni corrupt, we ni MP wa wapi, umekuwa corrupt kwa nini yako, sasa we toka. Ruto can't do that. He doesn't have that kind of power. Angalia Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi, in as much as tunaweza sema the government inamfaidia a good environment ya yeye kuiba hizo doo zenye anaiba, but Ruto doesn't have the power kumwambia sai step aside ama toka kwa bunge. There's a lot that Ruto can't do. So kusema Ruto mtu mmoja tu ati Ruto must go, it won't solve any problem yenye tuko nazo sahi. There's a lot of people that wanafaa wa leave office, kama like the director of public prosecution. So those are the guys wenye wanapatia hawa wezi a good environment ya kufanya wizi yao. So for me, nilikuwa sana nataka, I was among the first people kusema Ruto has to go, but mahali imefika sahi nimeona Ruto is trying to do what he can do and is leaving the rest to God. So he doesn't have to leave office. Ruto is actually ameanza kuside na sisi Kenya, tunasema ni hivyo, na we can't have a very weak president mwenye tume reduce to nothing. We don't have respect for the president mwenye sasa tunataka kuguide a rule vile si tunataka a rule. It can't work like that. We must give the president the respect he deserves to make the decisions he wants to make. Mali ameenda vibaya, ndo maybe kama sasa financial bill and the rest, ndo tunaweza come up tumwambie no, this is not correct, but we should respect his presidency, tumpatie ample time yake afanye nini restructuring vile anataka kufanya. Now we go to the counties, we clean it, we recall those stupid MPs, and we monitor the senators vitu wanafanya. And if it comes to it, we can even change we can go for a referendum so that we remove this offices zenye ziko a lot of overrepresentation. So I think Ruto is trying doing what he can do. We need to focus on other areas, kwa county, kwa nini, and then the country will move forward. But Ruto going, it will really impact this country. Angalia kenye inafanyika inafasa saa hii.
Wait, sure.
Kibe,
Sawa, ngoja
may I
kidogo.
take him, please?
No, Brian, hold up. Sure, just tumesikia hiyo point yako. No. Tumeisikia. Just mute your mic now. Just hold on. Let us bring some other players into this mix.
Okay.
Yeah. So anybody who wants to counter, and maybe Brian, you wanted to do this, but you had been here earlier.
I would.
All right, go ahead, Steve.
Good morning, sir. Now, yangu tu nitakuwa nitaenda moja kwa moja tu kwa huyo jamaa ambaye ameongea, huyo Shua. Mambo unatuambia mambo ya Ruto, sijui Ruto amekuwa nini, tusimfanyie nini, ati si yeye. My friend, that is the head of the state. Kila kitu ikiharibika ni yeye anachukua responsibility. So wacha kutuambia ati Ruto sijui nini. Hiyo wacha nisiargue na wewe sana hapo. Let me go to my point. Andrew, in the last 2 days, 3 days, we've been treated to a scenario where bodies have been found dumped in sacks somewhere in Kware, Mukuru, Kwajenga. What we've seen is something close to Shakahola stories. Where would it differ slightly is what is happening and what you are being told. Kibe, it's not lost on us. Just the other day, there's a lady who was brutally killed and bodies also found in a sack somewhere in Kasarani, Roysambu, huko chini. Juzi tu hapa, where some Nigeria was allegedly involved. What we saw, police went ahead and arrested someone from the airport, wakafanyia mtu kuchelewa ndege yake bure, wakaachana nayo. Today we are told kwamba somebody has been arrested akiwa anaweka mwili ya mtu somewhere akisubiri mtu wa bodaboda. Kibe, we are being failed by National Intelligence Service. We could have issue like Shakahola, watu karibu zaidi ya 100 ama 200 wanakufa na wanaletwa kila siku wakiwa wamekufa ama wanazikwa pale. Na unataka kuniambia security apparatus wanapatikana off guard? Jana nimeona the new acting Inspector General of Police ametransfer maaskari pale. You transfer or you should arrest or you should hold them accountable. Kama ingekuwa ni public pressure, sahi ungeona raia innocent wangekuwa wanashikwa mkuru kwa nyenga pale, ati tumeshika kumanage public pressure or tension. Then look at what is happening again. Raia anatumika ama anatumiwa kutoa miili pale, raia, na serikali iko na pesa, iko na resources ya kusaidia kutoa hata hizo miili kwa nini, kwa maji. Kwani wale divers hata kama ni Kenya Navy wanafanya kazi gani? Wao wana dive saa ngapi? Ama wao wali sign contract ya kudive kwa maji safi? Na tunaonyeshwa vile wako na uwezo wa kuingia sijui mita ngapi chini ya maji ya kutoa mwili. And how long can we believe ati mili zimetupwa pale? Yeah? Serikali ina uwezo ya kutoa hata kama ni hizi Subaru hata 3, kuescort mtu mmoja ambaye amekuwa abducted auawe Murang'a na atupe huko. Na serikali haina uwezo ya hata kutoa gari sometimes ya emergency, polisi sana. Wewe sasa enda police station wande waambiane kwamba mtu umeibiwa pale na jamaa anakimbia pale, ako pale mbele hajaenda. See how you will be treated. Hakutakuwa na gari. Hata tu a lost phone sahi ukienda kwa polisi pale, upeane pale ati ndio hii namba yangu, simu yangu bado iko on. Tafadhali nisaidie ni kutrack hii simu down immediately. Utaambiwa mtu wa kuitrack ni mtu mmoja, na hiyo gadget iko na DCI, na watakutumia ukuje upate feedback kesho. Na wakitaka kuja abduct sahi, wanakuja with military precision. Na utashikwa. Na utakujua na Land Cruiser karibu 5 ama 4. Na zote zitakupeleka all the way to Yala River na utupwe pale. Sahi naona DCI jana ametoka pale akijaribu kusema kwa one thing is the most clueless DCI we've ever had. Natoka pale akitetemeka kwa microphone anatuambia theories. We are pursuing medical something. We are also pursuing ritual something. We are pursuing. Kwani my friend, you are a DCI. Kenya has the state of art forensic lab ambao sisi tunajua, wengine wetu tumeiona ni mzuri zaidi, kuna all equipments I need to do their thorough investigation. Wewe DCI unasema pale unatuambia watu stories kama stories za jaba, na unafaa kutuambia already rule out possibility ya polisi kuua watu, na tumeona watu wamekuwa abducted na kuuawa. So Kibe, we have a lot as a nation to fix. But now the buck still stop with the president. We will occupy wherever we will occupy. Let Ruto go. Tusianze kusolve vitu before Ruto aende. Wacha to solve na serikali nyingine ikiwezekana. I rest my case, but I still come back, Kibe. Thank you, bro.
Kibe, may I take it, please?
Brian, hold up. Ivy was running, and I want to hear from a woman. After this, Ivy, you'll jump into it immediately. Thank you, Steve Juma, for coming through. Ivy, Sonia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. What are your thoughts today?
Oh, great. So I have wacha nijibu Shua. what he said is why Ruto is not the problem, but mimi wacha niseme how Ruto is the problem. Na nitapena na analogy ya tafakari ya babu ililetwa Citizen yenye umsi alisemanga this shepherd akona ng'ombe mingi na ile ng'ombe ya mbele iko na kengele inalia ngorong na hizi ng'ombe zingine zinafuata ile ng'ombe iko na kengele, lakini huyu shepherd maskini anachapa hii ng'ombe iko nyuma na hajui ile mbele ndio ina set pace. What mimi kidogo I am angry, but what Ruto, I think the country is being run by a syndicate. Unaonanga zile vitu tunaonanga pale El Chapo Narcos, and this syndicate controls all kila kitu, ina control policy. Same thing hapa, Ruto controls the DCI, controls the police, controls the media. If you want to know how Ruto is the problem, kwa nini EPRA ilienda kuongeza road maintenance levy wakati iliangushwa na Murkomen? This guy has used intimidation time and again. Kwani mmesahau akiambia Rai mambo ni matatu ati huyo investor atoke? Huyu Rai alikuwa amepea watu wa Mumias employment, hiyo area wakulima hapo walikuwa wanapata pesa from that company. Kwani mmesahau na saa ngapi, to be honest? Anyway, again, Ruto was against the 2010 constitution because it gave people power. He voted no. Mumesahau saa ngapi? Rais ule mbunge wa alikuwa Citizen alisemanga rais amekamata makende ya bunge. Ruto is the problem. If this country is to move forward, Ruto must go. And I agree with Kibe totally. I think Gen Zs have to have their own parallel government. Now anybody who wants, even other generations who wants to join into this movement, will join too, but tumepita hiyo wakati ya let us give him time, he's trying. Cabinet secretaries wametoka, but still the same nonsense is still going on. Cases are being covered up pale Kware. Kwani mnata what bana. Anyway, I wanted to raise something, to blow something, to whistle blow something. It came to my attention. I communicated pale Twitter, TikTok, my TikTok account. I don't know kama mtu amesema hapa, but it's about the 47 parastatals. Ruto alisema ata dissolve ama zitascrapiwa because ndio at least tukuwe na to save some money. The same thing that is being done today na 47 for parastatals, it happened in the 90s. When wako hapa wanaweza kumbuka the golden handshake that is happening in the early 90s, where the IMF proposed to that government your time, it has to reduce expenditure and increase revenue by watu kufutwa kazi. Na watu wakapewa golden handshake where you're forced to resign ama to quit your work, unapewa pesa kidogo tu kama retirement plan. People wali lose kazi na hadi wa leo wengine hawajawai recover. Jana kwa ile space ya Amerix, ule Nelson alisemanga story ya JKIA kuuzwa chini ya maji na hiyo kitu inafinaliziwa in a month's time. Last year 2021, there's an article you guys can research. 2021 IMF, I think because they knew there will be a change of guard in 2022, that is why walianza hii maneno hiyo 2021. They proposed, these are the words they used, they proposed loss-making institutions and unprofitable institutions and institutions that they have similar works. They be scrapped, they be privatized. Na hiyo list ilitokea, they were 11, last year zikaongezwa tena zikafika 18, sasa Ruto ameannounce 47 parastatals. If you look at those, your article, kuna article ya Star na Citizen Digital, mkiangalia, the companies that are on that list are monopolies in our country. Kuna Kenya Power, kuna Kengen, kuna Kenya Seed Company, kuna East Africa Portland Company. Yes, and by the way, when these companies are sold, not public-private company, the same nonsense that is being done in JKIA, kuuzwa completely ama to be sold, to be leased completely. When these parastatals ama these companies are sold, of course they have assets. Mashamba zinaenda pia na hiyo mashamba yenye iko kama hiyo East Africa Portland ilibomolea watu pale Athi River. Na sasa hiyo mashamba ikachukuliwa na East Africa Portland. When it becomes privatized, inaenda kabisa. Ruto alisemanga ati oh, the people in these parastatals that will be scrapped ama nini nini, they will be absorbed in other ministries. Ni watu wangapi hapa kwa hii space wako jobless? Hawa watu wanatolewa kwa hizi parastatals zenye zitakuwa scrapped, wataenda kwa uko wapi? Kwenye sisi wenye hatuna kazi, hatujapata hiyo place ya kuenda. Anyway, you guys do your research. A lot is going on behind our backs and our noses. Tukue makini sana. Shit is about to hit the fan. Na I think kuna quote nilionanga hapa tu Twitter nikisoma ilisema Gen Zs went out hunting a rabbit, but they caught a buffalo. We didn't intend to undig ama kutoa hizi vitu zote zilikuwa zinaendelea chini ya maji, lakini zimekuja zimetokea, and we're gonna deal with them a day at a time. And for those who are asking, what next if Ruto akitoka kwa hiyo kiti, what next? What next? We're gonna fix this country ata kama it's through a referendum and fix these laws, these punitive laws zenye zimekuwa zikihappen. Fix these positions, fix the number of counties, I don't know, but we are gonna give people power. Venye Supreme Court inasemekananga it's gonna be the highest court. The highest court, hata kwa hii constitution iko, but now it should be the court of public opinion. We create capital offenses yenye mtu akiiba, mtu akipatikana na makosa yoyote kama China doesn't have to rely to ICC ati tutakushtaki ICC. China deals with their perpetrators hapo na wanawamaliza. Ni either Japan ni kujua mtu anajiuanga, akionekana akisikika amejulikana, heri ajiue. Let us be serious. Let us stop sanitizing the president. Hawa watu wenye wana sanitize president, you know what people like you walikuwa wanafanyiwa time ya Mau? Walikuwa wanashikwa, those traitors, those home guards wanaitwa gati, walikuwa wanashikwa, wanabehediwa na wanakatwa into pieces because you're betraying the cause. Kenya is a rich country, it has so much potential, lakini hii pesa iko huku chini kwa corruption yenye wanajaribu. Umeuliza story ya Mandago, ni Kikuyu kuna kwanga na hakuna Moishi na Mosho. There's no pastor, there's no that one who steals na mwingine ana peep. These people are protecting each other. The people in leadership, the MPs, the senators, to the president, they're all protecting each other. So always expect that Ruto atoke. Wanajuana. So let us clear everything and everyone. And then we start afresh. We've got time. Hii serikali si hata imekuwa ikifanya anything. So yeah, nimemaliza. Bye.
Ivy, thank you so much. I love you. You've just spoke my heart. So one thing, guys, I need to talk to Shua. Shua, we're not sorry for Ruto in any way. Ruto is our employee. Remember, every day Ruto earns an allowance being in that state house. We pay him house allowance. We pay Ruto salary to serve us. So acha kukua apologetic to that guy. That guy is our employee. He is answerable to us, not his cronies. So hiyo mambo ya sympathy, that is very, that I don't use bad terms, but that is out of this world. Let's be very brutal with this guy. He earns salary, he will get a huge pension that can employ so many Kenyans. So when you are giving him sympathy, remember he's going to get hundreds of millions akiretire akienda home. So stop this idea that Ruto must stay in power. Yes, we don't want to overthrow Ruto, but we want him to be accountable to the people of Kenya. Many youths are unemployed. Many youths are suffering outside here. Ukitembea kwa barabara in town, you'll find guys are talking with themselves. Boss, unapata mtu anajiongelesha. Somebody's ana counted vidole. Because this guy alimaliza chuo, hana mbele wala nyuma. Akirudi kwa hao jioni atachemsha strong tea na ngumu na halale. Then you want to be sympathetic to a millionaire who we have employed to work for us. Bro, are we kidding? This is our country. We cannot suffer in our country that tunatafutia jobs za mboch uko Saudi Arabia. Mamaka aliuza shamba kupeleke uni, akupeleke high school, atunatafutiwa kazi ya umboch ama uochi Saudi Arabia. Mamaka kuinvest uende kwa umboch. No parent wants his child to pull a wheelbarrow. That's why when I see some people, me personally, I oppose Ruto because mamangu kuwaste pesa ya kunipeleka shule ili nije nisukume wheelbarrow. We have to be very honest with us because it is our life that is on the line, not This politician was came to director uko NDU, National Defense College, the Defense University. Wherever uko wapi sahi? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Where uko wapi? These politicians are very shielded. They are very protected. Sisi, we don't have those godfathers who will put us in high position. Personally, mimi nimejifungulia kampuni ka interior design because there are no jobs. Even in that jobs unapata mtu ameleta Mchinese hapa Kenya anafanya the same job with the huge capital and anatoka from China, where huwezi compete naye. We have another construction company. These people wamepea Mchinese mpaka barabara ya kuweka mara. Bro, are you still sympathetic about these people? Are we kidding? Are we so dumb that we are closed in our minds that we should always be sympathetic to a person because he is coming from our region, our nonsensical tribe, our whatever? Guys, let's be very brutal with facts when we are attacking this regime. It is a matter of corruption, it's a matter of cronyism, it's a matter of nepotism. That is why we are fighting this regime. Then, let me talk about another thing. There are people who want to build their political career using this revolution. One is Miguna Miguna. I'm sorry to call names. Miguna Miguna wants to build his political career using the young Kenyans. Another one is Tony Kashoka. These are people who serve the highest bidder. They have no soul. But I want to serve the people who pay them well. Miguna Miguna will lie to you how he wants to fight for the country. But where is Miguna Miguna? He's telling you that Che Guevara was not in his country. Let me tell you guys, Miguna Miguna's kids have everything. If we need to be objective. Let's not be lied to by some of these opportunistic politicians. Yes, Jimmy Wanjigi is talking good about debt, but Jimmy Wanjigi is also part of the problem. I don't lie to you people. Jimmy Wanjigi, how did he make his billions? He is part of our problems. He is part of the bigger cartel that has been taking money from this country from the time of independence. I have very many friends from Mount Kenya, and I always ask myself, why are my brothers in Kikuyu land, some of them are squatters and landless, yet they were the people who fought for independence? Go back to history. History tells us that some people from somewhere took land at the independence, wakasema, wewe jigawe hivi na hivi, mimi najigawa hivi na hivi. When you go to, I initially mentioned about Truth and Justice and Reconciliation report by Bethlehem Kiplagat. If we go back to the history, we need to take back all these lands. Gaid always talks about privatization. That is why we lost very many public assets. I believe we should go back to the independence title deed so that we know each and every land that belongs to the government of Kenya, so that anybody who grabbed land after that, we can recover it back. This is our country. This is not a country of a few cartels getting rich while we are suffering in poverty. It is time for people to reclaim their country back from the criminals. We are not servants of IMF. We are not servants of World Bank. We are servants of Kenya, and the only person we worship is God. And all these politicians are there to serve us, not to serve the IMF, not to serve the World Bank. It is our time to reclaim back our country and we get back our independence. We are not yet independent. The day we will be independent is the day we will take 10% of the population and send them to committee because these people have stolen enough. It is time to say enough is enough. We want back our country. First, we want back our land. We want back our resources. We want back our jobs. There is an issue hapa immigration where unapata mtu ana approve baka inaitwaje foreman, mtu site supervisor akuja fanye kazi Kenya. Kwani hakuna Mkenya anaweza kuja kufanya site supervisor hapa? Ni Chinese anakuja kufanya hiyo kazi? I'm not being racist, but let's be honest. If you want to create employment, we have to look at who is issuing these work permits to Chinese and whatever to come to our country and do jobs that are meant for Kenyans. We need to change the structure. I'm not supporting any coup, but I'm supporting a constitutional way of challenging our issues so that we can be heard and listened to. Yes, Ruto is at the head of the table now. We need to tell him that you need to work for us. Do not work for anybody, for your group, friends, and relatives. You need to work for Kenyans. Working for Kenyans means you need to drain the swamp at EACC. It's a laundry machine that is cleaning Kenyans there. ODPP, withdrawing cases the way they want. They think they are God. We need to. Those are our enemies. Thank you, bro Kibe.
Kibe, can I be next?
Oh yeah, why not? Go ahead.
I've keenly been listening to how my friends have been.
Wait, hold up. This is who? Nyagenya.
Yes.
Amutabi
Yes,
was going
Kibe.
next. Just hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. It's Amutabi going next. Yeah. Then I'll jump to the rest of you. Be patient.
Okay, Kibe, thank you very much. And I would like to say that I'm commending your impeccable space holding skills, very organized. First of all, I came in when there's a guy who was talking about leadership. We have been stressing all the time that it's very easy to infiltrate a movement that is being led by leaders. Like you said, you saw people like Sifuna. They came, they pretended they were with us. The likes of Babu Owino, they reflect the same. And then when their real leaders came calling, they actually left very fast and went back to their cocoons. So we made our demands very clear that we actually made what the president, what we want the president to do very clear. We gave him everything. At first, this was a movement that was only supposed to reject the finance bill. But after the president used all the force, killing more than 41 people, actually more than 300 people in this movement, we decided that he was not the right person to lead us. It's not a coup. We just want whatever we want done. On the issue of Shua, yesterday he was saying that Ruto is trying to sanitize Ruto. I want to tell you that Ruto knows what he's doing. Ruto knows what he's doing. He has this planned from very long time ago. Usifikirie ati Ruto ni mtu amechanganyikiwa. No. All the scandals that are going on, these are scandals that are being, you remember the scandals that were being planned even in his office when he was the deputy president. That is the same thing that is going on. So don't try to side with this guy, Bwana. Yesterday I was listening to Moses Kuria. If you want to know that this guy is confused, he doesn't know what he's doing. Yesterday I was listening to the interview of Moses Kuria. I don't know which TV station. Moses Kuria was saying that William Ruto was leading a cabinet that is not united, a cabinet that is divided, meaning that he doesn't know where he's taking the country. If you cannot bring 21 people together for a cause, can you lead 50 plus million people? You cannot. It shows that you are incapacitated. Just leave the seat for somebody who can actually do the work. For the people who are stealing, sure, you are saying that corruption is being run in counties, at the county level, at the constituency level. You are forgetting that these leaders are represent political parties, and these political parties have ideologies. They have leaders. UDA is a political party led by one William Samoei Ruto. All the people stealing are doing it due to the loopholes that have been enabled by their big, the boss. People like Mandago are Ruto's buddies, you know. If Ruto meant well for the people, when Mandago and all the other people were accused of looting money that was meant to educate young folks, what will have happened? As a president, the best thing that you could have done is force Mandago to resign and call for fresh elections. And apart from that, ensure that he goes to jail. But what did he do? In fact, he's one of the people who came to sanitize Mandago. He was saying that they should just come together, maybe try to find a way to give these people back money, which is very wrong. When are we going to hold corrupt leaders accountable for their actions? Look at Linturi. The president has been defending him even when he went to the US state for the United States tour. He defended him even when he was being asked questions. Now, do you want to tell me that such a guy doesn't know what he's doing? Of course he knows. So we want people to be accountable for their actions. Another thing, this is a guy who cannot even keep his words. The other time, about a week ago, he held a press conference saying that they are brushing or they are calling off any harambes and public contributions by state officers. What was he doing yesterday? He was in a church somewhere in Mount Kenya, telling them that he was going to fund building of the church. And another thing I want to say is that Raila, let us not think that Raila is our savior. Nobody will save us right now. It's only us who can save ourselves. Raila cannot be our savior. Raila is just an opportunistic old man who wants to come into the young people's spaces and try to joyride on this movement. Had we kept quiet on the finance bill, Raila would have not said anything. You remember he was quiet and he waited until maybe we occupied State House. That is when he came out and started acting like he was supporting us. But he is also compromised. He has been bought. He has been pocketed by Ruto. He has been bought. And Ruto is trying to play more his politics. Unfortunately for him, the rules have changed. And also the opponents have changed. The opponents are more enlightened right now than they were before. We are not semi-literate or illiterate like our old folks. We know what we are doing. We have read the Constitution. We have read the history of this country. And if that is, if Ruto thinks that he can be a dictator, trying to maybe enforce his policies on us, trying to kill us just to please his Western masters, no, it's not going to happen. Thank you very much, Kibe. That is all I have to say. If I've been needing to say another thing, maybe I'll add on it later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Amatabi. Appreciate that. So let's hear from a lady before we go to Nyagenya. I see Nira Ngala is here. Nira, what's up?
Hi, Kibe.
What's happening? What's good?
A lot is happening, my guy.
Talk to me.
Let's talk about Uasin Gishu, because many people, most of the people didn't expect Uasin Gishu to protest ISO, Gen Z, whatever people are naming it, but the protest, people didn't expect Uasin Gishu to like protest. And when it happened, I mean, the first week Uasin Gishu didn't do much, but the second week, you know, they burnt the courthouse, they stormed into the police station and stuff. And I'm like, kwa news inaweza kani Gen Z, but on the ground, because mimi niko Uasin Gishu, I know those were not Gen Zs, those were hired guns. Because why would you go to a police station when we were having a peaceful demonstrations? Because nakumbuka hiyo siku tulikuwa na protest Uganda Road, na kulikuwa na hii yenye ilikuwa karibu na town, yenye ilikuwa karibu na fire station, yenye ilikuwa karibu na police station na county offices and the court. So the people who burned the court, surprisingly, watu walikuwa Uganda Road, they never knew about it until hiyo jioni when they went home and wakasikiza news kwamba the courthouse was burnt down. And I'm like, bro, you really need to have your ears on the ground, because most of the things that are happening, your destructive is not happening on the ground. It's not the Gen Z movement. Hadi watu wakaenda kuloot ama sijui wakafanya nini kwa club ya Sudi, the timber stuff, and wakaenda hadi Banias. Kibe, you remember Banias? You have been to Banias. Me and you have been to Banias. Ni Banayas ama ni Banias? Banias. You do remember, Kibe?
Walichoma Banias?
Si Bania walienda kaiba pombe. Walai, hawakuchoma but walienda kaiba pombe.
Who are serious?
Walai.
So you're saying what? These are hired goons?
Yeah. Acha nikuambie, after the peaceful protest that happened, the next day kulikuwa na wase all the people kwa streets in Uasin Gishu, okay, acha niache kusema Uasin Gishu, Eldoret town, wazee wamekaa hapo wanaongea Kikale,
And most of us are not Kalenjins. I mean, we live in Uasin Gishu, but we're not Kalenjins. Walikuwa na chant hizo war songs and stuff, wame terrorize the whole city, hadi waindi walibidi wafunge businesses, and stuff. Wakisema eti they are against the Gen Z for going against their children meaning the Ruto government, Ruto cabinet and stuff. Au kusikia story ya Banias?
No, me, the only story I had was is it Timber? That's the only one I had. I didn't know Banias walikuwa wamefanya hivyo. But
They did
now,
Banias.
so the question is, okay, so the people who are rightfully demonstrating do not know that this looting is going on in Eldoret.
Yes, mimi hata nilijua maneno ya Timber na Banias later in the evening when I went back home. I'm like, bro, hatukufika huko. Who are those people who went there? You get?
Because Gen Z kuingia kwa duka ya mtu kuchukua kitu ni ngumu sana. He's very afraid atashikwa.
Yeah, we don't do that. We are about peaceful protest and we can't destroy someone's business. Hata kama ni ya nani, hata kama ni ya Sudi, hata kama ni ya Murkomen, we don't do that. Unajua, because we have relatives working there, hata sisi pia, we want entertainment. So why would we loot a place after next weekend tunatafuta form hatuwezi enda form due to loot? How does that even work?
So who do you think is behind that? You think it's just one of these MPs who's being opportunistic?
No, I think it's hired people because you can't go there unless you have the confidence to go there. You get
unless somebody is protecting you.
Exactly. You have to go there unless someone is protecting you. Ukishikwa, ukifungwa, mtu atakutoa. But kama uko peke yako hivi kama mimi, I wouldn't go there knowing nikishikwa kwa CCTV or whatever. I mean, what would I have to say? Why did I go there? Why did I have to loot all that alcohol? What, 20K or 30K? Why would I do that?
So there are some people who are using this Gen Z movement to settle personal scores.
Exactly. Or maybe not, and someone is paying them to do that to create a fracas. Because I think many people are looking for the country to go into back to the 2007, 2008, the 2008 thing that went on, Iyo chaos on the whole country.
Na unajua nimeanza kusikia watu wakisema Wakale na Wakikuyu, nashanga, story ya Wakale na Wakikuyu imetoka wapi kwa hii story?
Mi na washanga, unasema wa story ya Wakale na Wakikuyu na Eldoret, hata tusiende mbali, tuingie tu Langas. Langas imejaa all tribes. Wakikuyu, Wajaluo, sijui Wabaluya. I mean, hiyo tribalism inatoka wapi? Unless it's financed and fueled by someone, inatoka wapi? All the slums in Eldoret iko na different tribes. So hii maneno inatoka wapi exactly?
And some of these people are second, third generation living there. So many of them who are not Kales consider Eldoret to be home. Sindio?
Exactly. Huruma, Kisumu Ndogo, Kona, Langas, those are different tribes. Those are not Kales.
So anyone who's bringing this tribal conversation ni mtu wa old school.
Exactly. But hata tusi-focus on that because mimi najua Kalenjins are very tribalistic. Ni tribalistic kama ni tribal. They're very tribal. I know that because nimeishi huku for so many years, more than 6 years, and I know. At first, when we moved to Rift Valley, we lived in Mosoriot. Then we moved to Uasin Gishu, hapa sasa hivi yenye tunaishi. And people are tribal here, but when years go by, they are very accommodating. So nashangaa, inatokeaje watu wanaanza kukua very tribal wakati tumeishi pamoja hii miaka yote Alafu ukiangalia hizo slums, hiyo Huruma, Kisumu Ndogo, Langas, people, there are so many tribes, hata si Wakale. When you look at the statistics, si Wakale wengi wanaishi in the slums. It's mostly Luos, Luyas and Kikuyus. Mwanzo wa Kikuyu huko kwa slums, there are so fucking many. Na unajiuliza, I mean, when did it happen? We turn the tables, inakuwa kwamba it's a tribal thing. Na mimi nataka kusema kwa sababu niko Eldoret na niko Uasin Gishu, na shangaa hapa town, ukienda town, all the supermarkets, all the leisure spots, because mimi napenda kwenda nje sana, all the supermarkets are owned by Indians. All the good bars and restaurants are owned by Indians. Au Wakale wanafit wapi? Ama wanafit tuta ya maandamano, wanakam out na mikuki zao kuterrorize the public. I mean, mbona wasitumie hiyo nguvu kudominate the city ama the town? Mbona tumeachia Wahindi to run everything? Uliza kila mtu mwenye Uasin Gishu, Eldomat Hyper, yako supermarket. Hata mimi hapa niko karibu na Benimart. Benimart ilifunguliwa na Mandago. Imagine that. A tiny supermarket in Reserve inafunguliwa na a whole Mandago. What does that mean? And it's not owned by Kales. So what's going on? Like, hawana nguvu ya kuweka hiyo energy yao mali kwengine, wanaweka kwa violence only. Time kuna violence unatoa mikuki and stuff. I'm like, you should use your energy wiser. So nilikuwa nataka kusema
so hold up. So do you feel
okay,
do you feel any sort of threat against you during this time?
acha nikwambie Kibe, mimi being interested in catering, I've tried getting jobs at the county offices to supply maybe snacks or maybe breakfast or whatever I can get. And because my name inaishia na Ngala, meaning I'm a Mijikenda coming from the coast, I couldn't get it. Na hiyo ni ukweli. I'm not afraid to say it. I couldn't get the tender because I'm not Kale. Jina yangu si Kipchoich ama Chepkemboi or whatever. I don't have those kind of names in my ID. So I couldn't get the tender. It had to be given to someone else. So I'm like, okay, I get it. But acha nikwambie, last year I applied for a passport. Me and my friend ni Mkale, damu kutoka Moiben. Alipata passport yake. Mimi sijaipata hadi leo, Kibe, hadi leo sijaipata. Na yeye alipata last year, hadi akaenda Sydney, hadi akaenda, it's been a year amekuwa Sydney. So I'm like, hiyo tribalism iko Uasin Gishu is too much, hadi unashangaa. And it's the old generation, see the new, see the Gen Z. It's the old people. The old people really worship the politicians, and they really worship tribal stuff. Hata watu wakicomplain about tribalism in Uasin Gishu, mimi nawaambia it won't fade away unless we educate our parents and our grandparents about the real stuff that is going on in the government and politics stuff. Kibe.
No, interesting thoughts, Nira. But I have a different opinion about that education part. Because your parents and your grandparents will never listen to you. They can only follow your lead. So do not try to educate them. Don't try to think that you can educate them. No, they're not going to learn because they think they're sharper than you. Saa hii majenzi wakiongea, hao watu wazae wanafikiria hakuna kitu mnasema. So they think, everybody thinks they are sharper than the other. So why would you try to teach the other person?
Why did they take us to school? Why did they take us to university? Why?
They know in their heads, they know better than you. So you shut the fuck up and do what you're told. That is the system. No. The system is you shut the fuck up and do what you're told. You're told to go to church, you go to church. You're told to go to the mosque, you go to the mosque. Whatever it is you're told to do, you do. You're told to go to university, go to university. Don't question authority. Why are you questioning
We went
authority, Nira?
to gain knowledge, and we have knowledge about the constitution and how the government is run. So we are going to apply what we know.
For yourselves. Wachana na wazae. Wazae kuna pali mnaenda nao. These people, their time is up. So Gen Z, when you guys come up with shit for yourselves, don't look behind. Don't look and say, oh, you know, these guys didn't. Those guys don't exist. Take this thing for yourself now. Okay? Don't try and educate or teach anyone. The aim of the game is to dominate. Unaelewa? Yeah, it's domination. Hakuna kujaribu kusikizana na watu, ni kudominate. You want to be dominated. Everybody wants to be dominated because domination is a sign of strength. So if you're coming to me, you better come with strength and dominate me. Now, once you dominate me and I feel that you've dominated me, then I will willingly give you my will. I will tell you now, you take me wherever you want to take me. Unaelewa hiyo science, ni science ingine very technical.
Sasa leo wanaelewa kwamba government is not good for us. Kesho, Ruto ni mtu wetu. I'm like, bro, umesahau vitu zingine ama kuna kitu unasahau? Like, how does it even work? How could you quickly go back to Ruto ni mtu wetu, ni Mkalenjin, sijui nini? I'm like, bro, umesahau
vitu zingine tulikuwa tumeongea. All the disadvantages, all the trauma. So now Nira, so that I can move on to somebody else. I want you to take this away, okay?
Okay.
Inika homework. Jakanyanam, just mute your mic. So ukumbuke aje? Nataka kutolewa huyo. To go. Gotta go. So remember that right now you're going to go into a war, school versus new school. That's the war that you're going into. Old school versus new school. The old way of doing things versus the new way of doing things. That's why you're seeing Agina Gachagua and the rest. They're all going back to their tribal cocoons because that's where they feel safe. That's where they felt safe all these years. That's why when Gachagua now talks, he says, Sisi kama watu wa mlima. Sisi kama watu wa mlima, because he says, I am the one who's coming with the mlima people. Someone like Ruto, he knows he can talk the way he's talking because there's a backup of the Kales. And when the Kales are called upon, they all come together. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as all the Kales are going to come together. Same thing with the Luos, same thing with the Kikuyus. Okay? So these three major tribes are the ones which have held Kenya at ransom. And anybody who's unmuted your mic, do not do that. Okay? So these three tribes have kept Kenya, have held Kenya ransom all these years with violence. The Kikuyus threatened, the Luos threatened, and the Kales threatened. But now, you're going to see now the Kales are going to try and consolidate. And I'm talking about the old school, because the new Kales don't know who Ruto is. The new Luos don't know who Baba is. The new Kikuyus don't know who all these Kikuyu groupings are, Kina Gachagua and Uhuru. They don't care. So now there's going to be the groupings that are going to come together very fast. And this is you guys must watch out for this. The Kikuyu grouping, the Luo grouping, because you saw the Luos doing it. When Raila spoke, all the Luos stood behind him and said, hey, as long as Raila has spoken, we are behind.
No, Kibe, let me have a few minutes with you before I go. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so how do we fight it? Because hata huku ile kitu hiyo wilbaro hapo ilishushwa, alafu a few days it was put back. I'm like, bro, what is happening? Tuliamua Ruto must go or whatever. We don't have the wheelbarrow thing because it doesn't represent the Mama Mboga and the Mtuanduthi. They don't. So why do we have that stupid wheelbarrow up there when we know we are suffering? In fact, Mama Mboga and more than they used to before that wheelbarrow was put up there. So why would they put it back up? So I have to ask, how do we get to fight it? You know, sawa, the older generation wants to take over because I mean on Tuesday wamesema kesho watakuja na mkuki and stuff. Sijui ni nani huku alisema watu watakuwa injured kwa protest wouldn't be treated at the referral hospital eti they are criminals so waende tu penye wataenda. So I'm like, how do we fight that? How do we fight against the government, Kibe?
The only way to fight evil is to become a greater evil.
What does that even mean?
Hey, how is somebody going to threaten you in your own country? How is somebody going to tell you what you can or cannot do? Right? I mean, somebody is declaring, they're saying it, they're opening their mouth to tell you exactly what they want to say. Why is that not clear to you? Msee amefungwa mdomo amekwambia vile anakwambia. Hey, why isn't it clear? Si ujue vile umeambiwa Nira. Kwani wewe umekuwa zuzu nini? Sasa ushaambiwa vile unaambiwa. Sasa mna negotiate na msee kwa nini? You're already beyond the point of negotiation. Tuna negotiate nini? Tunaongea nini? Atu kesho msikuja taa. Wewe unaniambia kaa nani? How can you be the one giving me instructions, telling me what I can or cannot do?
Kesho tukikuja tao. In fact, I'm planning to go kesho tao because of all that. And I'm like, kama wamesema watatuua, and I'm like, bro, what is supposed to happen? Will I die tomorrow because I want to fight for a better future for me and for my kids and for the future generation? Then I'm like, what is supposed to happen? Any fear being installed into us? What is happening?
You know, that's what bullies do. Bullies, they put fear inside you because they know the day that fear doesn't exist anymore, you take them out. I've dealt with bullies all my life. I have been that very bullyable guy. So I know how to deal with bullies. If you don't stand up to a bully will never stop coming. You have to stand up to him and be willing to lose a leg or an eye or whatever it is that you're going to lose your peace, to lose everything, so that this bully will do not allow bullies. Yeah, do not allow bullies to dictate your life. That's where my
Waswahili wanasema amani haiji ila kwa ncha ya upanga. That's it. But watu wanaogopa hiyo ncha ya upanga, ndio like bro, tusiogope, tuende. Hata kama tuta lose lives, tuta lose macho, miguu.
Yeah, it takes time sometimes before people. Oh shit.
Revolutions don't just happen. Hata hiyo majimaji revolutions, you rebellion, people died, but I mean, we gained something better. But we have to go through it. Hiyo uoga tunaekwa is what is undermining the movement, because I'm sure we can do better bila hiyo uoga. We can do worse. We can do a lot of damage. Lakini hiyo uoga, alafu wazazi pia, wazazi wetu ni boomers. Sasa wanaweka hiyo uoga and stuff, so it's undermining the whole movement. Unashangaa. Because I told my mom, kesho mimi niko kwa street ananiambia, ukikufa sijui nini sijui. I'm like, bro, kwani majimaji ama watu walipigania uhuru ilikuja aje? Si ni hivi, kama mimi nitakufa, nyinyi mtabenefit, ama watoto wetu watabenefit, ama my sisters and bros will benefit in the future. So it doesn't really matter. We have to create a better future for our generations. Watu wanakuweka hiyo fear, losing life and stuff, so unashukwa na hiyo uoga because it's coming from the root. Na hiyo root ndo problem. Those boomers and old people are the biggest problem in Uasin Gishu, let me tell you. The biggest. Will just all die. I know it's a bad thing, but I just wish they could all die.
Hey, Nira. Hey. Thank God for Gen Z. God damn. Hii moto yote ilikuwa imepotea. All this fire had disappeared, man. We didn't have a fire at all. We didn't have a hope in the world. Let me tell you. Hold up, Nira.
Okay.
Let me tell you some of these things, like what Bill Gates was doing and the vaccines and all this other shit, like with the seeds and the climate change and all this other nonsense that has been going on. Bro, sisi tunaangalia, tunataka kubonga lakini huwezi bonga jumake yako ilichukuliwa kitambo. Now, in fact, if you say something, Nira, what you don't know is that I have been fought by people who are my age. My age mates are the ones who fight me. This guy is just being sense. Yeah, so your age mates are the ones who are going to fight you, and they're going to come and look for things within whatever it is, your circles, to fight you, to show how crazy you are. And this is just information. Hii ni kusema tu, hey, I don't think we should be telling farmers that if they exchange seeds that they are liable to be prosecuted. And somebody says, what do you mean? You say, but it's there, it's in the Constitution. It's in the Constitution that the farmer who exchanges seeds with another farmer can be prosecuted, and he's going to spend this amount of time in jail. And I'm like, shit. But now in my generation, you talk and say what? So thank God for Gen Z. Gen Z save up sana. No. Okay, let's keep it moving. Thank you very much, Nira. Anything else you want to say, Nira, before I move to Brian, your boyfriend?
Right. I mean, what boyfriend? You took us to school for a reason. You wanted us educated. We are now educated about everything, the constitution, the government and everything, politics and stuff. But still, mnatupush kwa corner, and I'm like, bro, mbona mlitupeleka shule? And I'm feeling like imefika generation wanataka ku undermine that. Wanaleta CBC, wana reduce wameongeza fees za for a year because I lost my dad. Nimerudi, nataka kurudi, fees imekuwa mara 3. I was paying 100k for computer science in JKUAT. Sasa inafaa kulipa 300k. I'm like, bro, hii pesa yote natoa wapi? I mean, when did it happen? I thought Kibaki fought for free education. What is happening? Like, I'm reason to be on the streets fighting. Hata kama tutakufa sote, acha tukufe. Hata kama Nira atakufa kesho, acha tukufe. But if it means a better future, let it be a better future, walai. Because we can't go on like this. Ni kama tunarudi nyuma instead of going forward. Like, a lot of things are happening na people don't get it. Our parents don't get it. Acha parents. Watu wasilgisho wameniweka stress. I'm really disappointed by people from Uasin Gishu. Nimechoka. I'm like, nikifikiria wazee venye wanaongea, I get tired. I'm like, bro, wewe utakufa kesho. What about your kids? What about your grandkids? Do you visualize a future for them, a better future for them? Ama pia unataka tu waishi kwa maskini? Kibe, mimi niko hapa, nimekuwa hapa for a year. When I dropped out of school and I came to Uasin Gishu, I've been doing farming. Acha nikwambie, hakuna seeds tunaweza replant ama inaitwa nini? Hakuna. We have to go back to the shops and buy new seeds. And I'm like, in 5 years, 10 years, what would the future look like? So tutakuwa tunakula vitu za government. Like, how does that even work? Like, nilikuwa nafikiri kukuja reserve would mean I'll get to have a healthier life, but huku reserve, it's even worse. Hata dania ni GMO, hata pilipili boga, you know, the capsicum ni GMO. Like, how are we going to survive? Like, wame-infiltrate hadi villages. In fact, I think they started infiltrating their villages wakakuja kwa cities, because huku ukiambia mzee chukua mbegu unini upande, anakwambia hii government inatoa mazao mingi. Aya, sawa, inatoa mazao mingi, but you can't replant it. You have to go back to the shop and buy. In 10 years, what will we be doing? Kwani hizi shamba tuko nazo, what are they supposed to do? Man, I think I'm burning out of frustration. I can't even get my hope you get it. People are fucking, the government is fucking.
Sawa Nira, sawa. Hey, sana. Umemaliza hiyo sasa. It's enough. Umepigana ya kutosha. Gen Z Uasin Gishu, I hope you've had Nira here in her complaints. Yeah, so thank you, Nira.
The government is fucking us from the ground. Okay, Kibe, thank you. And bye.
You guys are being fucked bottom up. Do you hope to see me where?
I hope to see you soon. I talked to Eric about me and you meeting. I hope he told you.
Why? You hope to see me soon, see you. What?
This week.
Nikikuja Nairobi nakwambia. I will let you know when I'm in Nairobi. Thank you.
Nakuja Diani, so don't come here. I'm not in Nairobi also, I'm in Eldoret. I'm in Uasin Gishu, that's why I'm so mad.
Are you going to the streets tomorrow?
I'm going to the streets. Why not? I mean,
Let us
actually,
let us see let us see those selfies. Wacha story mob. Kesho tunataka kuona selfies na video zako kwa streets.
okay, but we'll meet soon this week probably.
No worries, no worries.
Bye.
All right, see you. Who do we have here before I go to Brian in Kudi Juma? Thank you, Nira.
Sema Kibe. Now, once we say Ruto must go, and if he manages to go, we should be looking at the bigger elephant in the house, which is and this something has never happened in the history of this republic. Will be repatriating of funds. We haven't had a single shilling in these offshore accounts, but we also have individuals who have become immensely rich with zero business acumen. So next order of business will be selling off of these properties, because whereby this government and the other previous governments robbing us left, right, and center, then you are taxed to recover your pesa. The money is there, recovering. I remember in the previous government, somebody used to claim 2 billion shillings is being stolen every day. Those billions have to be returned back, because money is only a medium of exchange. So you need to look at those properties. If I knew audit, zirudi back into treasury. That will now be the biggest blow to the system. Root is just a flower or leaves. The system is in the roots. The system is in the money. So next order of business is find a way of attacking the money. As we normally hear in Hollywood, follow the money. Once you are able to hit the money spot and turn around that money pipeline back to the people, now you'd say you've actually hit a very huge blow to the system. Replacing this figurehead will just be just one step. But the real thing, if you want to take out the system, go for the money. We know people, we know their properties, sell them off, return to treasury. That will be now a legitimate step. So let me just keep it short. Other people have to talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian and Goody. Juma, one of our MVPs here, brain and a half. Go for the money. Bro, if you ever tried to do anything with the government, I remember I was very excited with the Africa. And I wanted to, I'd been given this promise by Itumbi on one of the live videos, where he said, if you need anything from the government, just come to us and we'll make it happen. We got your back. And I fell for it. You guys remember that whole time? I mean, I think Ali and Ingudi would remember. I fell for it when Itumbi told me, you can come to me, we have your back. So even when I went to the government and I told them, oh, I have this wonderful app, and I think this app, we can monetize it and make sure every person who is creating content gets some small money in their pocket through advertising. And I gave the whole idea. And they started telling me, oh, it depends on the grants that are coming into the country and the funding. And I'm like, no, we don't need funding from outside. This is something very small we can do ourselves. He says, no, we don't have a budget for that unless we get some funding from outside. And I'm like, what do you mean, funding from outside?
Kibe, when I heard that statement, that's when I knew that was a very serious finger fuck. Because platforms like eAfrica, the biggest requirement is server space. Server space ndio msemo kweli. Government has server space. This thing called Teams, Nini, whatnot, it runs from very huge government servers. All they had to do is Kibe, place eAfrica in our servers. End of story. The rest will be down, it will be uphill from there. But when I had funding, that's when I know another finger fuck is here. So you are Rufu, I didn't want to be like a prophet of doom, but your stench, I started feeling it from. You just hear how those ile lori ya municipal huwa inakuja ya takataka. That smell, I started sensing it from when those words came out. I said, just fucking shit. This is a complete fuck.
And you know what, Brian? It just didn't end there. I wish it had ended there, where then these guys no longer want to have any involvement with the locals. But they went far. They went on to advertise other people's businesses. So I'm looking at this government and I'm like, how come you guys are not pushing Kenyan businesses? You're pushing the Facebook and the Googles and everybody else. How mnaacha businesses zetu wapi? Because the only time the president is meeting Kenyans is when he's meeting the what are they called? The pastors. That's the only time we see him meeting Kenyans. Hakuna ati unaweza sema ati watu wa biashara wameenda State House. Ushaona watu wa biashara wameenda State House.
Hakuna, is only these conmen who sit in pulpits ndio huenda huko, and each one lives with a brown envelope.
So kama watu wa biashara wafanyi, if the gava is not the first line of defense, so it's just opening itself up to everybody else around the world. How is Kenya going to compete? So me now, when I saw that, I was like, hey, bro, these guys don't have our back. They don't have my back. These guys are not looking out for your best interest. So even when Jay-Z is complaining, I'm like, hey, bro, me and better throw my complaint in there. Because I want they're not for us. They've been hired by another power, which is not us. And you saw the Nini, what's her name? You saw how the American ambassador, you saw how she was leading Ruto, like she's his PA. Oh, no, you come here, stand here, do this, take this photo, do this, do this. And I'm looking and I'm like, aye.
So now, in a previous space, when I called it Amboch government, unaona vile imeanza kujitokeza? Pure mbochari. Told you.
Nilichoka mno. Anyway, Bran, I think your connection may collapse. As we wait for you to fix your life. Let's bring some else. Sylvester, go ahead.
Habari zenu, hope mko fiti. Same to me niko fiti. Anyway, point yangu tu ni simple, nataka kuongelelea hiyo issue imekuwa raised mostly kuhusu hiyo mambo ya ati kitu watu wengi understand ama hawaelewi ni kuna article 146 of the constitution nasema president akiresign ama akitoka kwa power bado government itakuwa iko sawa. So watu wengi waache kutuuzia narrative ya kusema ati Kenya inaweza turn ikuwe kama Sudan ama Yemen ama Somalia. Kenya haiwezi, sababu we have a constitution. Unaona? So hawa watu wanatuma hiyo narrative. I think ni kama wametumwa ili kutuchanganya na kutuuzia uoga. It's the same thing ili happen ile time kulikuwa na watu walikuwa wanataka kumarch kwenda State House. Alafu Kibe, kuna hiyo point umeongelelea ya nini? Ya tribalism. Hiyo yenye Kalenjins, Kikuyu na Luos wamekuwa wakitumia kudivide Kenyans ndio ili wawezi kuremain in power. First of all, nitaongelea hii kabila ya Luya. As you know, Luya community ama Luya tribe, majority of them huwa wamekuwa wakivote, wajakuwa wakivote in one single person, wamekuwa wakivote kando kando. I think that is what Gen Z wanakuwa wakifanya saa hizi. Another thing pia kwa hiyo story ya tribalism, I think ni government inatry kupush hiyo agenda ya Mount Kenya versus Kalenjins ili kutenganisha watu. But mimi ukiniuliza, it's a wrong way ama wrong move enye government inafanya. So as a citizen, as a millennials and Gen Z and as all citizens of this country, tunafaa tufanye ni kusimamia na kupigania, tunafaa tusimame na tupiganie haki zetu. Sababu tusipofanya hivyo, I'm telling you, hakuna kitu tutaachieve. So kitu iko ni kama ni kesho, mimi niko kwa street, lazima tu demonstrate tupate right yetu. Ni hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Nimeshukuru manze.
Good stuff. Appreciate that. Quick, fast, inside and outside. Go on. Kolo, what do you have to say? Kolo.
Yes, Kibe.
What's
Grand
happening,
Rising,
Negro?
man. What's goody?
I'm easy. What's on your mind today, bro? Who are we believing? Who should we believe? Sounds like something that sounds like a message from the Bible. Eh? Whose report shall we believe?
Whose report shall we believe? I'll keep it and strictly towards music because that's what I'm really passionate about. I'll start with the last stanza that echoes whatever the gentle Sylvester Auma has. Kila siku tuwe na shukrani is the last line of the national anthem. And before that is tuungane mikono pamoja kazini. Before that, there is Kenya istahili heshima letu, ndio wajibu wetu, tuwe tayari kuilinda nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, raha tupate na ustawi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Whatever spirit of fear that is working in the atmosphere cannot operate if the scripture confirms to us that we have been given a spirit of love, first of all, power, and we are of sound mind, you know. So this is in respect to also a portion of what our constitution confirms, that it acknowledges God as the supreme being. And that's the first line of our national anthem. So I'll encourage us to sing that prayer with a revelation. You know, many people listen to music or hear music differently, but I personally took some time to reflect on this one particular prayer, which, if you compare it to the English version of the same, it carries a lot of weight, because, as mentioned, one line like raha tupate na ustawi, on the flip side in English is plenty to be found within our borders. And I'll go back to music again. I'll give you an example of what has been happening in regards to the season of economy and also matters finance bill as far as the sector is concerned. After trying to express myself every day as a musician in this country for over 2 decades, it's really peculiar to see foreigners coming in to earn $350,000 a night to perform what I don't believe they have anything close to what Kenyan artists have to offer, working without, or let's say working with what the little that we have, you know. So I believe that everything that everyone is sharing is timely. And just to echo also what Mr. Sylvester said, that constitution is what Gen Z really wants to utilize. And, you know, if I could compare powerful people like Putin or even Kim Jong-un, now you have a generation that is not just in Kenya, it's a global family. So it's not just about Gen Zs in Kenya. And wisdom teaches anyone who's seated in any authority right now that if you touch Gen Z, this generation, the rest of the generations around the world will come for you. You know, I hope that reality can sink into anyone who's listening, especially if you are part of Wangati, you know, those people who collaborated. Earlier on, Igudi Juma aliongea about the wealth we have around server spaces. You know, I'll echo what that young lady also came. He spoke about fund. Kibe, you spoke something about funding from outside, you know, and kesho we definitely need to go to the streets. Min ready maze jumi na come from the mud, unaona. So career versus calling this season is definitely about the economic sphere of influence, matters trade, and it's a reset, it's a reawakening. We are retracing back. We can go back and have a structured conversation between now and the times ahead, you know, in terms of tackling bit by bit, going back to six. Kenya is only 61. That's young. We can have sets of three discuss between 83 and 63 and pack 2003 to 83. We can go back to those years and we can, you know, reset, rebuild, reclaim, reset, restore, regroup. When they talk about tribe, tribe is something worth celebrating because ni ethnicity yetu. You know, so our road, let's say, road to 2027 begins with a step, as one of the young ladies said. And, you know, there are consequences of even gaslighting a whole country. You know, old school versus new school is all about generations healing. And Gen Z has started that conversation. I'll share a small personal story about the experience I had while still in high school. And because I'm a Pacherian, a proud Pacherian, and I say to the uttermost, I was having a conversation with some gentlemen in a group, and I was telling them this story of the boy child, and especially with institutions like this, the foundations of this city were set up with a spirit of bullying. You mentioned it, Kibe. There was a time when I was in Nairobi school, I was bullied, and then I got that spirit in me, and I started bullying young men because I thought it was the culture. And that was one of the worst things that I ever did, because when I was taken forward and a letter was written to my mom, my mom took that letter, akafanya photocopies, akapost kwa mapost kwa mtaa yote Nairobi West. So I'll tell you, the spirit of bullying is part of that society that set up this city. There's a spirit of violence around that also. And there's a spirit of what I call disrespecting of men, and especially men. And Kibe, I just want to share something about your personal story also as well. You know, when they took you off YouTube, man, bro, me, I understood what was going on. It is something definitely deeper. So this is not just about Kenya, but Kenya being a springboard of revival for the entire global family, as I say. And, you know, I'll remind the young lady that let's not wish death on anyone. Let God work as we do what we need to do. So I'll go back to that last line of the national anthem. What are you thankful for today? I'm personally, kila siku kama kila siku tuwe na shukrani. I'm thankful for this generation Z, and I pray that we'll get a chance for them to also talk with the millennials, because it's necessary. They can't be screaming from one end to a boomer. That boomer will never elewana with them. So it's a time for healing, in as much as we need to remember the kingdom of God faces violence, and only the violent shall take it by force. I could say so much, but anyway, for now, just I'll take you back to that national anthem. Reflect on every word every day. Keep vigilant. Twende kazi.
Thank you, Kolo. A lot of thoughts, a lot of thoughts. It's very deep today. Sounds like a very deep conversation. Are we at solutions yet, or is this good enough? Because I know there are some people who are now asking, so what next? What next? What next? What do we do next? What do we do next? But what do we do next? Who's going to give those instructions if we don't know who to believe? Because now, if today the government comes out and says, oh, you know, we have arrested the person who is responsible for all those bodies. Do you believe that story? Do you believe the story about the people who have died? Do you believe the story about, I mean, what do we believe? It's very interesting. Thank you, Kolo, for giving us some insight there. Joy, are you there, Joy? And then I'll come to you, Joe Karani. And Day One as well. Joy, if you're there, say hi, quick fast. If not, let's go to Lilian Namaji.
Hi.
Oh, Joy. Okay, go ahead, Joy.
Yes, I'm from Machakos County.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a health worker, for that matter. And yes, we've seen the government messing us around for quite a long time. I'm a millennial. And I believe that whatever we are doing or whatever the Gen Z started is a good cause. Yeah, and for me it was like, let's not bank on any other politicians, those old politicians, like the likes of Kina Raila, Kina Kalonzo. Actually, those guys are very useless and we don't need them like to lead us. Let's just stay focused and move forward. Like for now in your focus, for you to be employed, you have to cough like 300,000 Kenya shillings. Tell me where a Gen Z or a millennial will get 300 Kenya shillings to bribe the government, that is the county government, to give you jobs. It's so devastating. I have seen us suffer. Like, you have to be employed on who you know. Some of us, we are lucky that the Kibaki gave us jobs as ESPs, Economic Stimulus Program people, and we appreciate his government. Currently, the only other person I can appreciate who was like hands-on with health is Governor Mutua. At least during his time, he gave like 800 nurses jobs from all over the country, and he did not care what tribe you are, but you got a job like for free. So we need such leaders who, okay, they may not be good, but he was not the best. We cannot say he was the best, but he tried. So we need such leaders who would also think of the young people. Because that time, he actually did something for us as Machakos people and for the health sector. Now we just have to keep pushing and push and push. Tomorrow I'll be working a lobby on the streets, but I'm always there. Let's push. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joy. Joe Karani, are you there?
Hey, mambo vipi Kibe? Can you hear me?
Perfect, go ahead.
A good morning to you all. So I just want to speak on two issues: tribalism and the power vacuum issue. And to prefix what I'm going to say with, in order to think, you must risk being offensive. So why I say that is because I know I may offend people with what I'm about to say, but we must risk that for us to actually think deeply. Anyway, nimepatiana disclaimers. Anyway, so I don't know whether we are all aware that Moi really did not like Ruto. The man despised Ruto. And even when I hear people comparing Moi and Ruto, I'm not sure. There is some similarities, but why they did what they did is very different. And if we are honest, Moi did a good job curbing the tribalism story, because if we're honest with ourselves, the height of tribalism was in the 2000s.
No, Joe.
Yeah.
We don't know about Moi and tribalism. Why are you bringing us that history, bro? Do you think it is necessary for this conversation?
Allow me to fly the plane and land it. Just let me finish. So that
No. You see, the problem with that story is that you might not be able to get all the facts right. So every time I'm hearing you speak, and I'm like, hey, that was not a real fact.
So
that's not a real one.
No, listen.
Yeah.
Kibe, allow me. Allow. Just give me a second. I'll give you an actual fact. So, in when Moi was asked about, and this clip is there. He was asked about the issue of multi-partyism, and do you know what he said? He said the reason why he doesn't like the multi-party issue is because he sees that it'll bring a lot of tribal that tribalism will really strive, like it'll soar in such an environment. And the thing is, he said that before everything happened, and when the multi-party story came, it actually did happen. And we had the things like 207. And please understand, I am not trying to sanitize Moi. I am just trying to point out that the fathers of this tribal and divisive way of doing things were the guys who were there in 2007, and they're the guys who are there, who are in office right now. They're the ones who are leading the country right now. So that's the only thing that they know how to do. That's the only reason I brought up that story. And
so let me tell you, Joe, hold up.
Yeah.
So let me tell you what I see with this tribalism. You see, tribalism has managed to be monetized. I'm not monetized, weaponized. Just the way, like Gen Z right now is being weaponized.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the longest time, these leaders were able to use the tribal card as long as it fitted in their narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm telling you. To get away from that, because that's not the issue today. The issue today is reviving your traditional roots for you to go and become tribal. Like today, if you're to sit at home, if you're a Kikuyu, the Kikuyus have a way they'll try and get you back into the fold. You know that?
Yes. And I think for what I am trying to say, I think because I'm a storyteller, I am using the scenic route to get to that point. I was just laying the foundation now because I've had somebody talk about them having trouble in Wasingishu. And the thing is, me personally, I've had the conversation with my grandmother. Sweet lady, Ananga story mob. She's a really nice lady, but she has those nuances of tribal whatevers. And through this whole movement and everything happening, the one question she kept asking over and over again is, who do you want? Like, now if Ruto gets out of office, who do you want to enter office? And in her mind, she thought we're fighting Ruto so that Raila can enter. And because she has that whole thing of, that tribal, whatever. And that's when I realized that, especially when it comes to the old people, you need to stage manage them. Now I understood that, and I told her, look, we're not fighting Ruto so that Raila enters office. We also do not trust that man. He's not what we want for Kenya right now. So after that is when she changed her hard-headedness of being like this movement no, and she started to try and understand what was going on. So when it comes, why I was even talking about that is the lady who spoke about what she's going through and all. You have to realize that right now you can't exactly explain to these people about mtu wetu this because that's what they know, that's what they understand. And me, I'm Meru, so even she brought up the story of Kindiki, and she was like, "Hey, but," and you see, those they still have it, and it's all that they know, so they're not able to completely understand. So you have to stage manage them and be a leader and just lead by example, because a lot of them have changed their perception on the whole movement because of what we have achieved in the last month. We've achieved so much, things that they thought impossible. Like, you guys are going to the street and you think, kwanza vile walikuwa natuambia, munapiga kelele na hiyo finance bill itapitishwa tu. And then the MPs petitioned it and they were on us, they were like, oh, hey, nini. But then we still fought and the president came back and withdrew the finance bill, which brought them to our side again. Then the whole issue of the CSs happened. They're like, okay, this is a possible thing. It is better for us to show them the possibilities and actually continue forward, because we are the majority and we are learned and we understand these things. Tumenda shule, Kibaki took us to school. We've done, like, we are very learned and understand what we want. And which takes me now to the next part of this power vacuum story. Funnily, I got this from a senior counsel. One of my clients is a senior counsel. So he calls me, and it's very funny. These days, you get into a client meeting, and for the first 10 minutes, these older people are just talking about the Gen Z and how they're proud of us and whatever, blah, blah, blah. So that's what he did. And he was like, the one thing I really love about this movement of you guys, it is not a power struggle. Like, all movements in the past have been a power struggle. People trying to get into power, people trying to grab power for themselves. But then our movement hasn't been about that. It has been about making Kenya work for us. So even when people are saying, when this power vacuum comes, do you know the army will do this, that, the other? No. First of all, we have a constitution. And our fight has constantly been based on that constitution. We haven't done anything unlawful. We have always followed the constitution. And even when Ruto atoke aende, we will still use that constitution to keep Kenya stable and take it to where we want it to be. So they need to stop worrying about that, and they need to just join the movement and know the reason why we are fighting is for a better Kenya. This is not a power struggle for us. We're not fighting this so that you can put us in government. No. We just want accountability. We want this whole thing of stealing public funds. We can't have that. As a matter of fact, I've always been saying that this corruption, especially stealing of public funds.
Joe, don't lose yourself. Land this plane, bro. Don't go too far. You're going too far, bro. Just land the plane. Anytime now, you can land it.
Sawa. Like I said, mine was just about the issue of tribalism and learning how to stage manage our older generation, because they're still our mothers, our fathers, our grandmothers, our grandfathers. So we just need to learn how to stage manage them and keep them within, so that they can continue to support us. And then also the whole thing about this power vacuum, it is not a problem, because I am 100% sure that us, the Gen Z and millennials, we just want a better Kenya. That's what we want for ourselves. It's not a power struggle. That's not what it is. We just want a better Kenya. Santi.
Thank you, Joe. I like your naivety. Yeah, your naivety is adorable. You're like a
What
child
do you mean naive?
who wants Father Christmas to bring a bicycle. Oh, you want a better Kenya for ourselves, and we're going to. I like that naivety, that innocent naivety.
Now you're part of the problem now, man.
No, but you've not heard my point. Why would I be part of the problem? You've already judged me, man.
You're the one who's judging me by thinking.
No, but you should have asked me. You should have asked me. Hey, what do you mean naivety?
Sawa, what do you mean?
Yeah, you've already become now defensive. You're saying, "Oh, well, I'm." But no, I'm just saying I like your innocent naivety.
Nah, to be honest, I like a good debate. So please tell me why I'm naive.
You see, just mute your mic for a second. I think we're getting some feedback. But yeah, that naivety is one where you think things are just going to magically work themselves out. It's like naivety of a child. Sometimes they do. Sometimes a child is lost in a forest and the lions don't get the child. And a day later, you shall find the child and the child will be okay. Sometimes. Sometimes good things happen. Sometimes. Sometimes you'll get lucky. Sometimes. But the reality on the ground is very different. So when I hear you saying these things, I'm like, yeah, I mean, it sounds good. But for me, because you guys are trying to change the generation ahead of you, that will never work. It has never worked. It's not going to work. So stop trying to change the people who are ahead of you. Because you guys have seen the problem. Then how do you expect to tell these people who have lived with the problem that this is the problem? They will turn on you. They'll be like, hey, what do you mean? So are you telling us that us guys are stupid, that we've not seen the problem? So my advice to you would be, stop trying to convince these older folk about what it is that you've discovered. You just do you. Right? Thank you, Joe.
Lakini Kibe, excuse, just one. Kibe ni kama hujanisikia. I've actually made it very clear that it'll be stressful for somebody to actually convince the older generation on how to think. So you need to stage manage them. You need to understand where they're coming from. And I even gave the example of my grandmother. Understood where she was coming from. So I used that against her. And because she's really against Raila, I made it clear that that is not the reason we are fighting Ruto. Like, you have to stage manage them. You have to keep and
Kibe.
You have to manipulate them to go.
Joe. I just want to echo and agree with you in terms of what stage management means. There's a group of wazes that I'm working with currently, and it's wazes, they're in their 60s, and it's a band called the Wahenga African Sages. And trust me, it's a nightmare trying to have a conversation with them to sell an idea. So I hear what Mr. Kibe is also saying. Thank you. Sorry, Kibe, about
No, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. So thank you, Joe, for coming in. The idea here is this. The idea here is this: is either somebody is awake or they are asleep. So you decide. I mean, once you make that deduction, once you see are they awake or they are asleep, then you move without them. You cannot convince anyone about anything. Somebody has to come to that realization by themselves.
I agree with you. I agree with you completely. That's why I said stage manage.
And then now the beauty about the Gen Z is that the Gen Z also have the physical ability to make the changes. You see, for us, we want to make the change, but I still want to sleep in my house. I still want to do this. I have a lot of things to do. But the Gen Z have the physically, they can make a change wherever they want it. They have the strength, they have the energy to keep pushing and to keep fighting. So if you take it upon yourself to try and convince this older generation to support you, they will never support you. In fact, they'll sit you down and convince you why you should do away with this protest. They'll come up with reasons. Now you've seen they're coming up with all sorts of reasons as to who is funding the protest. Oh, they're coming from this and from that, because that's how we've been raised. So stop trying to convince us. All right, let's move. Thank you, Joe, for giving me a good conversation. Appreciate that. Fatuma.
Thank you, Kibe. And thanks for starting the conversation. I think I'm also the older generation, but I don't need to be convinced. I'm already convinced. For me, I see the Gen Z as a flight which has already taken off, and you can't board while the flight is mid-air. And I'm speaking as a mother of Gen Zs. And for me, I feel I cannot afford to stand on the sidelines. We need to engage and we need to have like intergenerational conversation. And this is not a dialogue, but we need to have this conversation now. As the Gen Zs have already started the movement, it has taken off, it has already achieved some results. Anybody who is trying to convince them not to demonstrate, not to protest, is a waste of time. But how do we engage these young people? And I will share my experience, 21 years experience. When I first decided to go back home and work with my community, everyone thought this is crazy. For us, tribalism is the main issue. Like we fight one tribe against another, and you're just killed because you're different from me, for not for any other reason, and just because you're a different tribe. And this is Marsabit in particular. In 2005, we had a massacre, and for me, that was like a wake-up call. A school was attacked on July 21st, and close to 100 kids were killed. Their only crime was they were a different tribe from those who were attacking. But only elders were being called together for meetings, and these elders are like in their 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and they are the ones who are having the dialogue. And they will dialogue with each other, decide when to stop fighting, decide when they want to go to fight. But in actual sense, they are not the ones who are taking up arms to go and fight out there. And they are using the young people to go and fight. So the youths will be armed, one tribe against another, and they will fight. They will die in the wars, and these wars are never ending. So it's one person is killed, there'll be a revenge killing and a revenge killing for that, and literally the cycle never stops. And I tried getting into the elders dialogue, and I was called a child because I was not married, I was single, and still a young girl then. And I felt the women literally didn't have a voice, the young people didn't have a voice. So how do we create our own elders tree? And I felt the youth cannot come and have a conversation with the elders under their tree. That is their tree. So we created our own space, and this we did through football. It was called Shoot to Score, Not to Kill. And it dealt with mental disarmament and physical disarmament, physically taking away the guns and returning them to the government, and mentally disarming them and teaching them that the other tribe is not the enemy, it's the elders who are the enemies. The elders who are sending us to fight are the enemies. And it doesn't matter which tribe you come from, you're gonna die. But with our football, only sweat is shed, no blood is shed. And currently we have over 15,000 young people who have come through my hands, and most of them are now protesting even in Marsabit. Some of them are in leadership positions. So it takes time to have a change, but you have to believe in yourself and you have to move forward, with your agenda. It doesn't matter the fact that there is no leadership. It's okay, there is a leadership in one way or another. If you look at yourself, Kibe, you are one of the leaders. You have created the space for us to have a conversation, and the young people can have this conversation through the spaces like this and other spaces that other young people are leading here and there. But again, what next? Do we wait for to discover another 9 bodies for us to say we are demonstrating tomorrow? No, we should have an agenda. It's literally like being in a situation room or in a war room. When you're in a situation room during the war, you have no time to consult or plan and do all that. You have to act on the spot. And this is what the Gen Zs have to do. Literally, they have made demands. Some of the demands are known. We don't know if all the demands are from Gen Zs, but one way or another, Ruto has responded. At least he didn't assent to the finance bill, but the 14 days rule is still there, and he has dismissed his entire cabinet. But is he actually listening or just acting on a few things that the Gen Zs are demanding? I feel he's not listening fully, and if he was listening fully, then we will not be talking about a national dialogue between Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, and Ruto. The conversation should be with the Gen Zs, and coming into the space once is not enough. He's not listening enough, and I feel he needs to listen more. And the people whom he has surrounded himself with as advisors also don't have their ears on the ground. And I feel they need to do that right away. And as I indicated in the beginning, it's like a flight which has taken off. You can't board mid-air. And this older generation that wants to now be in the driver's seat and drive us to the next level, it's not their turn. They had their chance and they didn't do anything. They tried, I would say, but they didn't do anything. And the Gen Zs are not here to create positions for people. So the conversation cannot be about Luo, Kalenjin, and Luya and Kikuyu. No. I feel we also need to be part of this conversation as people from Northern Kenya. We've been marginalized and cut off literally for over 60 years. And with now the county government and resources coming to the county, I now feel we are marginalizing ourselves because the governors are literally eating left, right, and center and stealing the money to come and invest in Nairobi and other places. So still you feel you are not part of the conversation. And this is a chance for us to combine our voices and cheer the Gen Zs on, support them in whatever way we can. For instance, like there is too much trauma, I feel, like some of these young people have never seen dead bodies. For the first time they saw dead bodies, they were being shot at with live bullets. These are things we need to deal with now, like the trauma they have gone through. The bodies that were being retrieved yesterday, it was young people who are retrieving them, not government, not police, not Red Cross, people who just volunteered. All these are traumas that we have to deal with. And the time as older generation, can we invest in trauma healing for this younger generation and also have intergenerational conversation? Thank you so much, Kibe. If you have any questions for me, I can respond.
All right. Thank you, Fatuma. Yeah, that's a lot of information, especially with that story.
Sorry, I had to
Yeah, no, I'm just
pile everything.
I'm thinking about the story you told us about how the elders would sit down and stop the fighting or start it, because it was very peculiar when Raila and Ruto, especially Raila, when Raila stood there and said, "Now we have agreed to have dialogue," and I'm like, dialogue.
As who?
Yeah, where did you come from, Raila? You are not part of the conversation. Nobody has. You've never not been there. Why are you having dialogue? Does this mean that this is what has been going on? That there's been hijacking of the process all the time? Is Raila paid to hijack processes?
He's paid with the positions later.
It was very interesting. It was very interesting when they did that. So when you say that these leaders in, you said Marsabit.
Marsabit, yes.
Yeah. So when these leaders do that,
And now we have literally taken over all the spaces. We play our football. It's called shoot to score, not to kill. And I have taken a team to Russia for the World Cup. We won a FIFA award for our, bringing diversity into our team. The girls are equally playing, the boys are equally playing. So you can claim your space and claim it. It has taken me 21 years, but I'm proud of what I've done. And the young people listened. And now it's no longer about, young people carrying guns. When we hear gunshot, we literally run to it to be able to, get the gun and also help this person with mental disarmament. So it's doable. It might take time, but for the Gen Zs, I think this is a flight. It's not a train. For me, it was a train. It was a slow one. So as everyone else is saying, this is like running a marathon. But for us, no, this is a sprint. I feel a marathon is a no-no. We don't have time to run the marathon. This is a sprint. And it's like a relay. You have to hand over the baton to the next generation very quick.
Why? Thank you, Fatuma. Thank you, Fatuma. There's ones who are having a discussion with some guys, and I was like, our fathers never handed over to us. Yeah, Fatuma, you can mute your mic now. Yeah, so our fathers never handed over to us. So me, I'm a Gen X. So I would think my parents would be boomers, right? So the boomers never handed over to the
Yeah, same with me.
Yeah, so the boomers never handed over to the Gen X. Not business, not legacy, nothing. They didn't even advise us. They didn't even tell us when to have sex. Nothing. There was no conversation with our parents. Everything that we know, we had to.
And that is why Kibe was saying, like, we need intergenerational conversation. Literally, like, even between the Gen X and their parents, we need intergenerational conversation. There were things I wish my dad and my mother talked to me about. I had to learn them in college. I had to learn them in high school. And at times, like, time waits. No, it doesn't wait for you. There were decisions that I made. I don't regret going back home. I was working with Ahmed Nasir and company advocates. I would have, earned good money and, maybe I would be driving a cool Mercedes Benz. But that is not what I wanted for myself. We have saved a whole generation of young people who would have otherwise died in the conflict. And now we're having intergenerational conversation. We're bringing women to the space of the elders. We have taken over 152 trees that elders gather under. Now women are allowed to sit under those trees and make decisions. Equally, young people are allowed into that space. There is nothing like, you have to, you are the leaders of tomorrow. For us, the time is now. And if not now, right now.
All right. Thank you, Fatuma. Appreciate that. JN. Before you go to JN, let me go to day one, McKenna, and then I'll come to you, JN. Hey, Fatuma. There's a lot of information out there, man. So many people who are well equipped to have this conversation. So eloquent, thoughts well put together. If day one is missing, let's go to JN and then I'll go to McKenna. JN, are you there?
Hey, I'm here.
Go ahead.
I think conversation venye Joe alikuwa akijaribu kuongea. Joe had, I think ni venye Joe comes from a Gen Z, a boy's point of view. Ulisikia Nira akiongea wewe ukachochika, ukasikia hiyo damu. But Joe pia amesema like the same shit tu. Na wewe hukuisikia. I think hata pia hapo kuna ka sauti, kuna ka kishida na sauti pia labda. But I think labda hata from a boy's point of view, hao pia wajuangi kujiongelelea vizuri. Anakuja na narrative yake kuitoa ni ngumu explain vizuri. So I think, but the main thing ni, I think conversation ni, hao Gen Z Kenya wanataka ni, watatokea juu wanataka equal and fair ground. Equal and fair ground in every tupewe hizi opportunities. Kila mtu iko kwa grao. Nikijitolea nifanye kitu, ndapata hiyo benefit yake. Hata kaa ni kiasi gani, at least nipewe opportunity ya kucheza hiyo grao hapa. Kaa ya Afrika si ilikuwa inafaa kuwa hapa. It was the best place inafaa kukua. Isetiwe hapa, ni hapa. Na sasa hii gava ikianza kuleta tena stories zingine kaa, boss, ati enyewe hata wewe pia hapo wenyewe ulifinywa kidogo. Lakini ndio tunajaribu kusema, we need a fair ground. The conversation is about kila mtu apewe a fair ground opportunity. Si mtu ati tena hiyo ground ati inapeano mainje. Hiyo ground ni ya huku ndani, isipeleko nje. Hiyo tu ndo naweza sema.
And you know, JN, one thing that has been plaguing what do they call the millennials and the Gen Z is communication. So mademu wenyu wanaweza communicate vizuri kualiko. That's why even ladies are getting a lot more jobs than men. For the first time in the history of KCB, they have employed more women than men. Because women seem to know how to communicate better than the boys. Mwanaume anafungwa mdomo lakini words hazitoki. Sijui ni kupigwa, mulipigwa mkiwa watoi, or what happened. And niko panic, kama una panic, I don't understand. But the women seem to be very calm with how they communicate and they're very precise and very decisive. But the boys, they have a point, but the way they go around it, it's crazy.
Bro, kijana si anapigwa wangu akianza kuongea. Wewe unawajua. Wewe hata wewe pia wewe acha mambo yako saa zingine.
Sisi hatukupigwa. You see, sisi madem ndio walikuwa wanajaribu kupropiwa at our time. When a girl became number one in mathematics, there's a girl, because the girls were always last. So for us, when the girl would do well, she would be celebrated. The girls were not doing well. How? In our time, the boys were always number one, number two. And if the girl came anywhere close to that, it would be a whole celebration because it was the weirdest thing that has ever happened. Very rare. So even those days, how can the girl be more confident than the boy? The boy was built for confidence. He was built to keep building up on his confidence every day by the kind of achievements that he he makes. Anyway, very interesting,
Si
very
hata sahii
interesting.
basi na ukiona hivi kama sahii tuna mbash kidogo saizi, si tuseme ni huyo kijana anabashiwa sahii, sauti yake isikiki bado.
No, unajua sauti ya mwanaume haifai kubembelezwa, because ukimbembeleza itabidi ukuwe sasa baba yake, ukuwa unambeba kila mahali. Mwanaume lazima fight for his position. So a man is not like a woman where I will open the door for him. A man has to find his door and break it and force it open. So we're not going to hold the door open for another man. That's why it's
Ndio
very
maana
important.
Gen Z watasimama na wataenda streets kesho. Ndio hivyo wanasema, kesho hakuna mtu ati anasema ati ataogopa ati umekuja na hizi insight nini, hizi fia tudogo tunatokea out of nowhere. Vijana na wasichana wote Gen Z wamesema watatokea, na kutokea watatokea.
Sawa, tumesikia story ya kutokea. Sawa.
Ukikataa hiyo bado unaona bado kuna ka uchungu, labda iko mahali na kupiga hadi uiachane nayo.
Hapana, uchungu itoka wapi?
Ama labda ni opportunity yako hujaona bado. Hivyo ndio, there are two things hapa na shina nikiona.
No, wait, Jen. We must be at least Jen. We must be at least honest enough to have a real conversation. Isikuwe ni one way conversation. Ati sasa wewe ukisema kitu na mimi sijaingiana na hiyo kitu nasema, sasa mimi I am wrong. Why would you think I'm wrong? Why would I be wrong just because I don't want to do what it is that you're saying you want to do? That's you. Wewe kama unataka kwenda kwa streets, hiyo ni wewe. Enda kwa streets. I told you it is your fight. Don't convince me. If you feel so hot, so strongly about it, then you do what you have to do. But just because I'm not going to follow you doesn't mean that I am against you. It doesn't mean that I am feeling some type of way about it. No. I told you this is your fight. If you don't fight it, then who's going to fight it for you? Gen X will not fight it. Millennials, the ones who are next to you, have not fought it. Hata mufanye nini hawaja fight. So mtafanya nini? See, the fight is yours. Take it to the streets. Take it wherever you want to take it. But don't make me feel guilty about your fight. I told you I will support you where I can. But beyond that, it's on you, my nigga. It's on you.
I apologize, bro. I think niwe bado hujani get kwa conversation yangu.
No, unajua unataka kusema nikaa sisi tunasikia vibaya. Ile ubaya tunasikia saa hii. And this is now me talking for Gen X. Is that we didn't have the balls to do this thing. Because now we can see the value of it. And we can see how easy it was. All we had to do was stand up. All we had to do was say no to these people. Hawasa unafikiri wametuskruaje? Wanafikiri wametuskruaje hizi miaka karibu 50? That there's not a single person who has been able to make it through this stupid system that has been created. Hawasa wanakaa wanashikana, wanatuokota. Wanakaa wanashikana, wanatuokota. Sasa umecheki juzi Raila na Ruto wameshikana, wanataka kutuokota tena. Na every time sisi tunabaki hapo tumeshikilia makei, just regretting. That's all we do. Sit there and regret about all the missed opportunities. So we're not feeling jealous. We're just looking at you guys saying, we wish we could have done this, but all the best to you guys. So do not fight us. We're not the problem. We are wishing you the best. We want you guys to go as far as you can, to do as much as you can, because this vision is yours. It's not our vision. That's why when I hear someone like Miguna talking, I'm like, I don't want to hear Miguna talking. Miguna is in Canada. He was unable to win. When I see someone like Guaido speaking, I'm like, no, I don't want to hear those people speaking, because those are not the people who have the vision. Our vision yao ni kwenda kusettle useless petty scores. Oh, I was not made the president of KFF. Now we have to go, wacha niwaekee namba ya KFF, my manager mumsalimie. No, I don't want that. I want it to be a genuine Gen Z movement. A movement that is led by people who are clean. People who have clean hearts. People who have not been... this Gen Z movement is so good that even if your mother or your father is corrupt, that corruption has not touched you. that you're willing to go to the streets and fight for what is right. That's the kind of heart that I want. Not these compromised hearts that we have. Sisi tulicompromise wa kitambo, Jaya, hata ukijaribu kunipiga saa hii, you're beating a dead horse. We lost our way. We let Moi do it to us. We let Kibaki. We let Uhuru. Kwanza Uhuru is the one who put the nail on the coffin. Uhuru stood up and told us, hey, we're losing 2 billion shillings a day. What do you want me to do? Jayan, what do you think we did? Nyinyi sahi mkaambo tuna lose 2 billion shillings a day, mtafanya nini?
Watu walinyamaza kimya kimya.
Sisi tulinyamaza tukaendelea kuongea tukikunywa chai. Nekoru
kimya vizuri. Nekoru tu baba. Hai, ona kule. Nekoru.
We are useless. So wajana sisi, wacha kutublame. Nyinyi endeleeni na kazi yenyu. This is your work. Go for it. Make us proud. Let us see what you can do. All right? Simple as that. Wajana sisi. Sisi tutawapoteza. Kwanza sisi tuko na uoga. Mnaenda town. Na nilisikia leo ndio wanatoa zile tiagas, zile baya. Wewe baki tu hapa tuone vile mambo itaenda. Hivi ndo mtaambiwa kesho. Nacheza nini? Chana na hizi generation. Don't look back. You might turn into a pillar of salt. All right, let's keep it moving. Lillian. Namayi, what's up?
Hey, thank you so much. Kibe yake nimengoja kwa line. Unachukua tu watu wanaweka mikono juu na ukanisahau. Anyway, how's everybody? I will be brief. I'll be straight to the point. First and foremost, it's a pity, by the way. The Kware story, nilikuwa tu naziwatch online today. You'll feel like crying. It's a very, very big pity. It's sad. And it's just devastating that it can happen in 2024. Black people doing that to their own Black people. You know, it doesn't make sense. So my cry goes to the family, that they may be strong, and we'll just remember them in prayers. So another thing still on the same Kware issue, Rachel Ruto alisema ati kuna nini? Alipakisema sijui ati kuna about gender homicide or something. She is so not in touch. Huyo mwanamke seriously, na siko ubaya, with all due respect, ako universe gani? So it's just so sad. Anafikiria sijui watu walikufa some gender genocide. But anyway, I still also have this theory. Kama ni mademu wengi walipatikana Kware, machalo wanaweza kuwa walikuwa pahali pengine. Ndio wasiweke wote pali pamoja, alafu juu hizo mwili zilika young people. So wakikuwa male na female maybe pali pamoja na ni young people, automatically watajua hawa ni demonstrators. So maybe kuna kona machali walitupwa, ama maybe pia venye Miguna alisema wanaweza kuwa walichomwa, who knows. So, and another thing pia still on those bodies, mi ningesema kama kungekuwa na count, preferably one of the Gen Z kuchukua account, yeah, just any family member, kama mtu wako amemiss, kukuwe na pali online ana report, not to the government but to us. Alafu sasa hizo mwili zile zimepatikana, una check na hiyo list, so tujue who are still missing up to date. So that will help, because right now remember ni gava tu ndio iko nayo. People are scattered all over. We don't know nani amemiss mtu wao. Hakuna ile like something an government that can keep this count for us. I think that will also help. About my second point is just about the division that I think the political class right now is kind of just the political class and the Gen Z. The division they're trying to bring is just the tribalism that you people have been talking about. And I don't think they will succeed, but it's a high time we need to come together and continue with the same cause. You know, we are tribalists, we need to continue with the same cause. It might be hard. Unajua hapa na hii, wale wasi wako na hii na maybe big towns ina move, but places zingine hai move. Unajua bado people are still so tribal. So I'm still for like this idea of civic education to just bring some education to those people, you know, on the benefit of us being tribeless. We can really achieve a lot. Because easy political division ziko so clear. Kama Raila, wala watu wanamzingira, wanaona, huyu mzae asipoenda handshake, alafu akose seat, maybe Gen Z wachague one of their own, they will be irrelevant. They will be distinct. Unanielewa? Watu wanafuata Raila kina Junet Mohammed, Njoho, they'll be distinct for real. So they're trying to push him for this handshake. Probably even him himself he wants, because he knows the benefits to it. Mtoto wake ako na job, anapatanga checks, as we all know. So he has, all these people have their interests. So it's a high time that we still put ourselves together. Let's not be divided on tribal basis. Ati hey, Wakikuyu, Majenzim kuja hapa, sijui Wajaluo, Wakale, Wanini, no. We are tribeless, we are still together. And I'm still for civic education. My idea with the civic education was, remember atuna chapa mob kama our political class. So unajua kama ni campaign, wametuibia chapa mob. Wanaweza wakajimanage financially. Si hatuna kakitu. So, kama manini, wanaitwaje? Actually, I saw a lot of musicians and all these celebs, Kenyan celebs, wakishow up during protest. What about tukiendanga tu county by county, just civic education and letting people know, you know, kind of like just bring that awareness. Because as much as tuko na heat, we are feeling we are moving somewhere. This is Nairobi. It will be much more effective when this heat is felt in all corners of Kenya. Unanielewa? Kila pahali ukienda una feel hiyo heat, na nzile like unajua Raila is a nobody. Yes, he did whatever he did for Kenya that time, but right now he's a nobody. This is what we want for Kenya. So if this heat is felt all over, it will be more effective in the sense that we can make our own leadership from president to cabinet. Mpaka Marikuru. Unakumbuka ule demo alikuwa online anaomba tu sijui death nini certificate azike shosho yake na bado anazungushwa kuchota kitu kidogo. Unanielewa? So I think with the numbers, and these numbers again, zikwe diverse like all over the country, Equal like a real movement, hata kama itabaki its own party. Because right now as we are too big to fit in even ODM or whatever the party is. We can't. Our ideology, you know, we are not corrupt. You know, we don't take bribery. We don't do anything crazy like their way. So we cannot fit in one. We cannot. And they cannot even contain us. So whatever we are starting, it's my wish that we become global. Ukienda Turukana, whatever wanatutambua. Tukienda sijui wapi, wanatutambua. So tusikae tu, tusifili hit na hii peke yake, alafu ishie hapa. Ndio, unajua ikikuwa tu hivi na hii peke yake, ni ile tu tutadictate, tutofanya hivi na dance left, to the right and move to the right, jump up and jump up. But ikikuwa all over the corner mpaka ma-recruits kila mtu, hizi institutions zote, tutakuwa pia na power kuweka watu wale tunajua wako na integrity. And then Kenya will be a new Kenya. Otherwise, thank you so much. I love Kenya so much. I'm not home right now. I stay away. But I'm with you guys. Sijalala. I was just trying to wait to talk to you. We are in this together. Let's fight. It's a good cause. Any question, Kibe? Or anybody else?
No question. It's just, did you hear the time when this movement had started, Lillian? And with the wait, listen to the question. When it started and the diaspora people were targeted and they started saying, oh, you diaspora people are not even, part of this movement. Leave this movement to the real people who are on the ground. Do you remember that time?
Hiyo time sikusikia.
Kulikuwa na time walikuwa na push hiyo narrative sana. So every time tunasikia mtu wa diaspora tunashanga, enyewe, hawa diaspora, do they really mean it?
Kibe amedisappear.
Oh yeah, I'm back. Ilikumeleta shida. Lilian, I think mimi na wewe tumemaliza hiyo stories, ndio?
Oh, sasa, but hiyo sikusikia, hiyo time sikusikia by the way.
There was something that was happening there, and it was very interesting that the diaspora people were so involved. Do you think the diaspora people still have the energy to keep pushing for this movement?
Diaspora, I think kuko divided. Kuna wale tu ni job, like they're so much into themselves. Unanielewa? Wanajiita wa Kenya, but they're just so much in their schedule and full of themselves. Na kuna wale, mtu iza akaenda kulala kabla one kama ka news. Hata siku hizi hata si news tunawatchingi, ni my YouTube. Unajua, you go online to see what's going on. Kuna wale wanajua, demonstration ni kesho, watamkia tu akiona, hey, kumeendaje, unanielewa? So kuna hiyo division. Na kuna wengine, they're still there, they are Kenyans, but they don't care so much.
All right, okay. Thank you, Lillian. Thank you for coming through.
All right, guys, bye.
All right. Yeah. McKenna, let's go.
Kibe, how are you?
I'm easy, man. What's good, bro?
Nothing much, man. Still continuing with the struggle, even from diaspora. But I've just seen Zax has announced a return of Kazi Mtaani. You know, the Kazi Mtaani that Uhuru had introduced. So again, he's trying to. Yeah, he's just announced about an hour ago that he's gonna bring back Kazi Mtaani.
Yeah. You know,
So
Kazim
he's again
Mtaani.
treating a symptom.
Kazim Mtaani was the biggest bribe to the youth.
Mm-hmm.
It is a direct bribe to the youth. These guys are given
Exactly.
jobs that you go sweep. We pay you per day.
Go sweep and you dig here, do that, and
all
block this.
they do, bro, those guys fuck, man. They fuck each other. It's crazy. The corruption that goes there, bro, is rubbish. It's such a rubbish.
You're very right. For those supervisors to give you that job, yeah, man, they use you like shit. And of course, a lot of money goes to the people, involved. The people in government. The amount that goes to people that actually do the job is very little. Like there are a lot of middlemen in between, even for you to get that job. Some people will get the job and not show up, but still get paid. So there's a lot of ghost workers, I would say, for lack of a better word. But anyway, Kibe, the reason I'm here, I wanted to play a very short clip. It will be about 2 minutes. Is that okay? Kibe, can I go ahead?
Bro, you take 2 minutes to play a 2-minute clip.
Okay, I'm gonna play that. This is it's very famous. I'm sure most people have heard about it or have watched it before. This was an interview that Mandela did in the US, and the journalist was asking him about why he's has connection with Fidel Castro and Muammar Gaddafi, because America then did not agree with Castro and Gaddafi. And this was his response. And I want people to connect it with the current struggle that the Gen Zs are doing in Kenya, and maybe have a different perspective to how you look at it.
Is to think that their enemies, the mistakes which some political analysts make, is to think that their enemies should be our enemies. That we can and we will never do. We have our own struggle, which we are conducting. We are grateful to the world for supporting our struggle. But nevertheless, we are an independent organization with its own policy. And the attitude of every country towards our attitude towards any country is determined by the attitude of that country to our struggle. Yasser Arafat, Colonel Gaddafi, Fidel Castro support our struggle to the hilt. There is no reason whatsoever why we should have any hesitation about hailing their commitment to human rights as they are being demanded in South Africa. Our attitude is based solely on the fact that they fully support the anti-apartheid struggle. They do not support it only in rhetoric. They are placing resources at our disposal for us to win the struggle.
Kibe, did you hear that? You probably have watched this before, yeah?
Yeah, I watched it. It's one of his most iconic responses ever. That guy.
Yeah.
That was a good clip you played.
Yeah. So my point, the point I wanted to make is, as much as it's a Gen Z struggle, anyone that embraces or has a positive attitude towards the struggle, they should work with them. It doesn't matter how old it is, how old they are, or where they are. Diaspora have raised funds to support those people in hospitals. We've been doing this week in Melbourne, and by Saturday we are channeling some money to the victims in Kenyatta Hospital. A lot of other diaspora from all over the world have raised money to support the movement. They have protested in various embassies and created awareness. That is also a positive thing in the struggle. Those people who are old, even politicians in Kenya, they might try to take advantage of that. But as much as they're supporting your movement, it doesn't matter what they've done before. You just continue the movement and win, because it should be winning and getting your demands met. That should be the most important thing. When you stop to throw stones at people like Gaito because you don't agree with them, first, I think that is trying to divert from the main point, and you're making the enemy enjoy, because that's will be more of a divide and rule. So focus on what you want to achieve. Whoever supports your movement and struggle, that is your friend. That's the person you should work with. That's a point I wanted to make, Kibe.
All right. Was that swing of Guaido at me, or it was just general to all the Guaido haters?
Oh, no, no, it's general. Miguna, anyone that you think should not belong to the struggle, for as much as they're playing a part, Miguna can host a space and rant and give ideas, legal ideas, political ideas. That will help the movement. So focus on that. Don't focus on, Miguna is taking advantage of this.
No. You can't say that. You can't say that, because the movement needs as to be multifaceted. It cannot just be one way. The movement has to also protect itself against hyenas, because hyenas are going to make the movement look bad. So you have to get rid of the hyenas. It happens because the movement has an identity. Hold up and listen to this. The movement has an identity, and the movement has a uniform. So who is this person who doesn't have the uniform giving instructions?
If Mandela stopped for a minute and said, because Castro and Gaddafi are going to make me look bad, I'm not going to work with them, probably he wouldn't have had the resources he had at his disposal to fight to fight appetite.
Yeah, but
So as much as everyone have their
also
weaknesses,
remember he was being asked a question by a reporter from the US. And the US had done very little to help him during the struggle with apartheid. So he was talking to the people who had given him the resources directly. So that is a complete different conversation from the one we're having here. So here, what I'm trying to tell you, McKenna, maybe you need to understand what I'm saying. It's like when Jesus looked at it's like when Jesus was with the disciples and the kids were trying to come to him. And I think, is it Peter or which one? I think Peter, one of them, said, hey, he told the kids, hey, don't come near Jesus. And Jesus saw that shit happening. And he told that guy, hey, listen, let the little children come to me. These are the ones who are pure in heart. So I know some of us, like now, McKenna, you and I know each other. Well, we have met. We know our age mates and how we think. This movement has to remain pure in the hands of the people who it belongs to. Otherwise, if it leaves there, then it becomes a movement that has a different motive from the one that they started with. So ndio saa hii nikiona watu wengine wakidandia nasema lakini simwache watoi wa enjoy. It's like you going to a bouncing castle and now you want to jump in bouncy castle with the kids. Yeah, na vile umenona na short yako tra yako inavuta chini tunaona rasa, yani you're just a mess. Yeah, you're deflating the bouncing castle. We're like, leave the kids to enjoy. This is theirs. It belongs to them.
it belongs to them. Most people are not actually taking it away from them. They are supporting them in that play that they're doing.
Yeah, yes. And this is why I was very impressed with what Diaspora is doing, because Diaspora is doing something that is positive. You guys are even working to, there's something to do with Kenyatta Hospital. You guys are doing all that shit. Many of us in Kenya are not doing that. So Diaspora is playing a part, which is a very good part, because that's a part of support. You're supporting their movement. You're not telling them what to do. You're not busy trying. You're not busy trying to get into their heads to settle some old scores. You're not vengeful. It's just a clean movement. You guys have decided to do this. We're going to support you wherever you want. You want supplies. You want water. You want glucose. You need to be paid for these hospital bills. We got you. But the movement belongs to them, not us.
Yep.
Ama nimeenda sana. Acha ninyamaze. Ongelesha Jose Ireri hapo.
Jose.
Thank you for having me again. I like that conversation because finally every role now knows what it needs to do. When I say roles, I mean generations. This is about like human evolution, like somebody said earlier, and I get it now because the boomers, baby boomers, the institutions worked for them, so I don't blame them protecting this system. Gen Xers were the first to call it out. They wanted autonomy, they wanted freedom. So they said, no, institutions were not for us. So they built systems like Elon Musk with electric cars and maybe X, and Kibe maybe with the Africa, so that they can be conduits to these other generations. Now the millennials came in and they were pragmatic. They had to choose for themselves. They either choose a system and we choose corporate these other things. That's because when the LSK president refused the president's call, people were like, why did you refuse? That's the normal. She was like, no, I'm choosing the optimistic side. I believe in the cause of this Gen Zs. So the millennials are the heroes now. They're supposed to be the boots on the ground because they know either they want the system, they don't, so they can choose for themselves. Now the Gen Zs are the ones supposed to be ushered in by the millennials. I'm saying this because it's a battle for the future. A story has been told about the Tsavo, the lands of Tsavo. So I heard it killed so many people, and people asked, how did people live to tell the story? It's because the old offered themselves to be sacrificed so that the young ones can live. So it's about the future. That's why I'm saying heroes will be born in this crisis. They have to come out so that the future, it will celebrate them. So that's why this spirit is occupy everywhere, and it's about freedom, and it's about the future. It's about the future, these guys. It's about human race. Do not die. It's about survival now. So when I see boomers, and I see Gen Xers, and I see millennials, and I see now Gen Zs fighting for the struggle for the future. I'm like, yeah, go ahead, let it happen. It's supposed to happen like this. So that's why, and I like movies. You know, it's like when Simba was being showed the savannah by Lion King, Mufasa, and he said, all this after you, it will be yours till the horizon, you know. It was showing you the savannah and how beautiful it is and how green it is. Now, when Scar came in and killed Mufasa and Simba had to run away, they came in with the hyenas and they were destroying the savannah until there was nothing. It was just bones and everything. Everything was destroyed. Now the institutions which are failing now. Now Simba had to come back so that they can get it back. No, these are the Gen Zs as well. The war cry now. They're like, and they need to come back so that they can save the savannah again. It needs to rebuild because the institutions have failed. Like you saw the story with Quarry, the police station was just up there and they are dead. There was a mass grave there. I mean, why? Why did the cops catch the guy before this thing went out of control? It's because the institutions have failed. Trust is broken. That's why we need to come out. You know, the millennials, I'm saying, I know the millennials don't want to hear this, but millennials need to come out. And I heard someone saying that iende kwa mashinani. No, wars are fought in the capital. That's where the
Did we lose Jose Ireri again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What keeps happening with your network, bro?
I don't know. But did you catch it? Did you catch where they last hear me?
So wars are fought in the capital. Go ahead from there.
Yes. So I'm saying focus on the capital. That's where the center of control is. Once you capture the capital, and the rest, it will trickle down with your ideas and your new thoughts and the refreshing. Because capitals, that's where the power is. Look what Ruto, the president, is doing, capturing the churches, which are they are broken. I'm telling you, every institution now, you can't trust it. That's why you need to capture and change it for the better. You can't. I'm sorry to say this. That's why I'm saying this war and the spirit behind it, it's so powerful because I get it now, because it's the war of our survival as a human species. Old ones had their chance. Gen Xers warned us. Millennials had to choose. Now the Gen Zs are the ones who are ushering in this new age because they're the ones who are going to inherit it. Now, when I see the Gen Zs being killed in cold blood, found in gorges and short graves, I'm like, oh my God, he has woken a dragon. People are going to wake up and say, no, these are the future. These are the ones who are going to inherit everything. So when we see the old ones feeding on the young to survive, it's against nature. You know, in nature, we say it's about survival. And that's why we're good inventors. I know Kibe talked about predicting. No, that's not our nature to predict. Our nature is to invent so that you can survive and adapt. That's why I'm saying why this thing is so important to us. And I'd like to finish with this. You know, there's this movie about immortality. I like the Greek philosophers. You know, they wrote nice stories. So there's this hero called Achilles. So Achilles was like a soldier who was born in times of war. Now the mother, because she was scared, she was told that if you want this guy to live to be mortal, you'll have to dip her in the river so that it can be immortal. But because the mother was scared, he left the Achilles. That's why it's called Achilles. The Achilles, which was the weak point. Now, when Achilles was marching, he was supposed to go to Troy. And the mother told him, if he goes there, he'll die, but he'll be remembered forever. That was the price of glory, you know, because you'll be immortal. So the minute he was charging, he was telling his soldiers, he's telling, don't no one forget how menacing we are. We are lions. We need to charge beyond those horizon and everything and take immortality. Immortality is yours now. Take it. It's yours. Thanks again.
Interesting. Hey. Let's see if we can have a few more people speak. And then we close this up. We've had a very good discussion. Very, very balanced discussion. I like to have a balanced discussion where it's not just one way, it's people having different thoughts. Thank you to JN, to Jose Ireri. I'll have to let you guys go so that I can bring a few more people in. Madofolo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, man. How are you?
I'm easy. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. There was something McKenna was saying about you and McKenna had a back and forth about who we should be able to allow to be part of this particular movement. It goes on to say like there's a thin line of knowing who is genuine about the intentions of joining the movement or not. So kuna wale watu ambao you will have to say, you will have to vet them first and know maybe they are past. Maybe ingekuwa before the era of whatever we have this particular information, it would have been hard to be able to know who is genuine and wants to join into this particular movement. And then I'll pass my condolences to the families that have lost people and all the bodies being found in the quarry and all that. Now, there's something interesting. I don't know if all of you all have also noticed. Why are there, government bloggers who want to counter how these bodies, were killed or that? It doesn't matter if these were protesters or they were not. It just goes on to show how incompetent the state and the police are, because all those people missing, and we have never had information come out. Even the police come out with that report saying there are these people who reported in this particular police station. 3 bodies there. This person is missing. This person is missing, and then a report has come out and said these people are this total number of people are missing, and we are looking for them or something like that. It had to take for the protest and the other people being abducted and go missing and others being found in different places for us to be able to realize there are people or there are dead bodies in the quarry. It is not right. Life is life. It doesn't matter how that particular person died, whether it is a cult, whether it is a rogue doctor, whether they died in the protest, whether that kind of way. So it is actually wrong for the government or any other person to come and dispute and say, yeah, equal protesters, it was, it is something different. Even if it is something different, it shows the incompetence of the state and the police. Now, I also wanted to, nataka just briefly to touch on, the dialogue and all that. I was listening to Spice FM in the morning, and there's a speaker who said that since 2006, there have been 26 reports that reports the ziko and their gathering, and none of them has ever been implemented at all. Hata zifunguliwi. So there is also one report that is very, very emotive. Na hiyo ni Ndungu Lands report. The government and the elites and anybody else, they have made sure that that report will never be opened or will never be discussed, because if it does, the people like the Kenyatas, the Kina Ruto, Kina Raila, I believe, they are in the mix because of grabbing of land and all that, even state land that they took and all that particular shit. So they are avoiding. So there is no need for people to go and dialogue, and then after dialogue, it's just for the purpose of them, sharing a few seats here and there. But I'm glad that this particular movement has told them, even if you go and talk and decide that you want to form a government of national unity, we are not going to stop at that. It will still continue the same way that we are, this thing is going on. So it doesn't matter if you go there and share your positions, you share them, that's okay. But the movement and the cause will continue. And if you look at, there was a time Kanyawaso was on an interview and he said, I don't listen to old people. The only people with ideas are the young people. He meant something when he actually said that. I'm not saying that we don't listen to our parents, but when you look at whatever is going on currently right now, old people feel like such movements or such incidences or such causes, they just destabilize their normal way of life, and they want a normal life. They can actually be able to afford to get state appointments, and all that, continue stealing money. This has disrupted a lot of stealing. It has disrupted a lot of illegal appointments. and other illegalities that the elites have been doing. So when we say we do not want to deal with the older people, it shows that older people, like for example, Oburu Odinga also said, I heard his interview. Alisema, I am not afraid. I am 80 years old. I am not afraid of anything. So we should just go on and dialogue and have this particular conversation. You see, you can clearly see he doesn't have long enough to live. He's closer to his grave than we are to our own. Maybe through a bullet that maybe will hit us if we go onto the streets. But he doesn't have long enough. But we have some of us, we have a long way to go. We have a long, if we will not die of maybe cancer or a bullet or anything else, we have a long way to go. And that's why we are afraid. We are afraid, what will our future look like? What will I look like when I'm at the age of Oburu Odinga? Will I still be struggling? Will I be, still trying to find work and do all that? So there is a reason why young people are out here. They are looking for a future whereby they know that ikifika 60, I am living in a good country whereby nitakuwa nimetengeneza pesa yangu. I can actually retire peacefully and leave, pass the mantle to the kids or to other people. So the reason basically that is just what I wanted to touch on about. But the story of dialogue, we will just dialogue again and then go back and listen to them. But I'm glad that people have refused this, and it's not going to happen. So thank you.
All right. Thanks, Madofolo. Appreciate that submission. It's very interesting. You guys have some serious submissions, bro. Liz Nash, are you here? Malo.
Yes. Andrew Kibe, how are you?
Great. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So, guys, what you're seeing in our country is really saddening. It's very painful. And it's even more painful that the government itself does not give a damn about what's really going on. For example, I mean, what has been happening in Kware, bodies are being found, but even the county government cannot deliver or just bring the emergency services team, which actually we are the people who are paying those taxes. That is a fully funded section of the government. But you still find that people who are actually depressed at home, people who have issues, people who are actually, are not supposed to be doing that work, are the ones who have been put to collect those bodies from those dump sites. The risks that have been involved, they have not even been provided with safety gears, with anything. Like, we are doing these things, it's like we are on our own. And it is very painful that today when I think we saw a report that actually the dump site was set on fire. So you kind of start to think of what is really happening. If the government is saying that this thing has been on a killing spree, killing women, and they all of a sudden they have someone that they have actually arrested, and then this guy comes all of a sudden and say he has killed 42 people, including his wife, and the government cannot give us information about this guy. Who was his wife? Who are these people? Where were they reported? There is no any report. There is nobody who has actually come to say, our daughter was married to some guy like this and went missing, and we've never seen any report like that. So it's really sad that we as the people of Kenya cannot trust anybody. We cannot trust government institutions. We cannot trust any government machinery. And most so we cannot trust the government, the opposition. If you look at yesterday Raila, I think, went to Kware. I don't know what was the motive behind, like, grown-ups actually deciding, let's go to Kware on a public rally with the, opposition leaders. We on their vehicles to go and just speak nonsense to people. Like, Raila himself knows very well that so many people have been killed because of Raila Odinga. But when all this started, when things started going south, of course, it should go south like that. Now you realize that now these people have actually been together. They have not been in opposition or whatever we people think that is what has been happening. The opposition, the political class, and those who have been in the government, these people are one thing. And what happens is that all the deals that happen in the government, they are all aware of it. And what happens is that they get silenced because they know how they're going to earn from it. Otherwise, outside here, the only power this political class have is through dividing people. And they have always used tribalism as the main weapon. They use tribalism because they know, previously, like our parents and the old guys, like this thing is in their head. It is in their head that whenever anything happens that it's going to shake the status quo of these politicians and stuff, they start the issue of tribalism. And then they turn people against each other. And from that, they can do whatever they want. I mean, it's just, divide and rule? That's what they have been doing. And when people realize that this is what these guys have been doing, now you realize that nobody wants to listen to the opposition, nobody wants to listen to anyone in the government, and now they go together. They now go and meet and say, we are going to put ourselves together, create a government of national unity. And you wonder, like, is these people think we want a government of national unity? No, we want a system that is working, a system that is able to deliver. I mean, the things that is going around in this system is just too wrong. People like Mokomen are actually selling our airports here, and we are just here, we are just quiet. People actually using over 900 million on travel, and we are just quiet. So this movement, like, let us never give up. It is so painful. I know they will still kill people. They will do whatever they've been instructed to do. And the reason why I am very skeptical about these things that come from the DCI or DPP, I don't know, these guys. Like, I don't know why these guys are still in the office. People are being killed to this level, but William Ruto cannot even give a direction or an order for these people to be arrested. When the acting AG came in, he decided to send the police officers who were in just some few meters from the quarry that they've been transferred. No, that was the wrong thing. He wasn't supposed to do, like, transfer where? These guys were supposed to be resigned from work, and they were supposed to be detained until we get a concrete, like, a robust information of what has been really happening. Because this is a system that these people are involved. You cannot tell me that people are being killed in Nakuru, people are being killed in Nairobi, because in Nakuru as well, we've seen some bodies are being picked. This thing is something that is being coordinated within the national government, and those who are actually in doing this are these people in the security, these senior officials in the security. They're the ones who gives orders before someone is killed, and we will go for them as well. We won't stop. And I think this thing of abduction, I mean, we as the public needs to figure out a way how we need to handle things to do with abduction. People cannot come where people actually live, in an estate, and then you go and you don't have any uniform, you don't have any arrest warrant, we don't know, like, nobody can say you are actually a police time is very odd. You have come to arrest somebody who has never been involved in a criminal activity. You want to abduct that person and go with him. And then that's just like that. He disappears. I feel that to some extent, we need to start handling these people who really abduct people as thieves. As thieves, because there is a difference between making noise that, oh, stop abducting, stop, and there's a difference when now you guys come out and say, these are thieves. Because they are thieves. They're stealing our men. They're stealing our women. They're stealing and going chopping them. They are thieves. And when we go, the emotions that come in when thieves, it makes it easy for the public to actually react. They can have the gun. They can have the guns. But as long as you're a thief, you're a thief. Mob justice. I mean, that's what I think. Maybe we should somehow think of that. If we are able to do something like that, because at this rate, when we are just making noise and looking at them, they think we can't do anything, and they continuously abduct people, and it's not going to stop. And I can tell you for free, all these abductions have been authorized by William Ruto. He has these people everywhere. Even I'm very sure in this space, he has these people who are listening to people, collecting information, taking them to, and then they decide, go for these people, go for this person. William Ruto knows everything around these things. And that's why we are saying Ruto must go. The hashtag of Ruto must go is not just Ruto must go. The whole system, it is a system overhauling the whole system, the corrupt system that has been putting us into, this kind of a cage where we have to be beggars. And it is very painful that the old generation really don't care about these things. Like, I saw Sudi telling people, like, najua nyinyi mkisimama hapa mko na njaa. And people are clapping. Really? People are clapping? We saw this guy, this MP with Sujui Wanjiku, whatever. You are hoarding food for people who have been affected by, natural disasters. Until you are called out, you even get your trucks to go and steal it at night. And then that person comes in that grouping, and people actually are clapping. We have a problem. And I hope this problem will be sorted by this generation. For us, we love to support, we will have to go to street, and we hope that we get what we are really looking for. This whole system has to go home. Thank you.
You there? Shikuku. Thank you, Malo.
Thank you, Kibe, for the chance to speak. Mine, I'm going to touch on the issue of knowledge. First of all, is knowledge, because any revolution without knowledge is always becomes stillborn, and that's why you can see revolutions like that have been stillborn, like in Tunisia, like in Sudan. The knowledge is important, and how is it important? The forefront of organizing a revolution should have an idea, should have good information on how those systems work. Because, for example, if tomorrow the regime falls, who are going to be in those places to make sure what they really wanted happens? Because the problem we have been having in Kenya is that the people who fight for any cause always end up not being the ones who control the narrative. Because you can see right now, people like ODM are angling themselves because they're looking at the Generation Z. They're saying, yes, you're doing a good thing, but we can see
you don't have a plan, structure, or something like that. So once you're done with this, it will be us to execute it. And that has been a recurring theme in Kenyan politics. Remember the Mau Mau? They fought for the independence. The collaborators are the ones who took the thing home. When it comes to I've heard you talking about Generation X. Generation X did their bit. When it comes to multi-party, when it comes party rule ended and the new gave it to others to execute. So right now, the danger that Gen Z are looking at right now is that they will bake this cake. The cake will be cooked very well, a very nice fruit cake or any cake for that matter. And when it reaches the time of the actualization of it, it will be left in other people's hands. How can they stop that from happening? I think one way to stop that is if tomorrow and the days after they push and get everything that they really wanted, they should take political power. How do they take political power? We should look at our campaign financing. Because if, for example, the parliament was dissolved, how will the Gen Zs and the millennials come into the picture? They can only come into the picture by acquiring political power. And how will they acquire that? They are short on resources. How do they get those resources? They'll have to raise those resources. And now is where campaign financing comes in. That we have been doing it here in Kenya. They bought the voter. And that's why they're arrogant. This arrogance does not stem from something. This arrogance is stemming from the fact that they know they are in those positions they are in because they gave the people money. Ndio kwa sababu wanawatapikia. How do you end your kutapikiwa? Is by making sure if someone is running for political office, let them be sponsored by the people. Let people raise money to fund candidates. Because when we raise money to fund candidates, that's the moment the candidates will feel an obligation towards us. Because you, for example, ukienda pale Biashara Street or Kimathi Street in those nice suit shops, you buy 3 pairs of suits, and then the guy looks at you, Mwindi looks at you and says, nitakupa moja free. You will never forget that place. Kipita pale, whether with your girlfriend or somebody else, you'll always tell them, that's Sharamji Punja, that guy there, he gave me a suit for free. You'll always remember. And that's what we need to do to our political leaders. They have to see that the position they occupy is courtesy of us. And that's the way we make it through campaign financing. And then this revolution will not be stillborn, will not be left in the hands of the people who are not part of the movement to benefit from it. That's why ODM, that's the only stop you'll stop Kina ODM, all these other political actors, because right now they are just smiling. They know even if parliament is dissolved, even anything, if Ruto goes, we are still the guys who will execute this thing. That's one thing that is making them comfortable. And that's why you can see what wanashangaa. Mbona hii arrogance haijapotea? That's the reason why. Because they know when it reaches crunch time, when it reaches to the votes, it will be their money will talk for them. And they will be back in the same position and they will be laughing all the way. So the only way to stop them is to go in there and to take that power, and we sponsor ourselves. We treated our sick, our dead were buried, our sick were treated because we financed it ourselves. Why can't we do the same for the political seats and then make this revolution a real revolution by us getting in there and doing it ourselves? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bwana Shikuku. That was, that last part, make it a real revolution by going in there and doing it ourselves. Understand that part, my people. Going in there and doing it ourselves. You cannot order anyone to fight the revolution for you. You cannot order anyone into the revolution. Whatever it is that you feel so strongly about, you must fight it yourself. You must fight for it yourself. That should be the message for today. All right, thank you, Shikuku. That's a wonderful message. Let's hear from this person who came running. Gunia Jr., go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Kibe. I'm glad to be here. I've been here for hours. I've been listening to everybody and taking notes. Actually, I have a book and a pen. I've been taking notes every single step of the way because I felt like the conversation we are having is very important and I have to be here until I share my thinking. One thing I like about this space is because everyone is protected. So when somebody is speaking, you can't be interrupted until you finish. So it's very, very, very good. Number one, you want independent view that we have on this situation. I will have a divergent view from whatever I've been listening to. Number one, Gen Z are good people, but it's high time somebody call them for who they are. A coup is a coup. It doesn't matter it comes from where. A cause is a cause. Gen Z cannot be that everything they say that is the right thing. That if you want to differ with them in any way, even if you want to give a different view, you are a bad person, you have to be greeted, you have to be done what. It doesn't mean that we don't agree with the cause. We do. I support 100% the cause. But we must agree on the modalities. You just don't bulldoze everything. They say in African society that an old man sees when sitting down, a young man cannot see standing up. If you remember, those people that we are castigating, yes, we can disagree with them, but I've never seen somebody literally holding Gen Z's castration camps the way they used to do to Mau Mau. Those guys were fighting real wars. So as much as we say they didn't do much, because of them, we have a country today. So as we progress, we say, okay, fine, they fought their bit, they did what they could. Now we pick it from here and we continue. When we leave the Mau Mau generation alone, because Kibe, you don't like us talking about history that we can't verify. Whatever I'm talking about is basic knowledge. I don't want to go into details. They were arrested, put into castration camps, did whatever, but we still had, actually, they slept in the bush. Now we have a country. We talk about the millennials and Nayo generation nyuma yao. I've not seen Ruto having a castration camp. These guys had a Nyayo house, literally operating as a government entity. Ukiongea unapelekwa. I've never seen a Gen Z going there. So as much as we are saying our fathers fail, remember, it is because of their voices and them being detained, some killed and whatever. The ones went to the street. Akina Orengo now we are talking about in the Sabasaba, whatever, is the reason why we have the freedom of speech. It was never there. Today we can speak and call ourselves Gen Z and have space for the media, whatever. This is because of their contribution. So as much as we are trying to tell them where they failed and they went wrong, some respect must be put in those words and how we operate. Not like just bulldozing everything. Ukiambiwa hapa mnaenda sana, wewe ni mbaya, we have to greet you. You understand? Now, moving on, because we touch so many things, I'll try to speak as fast as I can, touch on as many subjects as I can so that I can give other people also time to speak. It's just that I waited for long. There is what we call parenting. Wezi tuambia, you see, the way we were raised, you couldn't raise your voice to an adult ukiongea naye, lazima unyenyekee ukiongea na mzazi. Actually, we were even being beaten by neighbors ukilelewa. And remember, saa hii we have Gen Zs, ukimpoint macho wewe anakupeleka kotini. Umeweka Gen Z wamekuwa so entitled that they can't be corrected. The level of which at which they drink, the level at which they have immorality, the level at which they do every single thing. Alafu ati Gen Z hawezi ambiwa. That is the reason why we have people being killed ovyo ovyo, because you can't tell a Gen Z When msichana, stay at home, go to school, and this one, they are hiding at night, going to parties, they sneak at night, they're looking for expensive life they can't afford. They have weirdos who are sneaking them in some apartments, they're getting killed there. Now, suddenly you want to blame a DCI at somebody should resign. Wait, you leave the comfort of your parents, you ignore the advices on a power kwa society because you believe you cannot be told. You find ladies insulting people, slapping all over, and now akipelekwa ka apartment mahali akauliwa, suddenly now we are supposed to blame DCI, we are supposed to blame everyone. It's a bad parenting. We have unfortunate incidences where somebody is just genuine. Now we have malicious people in the society. So we have to accept both. Now, talk about the leadership, where this thing ilikuwa the key, how do you call it? The backbone of the conversation. We have been tested. We have young leaders who are pushing for young leaders. Remember, everybody who is watching, as much as those old people, we are the majority, but they also have a say. They have a stake. They have resources that we don't have. They have experience. You cannot disregard history and say, Akuna kitu anajua. They can see where we are going. They have fought these wars. It's just that the enemy is different. Now, we have Africans, Kenyans, wanatufanya ujinga. Wale walikuwa na whites and some collaborators. All right? So, remember, they know where we are headed. We just need to be smart, learn, and plan. Leadership, you have been tested. Angalia Senate. Somebody mentioned Karen Nyamu. Is she not a young lady? Angalia chenye anatufanyia kwa bunge. Anafanya hata the people who are like having faith in young leadership. Anafanya hata the people who are like having faith in young leadership. They're like, so these are the people we tested leadership. They're like, so these are the people we tested. Look at the nonsense we are dealing with. Look at Salasia, always drinking na vodka and all those things. Look at people like we have Nyamu, Salasia, people like Sudi. Sudi is not so old, but suddenly it's a billionaire doing bullshit. The young leaders who have gotten the opportunity to do something have really tainted our image. That even when you are talking about the leadership, there's some stigma wanakuangalia nayo. So we have to work extra hard to clean ile ujinga wamefanya. Unaona? And so when we talk about the tribalism ambayo hatuna, tumezaliwa Nairobi, tunalelewa, hata tujuangi mtu ni kabila gani. Mpaka later on in life, I don't know who trains them on this thing. Tribalism itaisha tu when we implement what we call the constitution. Gen Z can push whoever they want to push. As a matter of fact, they have nobody to push. Ni kuongea tu, sasa hata Ruto akitoka leo, they have nobody kuweka kwa hiyo kiti. Cabinet hakuna. The only way, hata huyo tunataka kuweka, these people change. Hata leo tukichukua the biggest Gen Z fan and follow and whatever, ukiweka State House, once power imeingia na hiyo trappings, they forget. The only way we can be safe, whether from Gen Z, whether from millennials, whether from whoever, is we insist on the implementation of constitution to the latter. Be it which rule, be it corruption, be it appropriation of funds, be it allocations, be it appointments. Tukisema huyu mtu ako na rekodi mbaya, somebody mentioned Obado. Obado ako na hii na hii na hii, afai to hold any seat. We implement the constitution, afai. Somebody mentioned Waluke, I don't know that guy who was jailed for many years. Suddenly ako bado mbunge hapa. Those are the things we push for. But today, if we make Ruto one man an enemy, remember Ruto did not have resources to get there. It's us, the Gen Z hustlers, who pushed this guy to get there. Now akifika pale akatugeuka. Ali promise nobody's going to die under his leadership. Suddenly mnaokota mamwili. The thing is, Ruto cannot be everywhere. It is us to help him succeed or we push him to fail. His failure, as much as people will clap, trust you me, his failure will trickle down to us. But our responsibility as Kenyans, responsible citizens, we have to advise each other, we have to listen to each other, we have to push the leader who is there to succeed by holding him accountable. Na akikataa, venye Ruto amekataa. That is the reason I'm supporting Gen Z. Amekataa because ameambiwa na njia zote amekataa. Now we push them. The MPs we are talking about did not give a damn about what we are dealing with until wakaanza kusalimiwa. It means we have the power to hold them accountable. But lazima tukue na limits because the precedents we are setting is that if you don't agree with the leader, you go in the streets, ng'ang'ana tolewe, the billionaires will be using this any day they have a deal. This thing, Jimmy Wanjigi was accused of this yesterday. Why is Jimmy Wanjigi speaking now? Was he not part of this? Jimmy Wanjigi has a clear history of everything which has been happening in this country. Tangu wakati wa Moi, Kibaki, he's been a wheeler dealer here. Suddenly wakati wa Ruto, now he's giving clear picture of what has been happening, what is happening, and what should happen. Where has he been all this time? So if we set a precedence that when you don't agree with the president, sponsor youth, give them billions, let them go to the street, then the president is out. This is the trend that we are trying to set in the country. The same thing with the military. Kenya has been very stable. They tried it in 1982, it failed. We can't have military on the streets. Once they test the power, wameonja tu kidogo wanaona kumbe hii kitu inawezekana. All you need to do is capture military and you'll be overthrowing the president when you feel like. Kenya, we have a democratically elected president. We can force him to do the right thing. We did, and we have seen it. He dropped the bill by force. He fired the cabinet by force. We can insist on the wachana Raila. Raila is irrelevant. Once wamechagua hiyo cabinet, we will do the same thing we are doing. Wataenda wote. Tutawagreet, tutafanya everything. But we insist, once a president is elected, the only way to get them out is through the constitutional means. We vote them out. And if not, then we force them to do the right thing. But we cannot allow Gen Z to bring a tendency ya kwamba if you don't agree with something, however bad it is, lazima iende na ukikataa unagritiwa. Unagritiwa by who? We also fought our fights. And we also have a generation coming, they will fight their fights. So we support them, we agree with them. Mi nitakuwa kesho kwa maandamano, but we have to be reasonable. We have to listen to the voice of reason. Tukiambiwa you are going too much, listen. Kibe akikwambia hapa iko hivi, we listen, we reason together, but not being lynched because we disagree. I can pause there so can somebody can talk a little bit as I put my thoughts together on what I missed, please.
All right. Who wants to counter that? I think Dike Bon, or how do you pronounce this? Bonen.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
how do you pronounce that? Your name?
Adiki Bonen, hiyo tu vile nilisema. Yes, so
All right, go ahead.
I want to say kwanza to Gunia, how to respond to that. I think number one, you're wrong. We do not need a leader in this Gen Z movement because if we have a leader, then the guy will be corrupted. He'll be atapatiwa pesa. So I think for now, I think we're doing good as well. Also, another thing I want to say, we don't need an opposition because those guys, the Kinaudingas, the Mugunas, they've stolen our money tayari. So we need somebody fresh, someone young when 2027 comes, we will know what to do. But for right now, as the movement is going on, we don't need nobody in this fight at the moment. Let us keep on fighting this fight together, pamoja as youths, and we'll be giving the president pressure even because he can't control the millions in this fight. He cannot. And also, I want to say, easy my bloggers wamelipwa. We're going to say patana naye salamu pia, like the hotels and those guys. And also, Andrew, I like what you're doing, but also kama wewe kupata if you change the dialogue utapata salamu and even warning too. Asanteni.
Kibe, if you allow me to respond, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Somebody is telling you we keep moving. Moving where? I didn't even talk about us having leadership. I said we listen to voice of reason. This Otero guy saw that it was relevant for him to listen to what Ruto has to say, whether it's wrong or right. Now you are being told as Andrew Kibe, if you are invited somewhere and you see wisdom, ukuje unisikize, what am I saying? You are giving me an opportunity to, even if it's to resign. See, I have to be given an opportunity to resign. Now hiyo unafaa kusalimiwa. You are telling the Gen Z to move forward. Move forward to where? Move forward to do what? And I've not said that we're a leader. I've just said, do not move with a pace where we don't even know, have clear demands what you want from the president himself. Is there elected democratically? This is the kind of leadership we are. Okay, what are we training for this young generation now? When you look at them, Kibe, honestly, when you look at these people, Anifa talked about something. Kidogo, she's being lynched. Cairo was there doing I don't know whatever. Kidogo is being lynched. And the people, by the way, I have to call you out on this. Last time you called these people to come here, you have somebody like Makoure. I hear I heard he kidnapped himself. So next day akisema amekidnap you, how will we know it's the truth? They are greedy for attention. You call them for constructive dialogue forum ambayo kuna watu wengi tukuje tuongee tusikizane. They did not show up. And then you make them feel like now the queens, they're the kings, they're the whatever. Then suddenly huko ndo wanaenda kununuliwa. I'm glad the movement is going on without them. But I'm trying to say we must have voice of reason. Hata nikitaka kuongea na wewe Kibe, you can't listen to 5 million people. Somebody must speak to you. Who will you speak to? Because nobody wants to hear you. Ruto was put there by some people. They are forcing him to do things he don't want to do. And I gave you people a different perspective on this thing. I told you that if Ruto could have woken up in the morning and said, I'm closing up ofisi ya Uhuru ya mama yake ya kina Raila huko prime minister and whatever, nyinyi ndio munge riot. Angesema if you are 60 years and above, enda nyumbani, nyinyi ndio munge riot. What if Ruto set up the Gen Z so that he does the right thing, but by the people's power? He said the conversation will not be about tribes anymore, it will be about the things. Are we not doing that right now? Alisema takata budget hizi vitu. He's doing it maybe not the way people expected. Remember, these ministers anafukuza financed one way or the other for Ruto to get there. Aizi amka tu asubuhi aseme, you people must go home. He can't. But right now, he has the right to do it because it's Gen Z demanding. Anawambia, it is not me, I gave you the job. You helped me, I got to the presidency, I gave you the job. Gen Z ndo akutaki, sio mimi. Akisema Raila, mi nilikupea ofisi, Mudavadi nilikupea bibi yako, Uhuru niliwapatia zenyu, lakini Gen Z wamekata, akakata. If we push Ruto the way we are doing, trust you me, by 2027 we'll have the best president ever following the constitution. Budget imekatwa, anatusikiza by force, and nobody will blame Ruto for anything because it's the Kenyans demanding. So we look at this thing from different perspective. Don't think government is stupid. This is a long-armed oil machine. They can see you coming miles away. So don't think this Gen Z thing in our surprise. Otherwise, Ruto angekuwa amepanic. He's here, still launching, an attender, and a promise, because he has this thing under control. So please, as much as we are moving, don't think government is stupid. Don't think these people are surprised. Don't think they have never seen this. They could contain Raila with these militias, with the Jaluos and whoever it is, walikuwa narusha mawe. Raila rioted this country, every single county from 2007. He wasn't the president. He did it with Uhuru. He's still not the president. I'm telling you, Gen Z is a small thing for the government. As much as tumepe opportunity kuongea, we should not over abuse and overutilize it. Trust you me. Curfew for 3 days, this Gen Z thing will be dead. So, we reason. We reason.
Tunajua what the mtu wa status. Tunajua hizo games. Tunajua what the status. Something from status.
What are you saying about State House?
You're part of them, one. Eh? You're part of them.
It is fine. If my difference in opinion makes me into a State House, it's okay. But I remember Matiangi being here. Matiangi was so vocal. Matiangi was doing the right thing. Okay, for example, who would we want to be our candidate right now? That because I have this LSK lady, she's doing a good job, but leo akitaka kusimama tu kitu ndio makosa zake zitaonekana. But when we see somebody who has a goodwill, someone like Matiangi, who has a voice of command, who sees sense in reasoning, those are the people we front. Lakini now we guide them, because what I'm trying to tell you is that even the angel we are dealing with today, once ameingia State House, atakuwa mtu tofauti. What will we do then? Are we going to be rioting every day? So what measures are we putting in place to make sure that whoever comes in ameendelea? And I'm also saying, Mwafrika, we can't be that because you have disagreed with the president, the next course of action ni kwa street na kumtoa nje. I said we are setting a bad president, that some 2-3 billionaires watakuwa wanaungana wanatoa presidents every day. The same thing I said with the military. If you have control over military, we will not control the country. And Kenya, we have been disciplined. That is why we have been growing stability and everything. We can't go that route. So Gen Z cannot take us there, because they're saying they're sacrificing and whatever. Hakuna mtu aliweka watu kwa castration camps kama mababu za wale wa Kikuyu walikuwa nawekwa tembe na ma-ID. Hakuna mtu amepeleka watu Nyayo House. So we agree, yes, they have gone to school, which it is us. Wazendo wamewapeleka shule. Hawakujipeleka. But at the end of the day, yes, they have legitimate concerns. They have legitimate war. Pigana na heshima, we need Kenya tomorrow. You can't burn everything down because Gen Z wanaongea. Okay, so yes, we will support, we will make sure Ruto does the right thing. And if we, if we were tired of him, tukapiga kura atoke nje. But kungoa watu kwa state house hii upuzi hii, naona watu wanasema oh, tuende tuchome state house, tuende tufanye nini? Kesho tutabaki na nini? How will you rule kama kesho your son will be the president? Today is Ruto, tomorrow it's me or my son. Is this what we are setting the country for? And then we need to discipline these people. Kibe used to host very serious topics. I don't know why you stopped. Where you used to call out women who misbehave and men who misbehave. Ukishajipeleka kwa ujinga, you don't go and do stupid things and then kesho you blame the government. You fuck old people, you hide with them in apartments, you demand a lot of money that they can't afford. Their wives find out, they look for you, they kill you, then suddenly you blame the government. Really? Really? You demand more money than you agreed. Then huku mnakosana na kunyonga. Suddenly the government is the problem. Really? Sasa zingine watu waambiane ukweli. There's so much that these people are doing. I'm not saying the DCI is perfect. Kuna wale wajinga ya ajabu wa kukidnap watu na kufanya upuzi. Hao wako hapo. But I can tell you, as you speak here, there are people losing their lives every day from Somalia to Northeastern so that you can have this space to talk freely. Otherwise, si barabara ingekuwa inapitwa na Al-Shabaab. You don't know how many bombs wameokoa hapa bila kuongea. Mnaona tu 2-3 ile imepita. But zile zimezuilia watu wakikufa kufanya kazi. You don't know. So you have to appreciate as we disagree. That is the only thing I'm saying. I agree with Gen Z, but we have to have controlled freedom. Si kurukaruka hiyo ovyo ovyo, tukikataa unasalimiwa. Salimia nani bwana? Eh?
Who is of a contrary opinion?
Wakuje Kibe na substance. Let them come na substance.
Kibe, let me
Go ahead,
proceed.
Wasike.
Kibe, discussion tumekuwa nawe for a while now. Stick nikisema leader wa Gen Z ni President William Samoei Ruto, na ndazidi kusema hivyo. Na ndawapea mfano huu mzuri, wanasema kwamba fisi akitaka kukula mwanawe huwa anasema hawa watoto wangu wananuka mbuzi. Sasa mbuzi hapa ni hii system yetu mbaya, ama hawa system tuko nayo ni mbaya. Sasa president anafanya nini? Anajaribu kuonyesha kwa hawa vijana, anawaambia hii system ni mbaya hapa. So kitu anajaribu kufanya ni kutuambia kwamba system ni mbaya, tufanye nini? Enda muandamane. Mkiandamana alafu anafaya mtu fulani, ana correct hiyo makosa iko hapo. But hataki kuangalia in that direction. Huyu jamaa akikuja alikuwa na kampeni akituambia bottom up economy. Mama mboga na bodaboda wapate pesa kwa mfuko. Look at that perspective. Mama mboga na bodaboda watapataje pesa kama bado tunatumia hii system ya kitambo yenye tuko na viongozi MP kwa parliament na ma senators. Ni kama viazi. These are waru. Waru ukiweka kwa mafuta inakuwa chips. Ukiweka kwa maji inakuwa viazi ya kubondeka. Sasa Ruto ni kama moto. System ya kwanza yenye tunatumia saa hii ni maji. Yenye ukiweka viazi ndani yenye sisi tunatumia, tunataka uongozi, tunataka tuingie kwa powers, ni maji yenye si ni viazi tuko ndani. Tunataka tukue chips lakini kwa maji. Haiwezekani. For us to be chips, lazima tubadilishe system ama tubadilishe maji, tuingie kwa mafuta. And that's what Ruto is trying to do. Anajaribu kuambia system imeharibika. Hii system haiko inafanya kazi. What should I do? He's trying to change everything. But tumekataa. Mfano mwingine ndio huu. Yeye ametukalisha chini anatuambia ni kama wazazi wetu kwa nyumba wametuambia, babako amekalisha chini anakuambia, ukijenga nyumba, jenga nyumba ukijua iko na bedroom yako, bedroom ya kijana, bedroom ya wasichana na bedroom moja ya wageni. Lakini unamwambia hapana, mimi sitaki. Mimi nataka kujenga nyumba yangu peke yangu yenye ni bed sitter. Sitaki wageni. Sasa nakujaribu kuambia in future utakuwa na watoto, utakuwa na wageni, wataishi wapi? Alafu unamwambia unaanza kutumia ma F words. I don't want to listen to you. Wewe kwenda atiwacha nikusalamie. Tunajua kwamba as we grow lazima uta-accommodate mtu mmoja ama watu wawili. So as much as tunajaribu kuona makosa iko hapa ama tunajaribu kusema Gen Z are doing this thing and thing. Hii game ni game ya President Ruto, na Ruto anatakia mazuri ya hii taifa. Unaona kitu yote na happen ni triggers tu zina happen. Akiona makosa place yote ana trigger youth, then youth wakienda streets ana act. Wacha niwaulize, tumekuwa na Shakahola issues. Watu wangapi walikufa? Hamuongelee kitu, amuoni kama ni big deal. Lakini sasa tunaona mili inatolewa kwa damu yenye watu 40 ndio mnalia, lakini tumesahau ya Shakahola. Hey, watu wangu wa Kenya bana. Hatuwezi kumbuka hiyo. So for us to see this thing ama kuona hivi vitu vizuri, tuache kwa mtu akikucontradict ama akuwe na counter opinion. Usione mtu kwa adui uanze kumtusi ati oh fuck you, we don't care. No. Listen. Because the issue is tukiendelea kusema Gen Z mnasema mnataka mchukue uongozi. Mnachukua uongozi mnaingia hapo. Okay, what next? System bado ni ile ile. Mtakuwa bado warutu viazi ile ya maji. But you want to be chips. Eka mafuta, wacha kuweka maji. Na maji hapo na mafuta ni nini? Constitution. So as much as nasema mnataka mwingie hapo. Okay, wacha sema leo hizo CS post waseme saa hizi ziko vacant, apply. Wangapi mta apply na itachukua watu wangapi? Hiyo CS post itachukua watu seme watu 1000 na mko watu 500,000 au wengine 4 na kitu wataenda wapi? What if hiyo pesa narrow down ifikie mtu wako kwa ground kabisa, ule mama mboga na bodaboda? Si kutakuwa na equality? You people say you want equality, but hii system ya saizi hai give room for equality. So as much as unataka equality, angalia ni system ndio mbaya ama ni kiongozi ndio mbaya. As I end, I'll repeat what I said before. President Ruto is the leader of Gen Z, but you don't want to see it or you are not seeing it. He's using you to make sure that you get that thing. Mama mboga na bodaboda, bottom up thing. Sikuwa namuelewa aki-campaign, lakini sasa inaanza kuona ni ukweli. Thank you for now.
Na mko na maono sana.
Kibe can ask a question.
A very short question. I want to hear from the ladies now.
Or I can let the lady go. I'm just being accused of being a sleuth and government agent, so that's what I wanted to respond to. If you allow me, I can.
Oh, no. You don't have to respond to that.
Okay.
Yeah, because, I mean, to be a government agent is okay, right? Isn't it? It should be okay. I mean, just because me and you are battling doesn't mean that we're going to go kill each other just because one person comes from a different place and another one does something different. We must learn how to work together. That's the thing. We must learn how to work together and how to tolerate each other, even with our differences. That if somebody is working for the government, that person is not your enemy. Because some of these people are your parents. Some of these people are your brothers and sisters, your uncles. So it's not unto death. It's just that you guys have different ideologies. Some of these people who work in government actually support the Gen Z movement. Some of them are suffering more than you through this corruption. There's a cop friend of mine who was telling me the other day that they cannot even get promotions because the promotions have all been directed to one group of people. So some of these people that you're accusing being in government and pushing a certain narrative are actually suffering just like you, hoping that you could save them. So do not look at people as your enemy. Let your enemy declare they're your enemy. That's how you know this person is my enemy. Wajiro, what do you have to tell us?
Kibe, I'd wish to disagree with some of the sentiments that have been shared because incompetency is incompetency. And for those of us who've worked in private sector, incompetency is incompetency. Sai nikipewa kazi nishindwe kufanya, it's either they'll force me out or I will have to write a resignation and get out. The problem with our government currently is incompetency is tokenized. So mtu anakalia kiti. I was listening to Madhakaru and she of all the many things she said, she made one very good statement. When she was the Minister of Justice, she said, I had worked with Kibaki closely for years, but at one point I felt that our ideologies are not meeting, and it was because of the coalition government. And she said, I cannot continue taking a salary, knowing very well I'm not able to deliver. What I don't like about our current system of governance, and it cuts across. It's not just government, it's private sector, it's government, it's informal. The problem is people want to stay in jobs where they're incapable of performing. And then and you will see it in the political space, for example. They will talk about, we have cartels who don't want me to work. There's always someone more qualified than you. Even me, where I sit, I don't believe I'm the most qualified person in my position. There's someone who can come and make change. The problem is these politicians, these heads of businesses, heads of companies, they want to keep the position just because they want to take a salary at the end of the month. But they don't want to honestly say, hii kazi imenishinda. And even though they don't say it loudly, they say it privately. Hii kazi imenishinda kufanya. When Sonko was talking about cartels and everyone else was saying, hii mambo ya cartels, it's like an invisible spirit that you cannot see. You know, the truth, the bottom of the truth of it is he had to go. It was not a matter of you know, whatever he had done in government that can be sold separately, but he was incapable to perform. And when the older generation tries to make Gen Z look like we are, you know, people are being irrational or being emotional about it, part of it has to be attached to the incompetence and the tokenization of it. If people cannot get the work done, and then mulete watu wanaweza fanya kazi. And what I don't enjoy about also the older generation is this: they have the history. Kibe, you've been here about 48 years. You understand from the day you went to school till where you've gotten today. You've understood how systems can decide to be inefficient, and it's not because systems are not well done. It is the people who hold those positions. If I go into a company today and I lack the capability to elevate it, I should leave. You see me, by the way, guys, honestly, when I came into, for example, in my case, I'll be very honest with you, Kibe. I just resigned from a very, very good job in March of this year. And why did I resign? I just internally felt I was not aligned with the company's vision. And the company's vision was not aligned with my personal morals or my values or the things I care about for my career trajectory. So what did I do? I wrote a very clear resignation and I said, this is the end of my contract and I would wish to leave. That is the problem with our government. People are not wishing to leave when they see that they're not able to perform. Then they start coming up with ideas, oh, you know, so and so is the one who is impeding me from doing my work. And lastly, there's someone I listened to was talking about, he was comparing Kibaki governance and Ruto governance and even Uhuru governance. And they were saying the day Kibaki took power, the day alikuwa ameketi kwa wheelchair and he said, and he was pronounced as our new president, that very day he made free education available to all children. That same very day. He did not care about what was in the coffers. He did not care that we had debt to pay that Moi had taken on. He said, mimi nimekuja na strategy yangu. Strategy yangu ni watoto waende shule. I leave the burden of children going to school to me. Then later come and account with me whether I accomplished or not. He did not care that we had debt. Our current government, the problem we are having is the minute they entered, the first thing they told us, we have 85 million in the treasury. We cannot be able to perform. We cannot be able to do anything. Yet they had a full list of things on their manifesto that they knew that these are the things we want to accomplish. Ruto was in government and knew the debt. I don't think he woke up and realized we were at 85 million. He was part of the people who were receiving salaries and doing all sorts of contracts. So our issue is incompetency we cannot continue to praise incompetency. We have to say, ukishindwa na kazi, step down. And there's no problem with stepping down. And another thing is egotistical characters, and not even characters as such as people, but the habits have been really, really empowered. Someone can stand in front of you. I swear to God, he has been given money at the county level, has not been able to deliver. The auditor has done a report and said, huku projects, yes, zilifanywa, pesa ilitumwa, yes, but the quality of the work, if you look at the audit reports zimetoka last week, they went files, the quality of the work done. Mtu anasema nimeweka stadium, lakini ni kawanja tu amechora. Kama hawezi fanya kazi, let them go home. And as soon as you can establish that, it is possible for incompetent people to be sent home, then we can move on to the next point of, okay, Now we have potential vacancies coming our way. Gen Zs, we have fought for these people to be taken home. So what do we do next? Do we need a political party of our own with our own ideologies? Do we need to come up with a system of vetting the general public? If you feel we have, we want a head of a ministry, please put down your application. Let people apply. The guy who was here talking about ati CS ni 22 lakini watu wata apply 5,000, wacha wa apply. Let people apply for jobs. We have also been in situations where we've applied for jobs. They were very competitive and we won. So the issue of winning is not a problem. The issue of a lot of vacancies is not a problem. It's the quality of the individual who wins. So let's stop praising incompetency. Let's stop it. Because Kibe, I think the next phase of the expose is going into private sector. I've worked in private sector and I can tell you, that is the devil's playing ground. And these are the same people we remove from private sector, then bring them to government and expect them to do anything different. The next expose will be of how private sector CEOs are laundering money. And some of them were mentioned yesterday by Jimmy Wanjigi, the KCBs, the equities, the cooperative banks. We will have more coming. And finally, we will have to look at ourselves and say, we have been played not only by our government, but even by our employers. They give you 30,000 to work. They take 500,000 home. They are given company cars. They are given travels. Munenda kwa ofisi, like me, Kibe, I'll tell you for a fact, you work for an organization. You are the one managing the project. You are the one who wrote the proposal. You are the one who won it. You're the one who put together consultants. Ikifika time ya kuanza manage project, a manager wants to come and take it from you. So that, or he will make you write the report. Then he will present it to other people and make it his own. The time is coming for people to go home. So even if you work for KCB, even if you have your own business, you cannot run it, hand it over either to your children or someone else to run it. Because we are tired of incompetency. So let's not even talk about government, Kibe. Let's talk about across the board, private sector, public sector, informal sector. It trickles. It finally trickles down to someone like me. If my president is not competent, utapata my CEO is not competent, utapata mimi siko competent, nitalea watoto hawako competent, then we'll be here talking about then generational wealth. Where will the wealth come from when the people, the building blocks of the society are incompetent? So let's even forget the issue of Ruto. Let's talk about ourselves. Kwa hii kampuni yako, unapoa pesa umanage. Are you managing the money well? Are you writing the right thing in the invoice? Whatever you're teaching your children at home, are you teaching them values of truthfulness? Or watoto wako wanadanganyana na wanakudanganya, and you can see your kids playing. So let's Kibe, if I could just be honest, I've listened to your spaces for years, and I've come in once in a while to give my opinion. And this is what I believe we should do moving forward. Let's just be truthful. Let's be truthful. Let's say it. Let's say it. Let's say the truth, and the truth shall set us free. And we will be free indeed. As soon as the truth start coming, we will be free indeed. So let's start with the truth. Hii space iko hapa, si ndio tupange tufungue political party. Hii space iko hapa ndio tujue ukweli. Wengine wetu, our textbooks were not made well enough for us to understand the truth. And thank you for opening a space for people to talk the truth. As for what they decide to do the truth is their business. Let's just talk about the truth. And me, I'm here for the truth, and I'm willing to be on the side of the truth. But I don't want to hear people saying Ruto is trying. No, it's not a matter of trying. Can he do it or can he not? Some of us have tried for private sector, and you see clearly this thing is going to the dogs. Let me get out. Let me go on LinkedIn and look for a new opportunity. Let's discuss the truth. And if you cannot work, go home. Thank you so much, Kibe.
Oh, man. Today I feel like I'm the one who's been talking the whole time. Hey. And you know, some people may want us to take these conversations further, but the conversation is a conversation. It has to be had. We must have that conversation. Both sides of the coin, we must hear, and we must hear the best of both sides. We must. So we cannot just hear one side. We must hear the best of both sides. And whatever it is you called me, you see, some of you might think I'm government apologist and say, oh, because I'm allowing some of these conversations here. I'm like, no, for me, I'm not. Those labels don't really matter to me. Because for me, at the end of the day, is what am I able to make for myself and how am I able to sleep at night? So I'm not here for cloud chase. I said what I said. So why would we not have the two sides of the argument? If there are three sides, let's have three sides of the argument. And you make your decision. Nobody's forcing you to be anything. Nobody's forcing you to do anything. You just make your own decision by yourself. That's the best thing about this whole thing, that you can actually make a decision for yourself and keep it to yourself. If you feel like tomorrow you want to go to the streets, bro, that is on you. Whatever it is that you feel tomorrow that you want to do, if you want to wake up tomorrow and then go back to sleep, that is on you. But do whatever it is that is good for you. So that now tomorrow at the end of the day, you don't say, oh, you told me. No, nobody told you shit. You do what's good for you. So some of you tomorrow will wake up regretting why you didn't go for the Maandamano. At the end of the day, you'll be, oh shit, I should have gone. Others will be like, oh, I shouldn't have gone. That's life. All right. Before I want to bring Gunia, because Gunia wanted to go. Gunia, you had something to say against what Wanjiro was saying, right? And then I'll come to you, Cleophas.
Yes, I have something on what Wanjiro was saying. Actually, I wanted to echo something that when we talk about the opportunities, she was talking about private sector. When you talk about opportunities, how prepared are these people to take these opportunities? Be it the CSS, be it businesses, be it hata loan ikitolewa billions now watu wachukue loan. How prepared are they? How many of these Gen Zs have business mentality to run? Ama ni kuchagua kazi. You know, business ndio kila kitu. How many are ready and prepared to get the job done? Yule amekubali kuamka 5 a.m. kwenda ama ni kupati ya luta ndio wanajua. How many are ready? And I also needed to say this. I know this we already addressed, but I need to say this. Serious security officers and agents have no time to know who is kutoka tribe gani, and I support government, and I support government. I also echoed that there are so many that die for our there are so many that die for our safety. And this is something that we should not dispute when we are judging them. I also said, awana ukabila. So when you are handling such people, let's be careful, because some of them lose so much for our sake. Now, that's I needed to put that on the record. And then finally, so that I can leave it now to other people also to speak, I think I've said enough for the day. Kibaki's government was elected democratically. We both know it was clean. Yarucho has question marks, a lot of question marks. We don't know. We have speculations, but we don't know how the man became the president. But when we look at the composition of the cabinet, it was based on tribal. Who insulted people the most? You find people like kwa Mombasa kuna Isha Juma, Linturi huku, despite his incompetency, wengine hata wana papers, wengine hata kizungu ni shida, unapewa ministry, na Kumita is failing daily, anasukumwa bado, Kuria anatukena daily, anasukumwa bado. When you look at them, you're like, are these the best that this government could offer? And then when you look at Ruto, he has papers, he knows, he has promises, and he knows so well that whatever he promised, these people will not deliver. Yet he went ahead and gave them the positions. That is why I'm saying it might have been a setup. Mulinisaidia, nimeingia sawa. Kazi mulikuwa mnataka, nimewapatia sawa. But now that you are failing, it is Kenyans who will chase you away. And it's the Kenyans who have been doing everything, not Ruto. And no wonder these MPs, when they're being greeted, Ruto has never talked. Anything which is happening, what wanasalimiwa, Ruto has never talked. anaongea tu mambo zake, probably anaongea vitu ya kukasirisha Gen Z zaidi, wasukume kidogo. So me I would advise Gen Z nikimalizia, wasukume zaidi, let's just be mindful, wakipewa advice or a different opinion wasikuwe vindictive, wasikize tu. We are all Kenyans, we all want the best for Kenya. I might look at it differently from where I stand is at 6, from where you stand is at 9. So we just talk. We are brothers and sisters, and whatever we disagree on, sawa, ile tumeagree ni sawa, and that is how we are going to build the country. Thank you, Kibe.
Kibe, please allow me to respond to only one thing that Gunia has said. Gunia, please, let's not insult the intelligence of young people. Let's not do that. Let's talk about something as simple as Kibe, when you wanted to start Africa. You said, I want people who can help
Kibe, you
me
are there?
brand. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Wanjira can hear you. I don't know. Gunia cannot hear
Yes.
you. Just
Kibe,
hold on, Wanjiro. Hold on.
Sorry.
Cleophas, can you hear Wanjiro?
Yes,
I'm
I
just trying to
can.
get. Oh, okay. So Gunia is on with the problem. So Gunia,
Yes.
Gunia, you'll have to drop off and come back. So Wanjiro, go ahead.
Okay. Let me say the first point Gunia made was about these young people wanapiga sherehe. These young people are ready to take up positions. I think that is very pretentious. And if he wants to do a poll, let him go ahead and do his own poll. But we are seeing young people really doing innovative things in this country. Kibe, when you came up with the Africa, even I remember before even you were cancelled on YouTube, you started with saying you wanted to start a platform and this is the goal of the platform. And you were inviting people. I remember there's a time you even invited people